What up? Good evening, good Sunday evening to everybody. To those of you just trickling in slowly as always, I appreciate you for being here. Those of you, of course, also on Rewind, as always. Love you guys too. Thank you so much. Move aside, everyone. There's room for everybody. There's room for everybody. Just let everybody come through the door. And before I get to say hello to the crew, let me just, because I always forget, or often forget anyway, say a quick shout out to my newest subscribers. A couple of guys over the last day or two. Cliff Woodbury. Cliff, don't know you. Thank you. Asian OTP Atlanta. Maybe you live in Atlanta. Don't know you either. But thank you for subscribing. I hope you guys check out, I hope you guys are watchers of my content. And if you ever can come in and watch live, that's where it gets really fun, when you're part of the show in the chat. So if you're listening to this either right now or later on Rewind, try to consider coming in for during the live event at some point. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it, guys. Really quick also, guys, again, I don't want to seem like a pusher of this, and I hope you'll forgive me or just give me a moment to talk about this. Most of you know I had posted a little thing about Dan Parsons' daughter Zyla, 18 years old, came down with cancer. And gave an update. I believe it was last week, but that was already a bit of a sort of a little bit behind, because she hadn't updated her status in a while. But I thought here I wanted to show everybody, give a little bit of an update real quick, if I may. Let me share the screen on the GoFundMe page. So share screen, here we go. Let's check this out. Okay, so here you go. So this is as of 2 days ago, everybody. She says, hello everyone, thank you so much for all of your donations and support throughout my journey. I just finished my 3rd round of chemo and had an additional chemotherapy for my cerebral spinal fluid and brain yesterday. I mean, good Lord. I'm doing okay, but each round does get a little heavier and harder, and I'm fighting through it. I can even see, compared to past pictures, the smile is a little less. It's given what she's going through, I'm stunned that she can't even smile. So I just wanted to say thanks again to everybody. You know who you are. Those of you who donated. And yeah, I mean, cancer it's again, you guys know it's something that's close to me, and I just didn't feel right letting this go. I just didn't want to kind of announce it once and then just sort of forget completely about it, because it's just ultimately she's still this is a real live human being, 18 years old, right, the prime of her life, right? So I just wanted to sort of keep tabs on it, and when I noticed that she did update a couple of days ago, I thought, okay, I might as well mention this to everybody else. And so thank you for that. And also just wanted to say that, again, if anybody wants to, you can donate as little as $5. Anything helps the family for the chemo treatments and all that. And I'm just going to quickly here. Let me put that in here. Hopefully this works. Somebody please tell me if it ends up being a working link. Hopefully it is. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So I'll continue to keep tabs on Zyla. Oh yeah, no worries, Jeff. Absolutely. But I want to keep tabs on her. Yeah. This hits home. So. I'm glad to do what I can. So if anybody can again, not to feel pressured. I know I also am the first to admit I don't like it. Hey Karen, Thank you, and thank you for confirming. Thank you so much. I'm the first to admit I don't like feeling like I'm watching a YouTube shows and people are always asking for money for this or for that or for the other. I know the feeling of pressure it feels like you. This is a feeling of obligation. So believe me, I can't speak for anybody else, but speaking for myself on my channel, don't ever feel obligated. I don't ever feel bad if you can't or don't want to do it. You have your reasons. You know, I know that donating for charities, everybody does it their own way. It's cool. I'm cool. But I have this little platform, and I thought I would at least use it to get her whatever help I can. Yeah, that's it. So thanks to anybody who does. I appreciate it. Hey, JC. Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for following along. Yeah, thanks so much. So let me see here real quick who's in. Marcus Way. That's the way. I like it. Always appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always. Wow, and you were shockingly the very first guy tonight. I mean, you're beating #1 Marvel fan and Mr. Red Jack. That's saying something, man. That's saying something. So thank you as always. Appreciate it. And speaking of the devil, #1 Marvel fan, what's up? Hey to you. Hey, my, perhaps. And my, hey. Good evening to you, Rickster. And speak of the devil again, Mr. Red Jack. How you doing, buddy? No worries. Check out the replay whenever you have a chance. I appreciate it, man. Still knocking on wood and crossing the fingers for Mom. Hope she's doing a little bit better today than she was yesterday. To my lovely wife, hello, good evening to you, hon. CJ, what's up, sir? Good to see you as always. And what are we saying here? Making a living the old hard way, talking and giving my day by day, dick, snow and rain and bright sunshine, dragging the line. Okay. Awesome. That's awesome. I think Neon's gonna appreciate you, man. Hello again, Karen. Hello again, everybody. Please, as always, my pal Karen has a page called a channel, I should say, called Karen's Pages. As you see her name right there, she's into comics and comic art. So if you haven't done so already, please go and check out her channel. Very quick videos, easy to watch and digest, and leave likes for. So please do so if you want. And who else we got? Of course, Jeff Wedding. Thank you as always, sir. Really appreciate you. Why? What so early, Marcus? Sorry. What did I do early? Oh, because I started at 9 last week. I think that's what you're referring to. If you are, then okay. Then I got nothing to say. Because you're clowning me. Hello all, under the weather tonight. Sorry to hear that, Jason. I wanted to say hi. Oh, that's so nice. See, that's what I tell everybody. I have the best friends like in this hobby. Like you people, you don't need to do this, and yet you even when you can't make it to the show live, you still come in for a second to drop a quick line to let me know you can't make it, and it means so much, man. Thank you. You don't need to do it, especially when you're feeling ill. But thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Feel better soon, Jason, man. Yeah. Have a good week yourself. But rest up. What else we got? Marcus Way and the Shondells. Love it. It might be Atlantis. Oh, dude, you're losing me. It's doing this right now, my friend. Look at that. Everybody's so lovely. Thank you. Kleenex is very happy with me. Sales have doubled. That's awesome. Get well soon. Thanks, Rick. Gonna be jumping in and out. No worries, man. And we'll catch you later, and then maybe not, and then later again, and maybe not, and then later again. All right. So I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. And what's up, Carl and Maui? Oh no, it's I'm just human. It's not about a huge heart. I'm just human. So thank you though. Appreciate it. Hey, what's up, West? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's been a little while. Marcus has savage dedication. He sure does. Shorter videos than 3.5 hour Rubinstein. Very much shorter. Yes, between 6 and 20 minutes. I would say averaging 8 to 12. Right, Karen? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So Maki Boo Boo, what's up, sir? Good to see you, man. And Jeff, copy of Better Place came in. Haven't time. No worries, man. But yeah, if you can, let me know what you think when you do get around to it, and let Dwayne Murray know if you can, if you don't mind reaching out to him on CAF and through his gallery or whatever, you know. So everybody, thank you so much. It's yeah, I actually didn't expect to do the thing for the update on Zyla Parsons at the beginning, anyways. So I didn't realize. Wow, that helped this thing go to 12 minutes. CJ, yeah, we're talking about Karen's videos. The video length of Karen's videos. You've been there, so you know the length. Yeah. So yeah, it's been 12 minutes. So without further ado, let us bring in the snarling dragon, that beast of a man himself, the neon dragon.
I don't know if I can live up to that intro, Ruben.
Well, you know, I try. I'm not exactly like a talk show host. I could have done probably better, I'm sure, but
yeah, you need like a Johnny Carson intro, right?
Yeah. Exactly. How you doing, man?
Good.
I'm as I always say to everybody who comes into the studio with me, thank you so much for doing this with me. First of all, really appreciate it.
Thanks for asking. Man. I see it's still daylight out there behind your back there with the window.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can push this into the morning time, huh?
Yeah. Oh no. It'll that window will look like a black square before we're done. So
I'm sure it will.
Yeah. For sure. Now, speaking of time length of shows, everybody. I mean, not that I talked to John about this. I don't think he would care, but so I'm just going to mention. So we've talked in the past on past episodes, you know, about how long some of my episodes go, this and that, the other, whatever, blah blah blah. Just wanted you guys to know. I thought, because I know you guys freak out sometimes, and recently, I don't know if it was last week or maybe a couple of weeks ago, we had talked about how I said, "Oh, take a guess how long." You know, I had spoken to on a chat with, you know, so and so, and you guys took some guesses. I think the largest guess was like 5.5 hours or something. Well, John and I had our very first chat. What would you say, John? About a month back ish, 5 weeks,
few weeks ago. Yeah. And the funny thing, well, I've known you since 2018, but the funny thing was, it was just supposed to connect for 5 minutes to test the camera.
Yes. Well, this is what I was. Yeah, that was what I was going to get to. I wanted I wanted to state the point. I wanted to state the point that because John already knew way in advance. We had booked tonight way in advance. Karen says hi, by the way.
Hey, Karen.
Carl as well, and Marcus.
Gotta say hi to Marcus after all he's probably made like 4,500 comments on all my pieces.
Yes, exactly.
He's the first one. Thank you, Marcus. Always. Thank you.
Quite so. But yeah, everybody. So we knew we already had this episode tonight scheduled, pretty far in advance. And so John wanted to just, test out to see how the lighting in his house was, and the audio and all that stuff. And like a lot of friends do, they do ask me, hey, can we maybe get on together in a private chat and just to test out the audio video? And so yeah, no problem. So what we decided to do was actually we arranged for it to be at 8:00 Eastern, 5:00 Pacific, because I thought, that's when the show happens anyways. So if we're going to test the lighting, especially, we might as well test it at the exact same time that we'd be doing the live broadcast. And so long story short, does anybody want to take, I'll give one quick guess. Anybody want to guess how long the test of the audio video took us. That should have been 5. Okay, maybe that's exaggeration. Maybe it would have taken 15. It should have taken maybe 15 minutes or so.
15 minutes, right.
Yeah. Does anybody want to guess? I know there's a delay, about 10 seconds before you guys hear my voice. Okay, so I'm already getting some. Okay, wow, you guys are disappointing me.
And Ruben, qualify it by the fact that we've never spoken, but we don't know each other. Okay, we don't know each other other than emails.
Through emails. Yeah, we had spoken through. We had spoken through emails. Only digitally, not live. Although that doesn't really mean anything, John, because if you think about it, maybe that's what makes it go longer, because we haven't spoken before. Now there's a lot to talk about, right? So
yeah, right.
Maybe it kind of makes, when you have things in common, it kind of makes more sense, right?
Right.
But check out the guesses. Okay, thanks everybody, by the way. So I got 1.5 hours, 4 hours. The Rickster kind of knows me better. Carl knows me very well too. 2 hours. Hey Dino, what's up, brother?
Hey Dino. Hey West.
Look at West. West really knows. He knows that
West knows. Shit. Yeah.
Look at this, 2.36. Very precise of you, by the way, CJ. This video is still the test, says Mike at NSN Art.
It could be.
It could have been. Are you talking about geological time? 48 hours straight like Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte? No, not quite. What's up, TJ? 27.25. No. Okay, now you're kind of like, wow, now that's like it's going out of control. Well, I will say, everybody, this, because you don't know this. The software I use to broadcast, don't know why, whatever, but there is a 10-hour limit. So the software only allows you to broadcast for 10 hours anyways. So it's not like you could go beyond that even if you wanted to. But yeah, no. So I guess if we were playing like the Price is Right game, the closest without going over would be West at 6 hours. And I can reveal, I will let the the drum roll. John, I'll leave it to you to say how long it went.
9.5 hours. I've never spoken to anybody in my life, no matter how much I fell in love with some girl and it was the first phone call, or never even a fraction of that.
Yes. And yes, look at my wife. Oh my God, it was John.
Now she knows. Yeah.
This is the guy that I was talking to, or finished talking to, as I was coming into the bedroom and you were waking up to go to work.
Oh my God. Yeah, Vivian, I'm not his new girlfriend. Sorry.
Look at Karen. What?
Yeah.
Karen,
and the funny thing is, we didn't really, you know what? This is going to sound crazy. I didn't feel like we were exhausted. Like, we didn't run out of stuff to talk about, number one.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it was. I don't know. We're both verbose, but at the same time, we just didn't yammer away and just talk about stupid stuff. I don't know where the 9.5 hours went. It's almost like a wrinkle in time,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just sort of kept going. And honestly, it probably might have kept going if it wasn't for the fact that we kept kind of reminding ourselves, like, holy shit, look what time it is,
The funny thing is that window over Ruben's shoulder, I watched it get dark. Then I watched the moon come up, and then I watched the sun come up. Like that window was like my tickler that, hey, look at the time. It's almost like the sun was going to come up and go down again, and we could have gone all day.
Exactly. There you go. You see people, it may be long, but the people don't suffer. I'm not making you suffer, right, John? Like, look, we had a great time.
I was the one. Yeah. I mean, it was, but people know that I can talk, but I don't necessarily talk, I mean, it's kind of like you. I think maybe two of us together are dangerous. It's a good thing we don't live near each other. So we get nothing done.
Nothing would get done. Right.
No.
And in all honesty, if those of us who were, sort of brought together by the hobby, if more of us did sort of live closer together, I think it would be greater, because obviously you wouldn't need like 9.5 hour type conversation. It's not like we needed it, but it's like, oh, we live close. let's go get you got some free time, let's go get some lunch, or let's go get a dinner. So it might be 1 or 2 hours and then whatever, but I'll see you again next week, or that kind of thing, right? So that's what's kind of cool about when you are friends and you're living together. So when you don't, it's like, it kind of makes more sense that you if you're talkative, that you'd go longer on a video call, because it's not something that you normally would do very often,
Right.
So that's my view of it. What? Oh, look who's here, the Buddha. What's up, lol? Collector love, it's a thing. It sure is. And I love you, but like you've been like MIA for a while, dude. And by the way, I just heard lol from a spy of mine that it's not like you've been busy, like you told me the last time we spoke. You've been on the CGC boards selling your vintage paperbacks and stuff and talking with those guys. You've just been avoiding me to talk with them. So I have spies everywhere, my friend. So don't ever think you can get away with that. But yeah, email me sometime, man. Marcus, any art trade hands from all that time? Nah. We were just shooting the breeze. It was not not a wheeling and dealing thing. Trading is a 20-hour process. Yeah, exactly. He already jilted me, CJ. He already did. That's so funny. But Stevie, I didn't say hello. I know I put your comment up here, but I wanted to say hello, Stevie B, as always. Thank you, appreciate you. So everybody, thanks again for dropping in tonight, man, and hanging out with John and I. And I figure from here, let's we've shot the shit pretty well. Let's why don't we get into the show and telling of the art, man. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. So just for all of you to know that the first 3 pieces that we put them as the first 3 pieces tonight for a particular reason. It's just because they kind of tie in to John's to the way he kind of just started as a collector in the original art hobby. So that's why we're putting these. Not that you need to know that, but why not? Okay, so very first piece. This is the first piece that John ever got, and he can tell us a little bit about this, a little bit of a tale behind it, if you will. Check this out. Grimjack, the Manx Cat, number 3. Page 2 by the awesome Tim Truman. And by the way, John, Rick Welch in the audience there in the chat loves Tim Truman too. So you got another big Truman fan, right?
Great. Yeah, it's kind of funny. So should I talk about my origin story now and tie this in?
However you want to tie it in. Whatever is up to you. It's good. Yeah.
It's kind of actually the next 2 pieces predate this, but not by long. But what it was is I met back in 2005. I met Jean Scrocco, who's the wife of Greg Hildebrandt, and I've known her for so many years and just never thought about any interest in collecting art. I wasn't into art. And
you sorry to interrupt, but when you say you weren't into art at the time, did that mean any type of art at all?
Any type of art at all? Yeah.
Wow.
I just not really. I was kind of raised in an artsless home. Like I had like an artsless upbringing. I drew and did a lot of drawing when I was a kid, but I just wasn't really art aware. And, over the years, I'm sitting there thinking, Jean's like a big sister to me. And I'm thinking, I've got this great relationship. I should really be taking advantage of this. I mean, if nothing else, at the end, it would be nice to have something from the brothers Hildebrandt. It's funny because when I met Jean, I didn't even know who Greg was or who the brothers Hildebrandt was. And for quite a while, actually. And, so anyway, make a long story short, I bought 2 pieces, which are going to be the next 2 pieces after this. Okay. I bought 2 pieces from Jean, and it's all art, and everyone that collects and everyone that collects probably will remember this from the beginning. When you look at a picture like this one right now, you're taking a look at the picture, and the picture is 2-dimensional. and the art is two-dimensional. Yet when you get the piece in your hand, there is this magical aura. I don't know what it is, but there's this energy that emanates from it, as well as, the size may be larger, or the detail obviously may be crisper, but there's just some magic. And, those first two paintings that I got from Gene and Greg, when I got them, I was expecting, they're going to look like the photos, but when I got them, it was just like, oh my God. And it was just like injecting me with like some type of narcotic that I just got addicted to instantly. Yeah. So I started going AWOL and just really gotten into, that's where I got a lot of the other Hildebrandt pieces. I got a lot of, really nice Hildebrandt art. I then starting to dabble in the Magic the Gathering. Gene is also Greg's agent, and used to have a huge gallery in New York City, and she knows everybody. I mean, if you want to ask somebody or get a hold of somebody, Gene knows them. So Gene then put me in contact with other people, and I was just running down the path of collecting illustration art, fantasy art,
right.
Even getting into, I also met some other people that I got some other art and stumbled across some other types of illustration art, like space art and sci-fi art and things like that. But, there's an ancient Celtic saying, and I don't want to try to butcher the Gaelic of it, but it basically says the seeking for one thing will find another. And I was on a Heritage Wednesday auction, and I was looking through literally at only any type of illustration art, which, if the Heritage auctions, especially Wednesday, it's few and far between. And then I came across this piece, and I don't know what it was. It just visually just really kind of grabbed me. It was the ink wash, the blue ink wash, of course, and then just that, this look on her and this pose. And I thought, God, this is cool. And it was like $90 or something. And I thought, you know what? I don't even know what the heck comic art is. I didn't even know how it was made. I didn't even know the concept of an inker and a penciler. I didn't know anything about it, So I bought it and I got it. And then I'm looking at, like the notes on the edges and the margin and the handwriting. And then I'm looking at it, and this one is actually a light box. So it's actually drawn in the back, which blew me away as well. But I was just, if you think that it pushed me over the edge when I got those paintings, this just completely blew me away, because there's a unique mechanic to comic art that all other art does not have. One mainly being the concept of a team. In other words, you have a person. Now, in this one, Tim Truman did everything, but in many cases, you have this symbiotic relationship. Some are good, some are bad, between the penciler and the inker, and you've got these magical couples. It's kind of like a band, it's like when you meet other band members and they've been in other bands before, and then the Beatles get together or the Rolling Stones get together, and that's when it's just like ESP magic. It's just this amazing magic. And you have some of that with the teams in doing the comic art, but it's the concept that everything was done by hand with the intention that it was going to be thrown away. A lot of this stuff was just thrown away afterwards, or everyone knows, or given away, or doled out for cheap. I've paid thousands of dollars for pages that have $20 written in the margin. Oh yeah, that's common. And I don't know how long ago that was, but it pains me to think it really wasn't that long ago. So so anyway, that's how I got into it. And I should preface it by saying that getting further into the comic art collecting world, I came from a background that I did not read. I did not read. You were not a reader? Not really. I'm mildly dyslexic, so I'm really into the imagery, which like if I have comic books that I have still from when I was a kid that I still never read them all. I just looked at all the pictures, not that I can't read, but but my only background to comics is really horror, creepy. Again, I was really into the macabre when I was a kid, and the only art that I was actually really sensitive about were when Frazetta's covers would be published on the creepy magazines. That just blew me away. And that art, that art I did appreciate from early on. But other than that, I didn't know, I mean, I knew Batman, Spider-Man and all that, but I wasn't a Marvel guy, a DC guy. Most of the art that I've purchased, I don't know the backstories to. I'm buying it and it attracts me for the concept of both the dialogue, where it happens in the story, and the composition of the piece itself. The merit of the art, the merit of it as a piece of narrative art.
Which in fairness, John, is actually kind of what most collectors I think would tell you they also buy it for. Like, yes, people will say, "Oh, nostalgia," but it's not just nostalgia. You're obviously looking at something on the page, right? Like, what is it that you're nostalgic about? And it's still all those things you just mentioned, a combination thereof. So, it's amazing. I just think it's amazing because, like in your case, you're only. We're talking a few years, right? Like, when you first, you went from literally, like you said, zero, not growing up, really being an art fan per se, not being surrounded by it in any way, and all of a sudden, just a few short years ago, you're all of a sudden like, oh, look at this. Oh, wow. And you're like, oh, I think I'll buy that. And then suddenly you get it and you're like, oh, wow. And now I'm captivated and I'm hooked. I'm like, it's pretty crazy. Like for some, like somebody who's not, let's say, having grown up with comics, as you say, right? Not been a reader, let alone of comics. You weren't some hardcore comic nerd. For you to suddenly, just a few years ago, at this point in your life, to get caught up in original art, comic art, it's a pretty unique story, my friend.
It's a unique to me. I guess the whole thing is, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm an obsessive compulsive collector. I mean, if I have an objective and if I have a focus, I can find stuff and I'll just go down the rabbit hole. I mean, a lot of my collection, and I don't waste time. And the funny thing is when I got into this, I saw the prices, what the prices were. Now, okay, so I got into this just so that they know, Ruben. I got into it. The first purchase that I made with Gene were those paintings in September of 2017.
Right.
And the Tim Truman piece I bought in October of 2017. I joined CAF shortly after the Truman piece. Because I'm crazy about researching. I'm crazy about learning. It's not like just kind of like kind of like a flippant collector where a little bit of that. To me, I take everything is serious. It's like everything is like full bore, 100%.
Yeah, you like to delve into it, right?
I like, because
find out the history of it and all that stuff and how it was created. Yeah,
that's
all that
the thing. Yeah, like if I see something, like villains, I love villains. I mean, okay, we've created this palette of superheroes, but the villains sometimes they're only one issue, right? You've got these villains, and the artists create the superheroes, but the villains are the real creativity because they come up with some of these bizarre people. Some of them are repeat and go on for years and years and years. Other are one-offs, but their stories are so unique. I mean, the story within the world of that villain is fantastic, is really kind of a neat concept as well. So if you look through my gallery, you'll see a lot of villain stuff. But anyway, I was just so much into and again, I guess it was not knowing, collecting something that was formerly discarded. I mean, a lot of like I said, a lot of this was not meant to be collected. It was kind of like it was part of the process to make the comic book.
That's right. That's correct.
And discarded in the end, and that's what makes it rare. But the funny thing is,
it's a byproduct.
Right.
What it is. Right.
But the funny thing, what I was leading up to saying was when I got into this in 2017, I felt like an idiot. Like I missed the boat, man. I should have been doing this in the 90s,
Yeah, well,
and yes, I should have. But I thought 2017, like I thought this is where it's topped out. I'm still going to buy it, and it's going to incrementally grow in price. But I thought for sure I missed the boat in 2017. When I look at the prices now, it seems like every freaking auction stuff is jumping like by 100%. And this has been going on for a few years. Maybe not right now, but in the last few years.
Yeah, in the last few, for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't have bought the pieces that I bought before because they would have been too expensive. You know, and I look at the pieces in the past. At that time, it was a good time in my life because I had sold a collection of something else, another rare collectible genre that I had some money to invest. And I just thank God that I pulled the trigger back then and I didn't hesitate, because now it would have been like, oh, you know, no, I really missed the boat, you know?
Absolutely.
The question is, you know, how much higher is it going to go? You know, you pay $250,000 for a cover. Is it going to be, you know, is it going to be 10 million? You don't know. You know, I will say this. Art is one of the few rare collectibles that has no ceiling. You know, you think, oh, the auction estimate is this, and then it just blows it out of the water. Look at the Frazetta stuff. You know, I mean, who would have thought? I remember one of my best friends went to school at East Stroudsburg University in Pennsylvania, where Frazetta used to live.
Right.
And
it's where the museum still is.
I think they moved it to Florida, didn't they?
No, they're in Stroudsburg.
Still?
They're still there. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I have friends who visited recently, so.
Okay. Well, Frank used to have a studio or a little shop or something in the downtown area. And, you know, this is back in the really early 80s, but I knew Frazetta back then only because of those creepy magazines. That my buddy contacts me from, you know, when I was away at school, and he's like, yeah, he goes, you're not going to believe it. He goes, you know, Frank Frazetta? I said, yeah, you know, he's like, there's this shop downtown and his paintings are there. And, there's this real hot chick that's working there. I think it's his daughter. He goes, it looks like she might even be modeling some of the pictures, you know? And he's telling me, he goes, but I'll warn you though, it's really expensive. They're like in the thousands of dollars for these paintings. And I'm thinking, oh, wow, that's crazy. You know? So back then that was like $10 million, you know, but look at what they've gone to. So you never know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just wanted to let you know that we're both correct. So the original, it's still there. But CJ and TJ are both telling us that there apparently is also one in Florida.
Right,
so
there is.
Got two of them. So I did not know that. First time I'm hearing of this. So that's weird, but interesting. Okay. Yeah. How long, guys, let me know. How long has the Florida one been around? Like, it's weird that I would not have ever have heard of that. But okay. Also, I kept it up for a while, hoping that you might see it. And I'm not sure if you did. But Rick wanted you to know that you got a great eye for art, and he loves your Batman collection especially.
Thank you, Rick. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you.
And Karen, we all wish we bought more in the 90s. Yeah. I mean, and all of us, like, I think everybody who has come into this hobby and started collecting art has said, oh, when I got in, God, it was already so expensive. You know, I thought I kind of already missed the boat, but everybody's been saying that going back 20, 30 years, like everybody, it's always been expensive. Believe me, it's all context, right? Like, for people who've only been in for a few years, yes, they think, oh yeah, but 20 years ago was so much cheaper. But I always remind them, yeah, but now take 20 years off your current age. Remind yourself, where were you in what was your station in life at the time, 20 years ago, let's say, whatever. What were you doing? What was your financial? And in most cases, people are like, oh, right. I probably didn't have two nickels to rub together because I was a student at the time, you know, whatever the case may be. But you know what I'm saying? It's relative. It really is, you know? You know, but it's true. Everybody thinks they're getting in when it's too late, whatever. But like you said, then they're in for 3 years, 5 years, and they look back and they're like, oh shit, good thing I bought that stuff I've been collecting for the last 3 to 5 years. Right. So much more now, you know?
Better late than never. And I don't think there's probably any time that it's going to be too late. It's just a higher, you start in at higher, of course, right? You know, so, but I mean, like, you got to think not like a few years, you got to think like 20 years from now. You know, there was, if you look at original comic art, you consider the fact that a lot of it's been tossed and thrown away. All right. You've got the golden age, which I like. I bought golden age stuff and I continue to look for it. especially what fascinates me with the golden ages is the evolution of a superhero. Like what they thought was a superhero back then might have been like a guy with a diamond ring and a fedora, and that's it. And the guy really can't do much. You know, nowadays it's crazy.
Yeah.
But when you look at basically after the golden age, so you start with silver up until, and then it's gone digital, right? You know, so you don't have dialogue anymore. You don't even have, a lot of times it's not even physically done. It's done on the computer, or it's done with the blue line printed with the ink. In other words, you've got a real fine window of time that you can get from, say, silver to bronze, let's say within X number of years. And that's it, you know, and the population keeps growing. Will Marvel ever buy, you know, DC? You know, I mean, I'm sorry, will Disney ever buy DC? Why not? You know, you never know what's going to happen.
You never know.
Certainly what's catapulted a lot of this has been, if Disney didn't buy Marvel, I think that we would be, you know, it helps market it, right? You know, you got people that are constantly being reminded. I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I remember in the 90s, Universal Studios had the Marvel franchise. And I remember reading in the newspaper that they sold it for $100 million. I don't remember who bought it. And that sounds like a lot of money back then, but I'm thinking, my God, that's a cheap price, because you've got over 100 characters. You can make infinite movies. That means that each character, you'd only pay $1 million for that movie versus the royalties to Brad Pitt or Nick Nolte or whoever, you know what I'm saying? So you think about that, not to mention all the villains and all of the themes. That was a wise decision. Now, I know that Disney paid more than that. I think there was someone else they sold it to. But think about, you know, it was wise of them to buy that. I mean, people are not into Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck anymore. They're moving on to a new generation. And this was life extension for Disney, in my opinion. So, yeah.
All right, cool. See, now you guys see why we could easily do
9.5 hours.
Because we could talk about the hobby in general. I mean, to be honest, that's why I was even like unsure of myself. Like, hey, should we really do a show and tell, or should we just make this an episode of Hangout so we can just shoot the breeze and not worry about, we got to get to the art. We got to get to the art.
Yeah, I better shut up. Well, let's save it for another show.
But that's cool. That's cool. No. I love the talk. I tell these guys all the time, I kind of prefer the shows where we don't show art. I'd rather just talk and not show art, you know. But everybody wants to see art all the time. What do you want me to do? You know, I got to do what they want. Otherwise, we're not going to.
If you want me to come back for that, we'll do that.
Well, we'll figure something out, man. Yeah. Okay, cool. Got a quick question or comment? Commodore Boston. For someone who began so late, John's collection is really impressive and amazing. He must have had a huge amount from liquidating his previous collection of collectibles.
Thank you. It was not a whole lot, to believe it or not. It was just the prices were a lot better, believe it or not, for what is that? You know, from 5 years ago. They were a lot cheaper. It seems like they were a lot cheaper. I mean, I've got a piece that I think I have it in the roster. I have a piece that I bought it. I bought it in so you know the Heritage auctions used to be on Sunday, the Wednesday, and then they moved it to Wednesdays. So it was a Sunday auction, and I got it Sunday night, and on Monday morning, I don't think it was even, I don't know, Monday morning I woke up and I got an email. So I still do. I put my collection on where you can like solicit offers on Heritage, you know that feature. I did it to kind of like, okay, am I making the right choices? I know how to collect. I just didn't know. I know how to collect, and I know the strategy you should do and things you shouldn't do, generally speaking, but I just didn't know the specific item of what I'm collecting. I researched it, but it was some reassurance, like, if I'm getting offers and I know I'm on the right path. That's why I joined CAF. If a lot of people are saying, hey, this is a great piece, and I know I'm on the right path. So I bought this piece Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, I get like a 2.5 times offer from somebody. It's like, well, where were you during the auction? So I didn't sell it, of course. I don't horse trade my stuff. I have a few things that I sell here and there, but I've never made a mistake in my opinion of buying. So
There you go. Excellent. Well said. Well said, John. All right. And Hoarder's Hide, Scotty. You know what? I mean, Marcus made up that name first, I believe, right? You can correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus, the Two Live chat crew. You know, it would make more sense if like a bunch of us were like huge fans of Two Live crew. But, you know, other than, me so horny, I mean, you know, are we really fans of Two Live crew? You know, so I don't find it really, really fits, you know? So, I'd rather leave it as a joke. But thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate it. Okay, everybody, let's.
And I will say, if I can interrupt, Comic Art Boston, your collection's fantastic. I've been watching it as well, and am I wrong? You're new to the hobby as well, I think. Correct? You hit the ground running. No, he's been into it for a while.
Woo, baby, a long time, long time.
Okay,
yeah. Very long time.
Right. Well, it's a fantastic collection, you know. Yeah. Nevertheless, fantastic. He's got a good eye too.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, and Scotty, you're a nut job. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there he goes. No, John, no, I am not. But what I love about Comic Art Boston is that, you know, so we've known each other over 2 decades, right? Wow. And yeah, I mean, and you know, he used to buy stuff from me way back, you know, the 22 years ago, however long it's been. And I used to be a full-time dealer. And so for years, he would buy once in a while from me. And what I noticed was that he bought on the occasion, like I used to deal in like anything from 60s to present, but I specialized in 70s and 80s, you know, with occasional dips into the, you know, having 60s stuff in my inventory. And what I noticed was that Comic Art Boston would pick up that older stuff, right? And then, you know, when he opened his gallery for the first time, I noticed that's the kind of stuff, that he was collecting. So, okay, makes sense. That's fine. That's what he's into. But what I really began and grew to love and appreciate about his collection is that as time went on and the prices of everything skyrocketed, he, rather than quit like some people did, and I can tell you the names of many people who quit like around the late 2000s, 2008, 2009. Like a lot of the guys who used to be known as, you know, the bigger fish back then, the whales, so to speak, most of them got priced out of the market, and they just decided to, okay, that's it. I can't afford this stuff anymore, and that was that. But some people like Comic Art Boston, he just sort of expanded his horizons and sort of took a look at, okay, so what else is out there? Maybe I'll pick up stuff from the later 70s, and then maybe some of this 80s stuff looks pretty cool too. And he basically collects from every decade now.
Right. You know, that's smart. That's very smart. And that's kind of what I've been doing, you know, because part of me has said the same thing. All right, I'm going to throw in the towel, but there is a limit too. I mean, like I said, you know, things are going digital, things are on printed lines now. So there is a limit, but you know, everybody's looking for the next opportunity, I guess. And I have been too, you know, when I got into this early, the other thing too, is I'm so ignorant because I'm so comic ignorant that I didn't realize that a lot of stuff comes from comics. I'm a big fan, and some of you are going to roll your eyes. I'm a huge fan of The Walking Dead, you know, just because I'm a huge fan of apocalyptic stuff. You know, I had no idea Walking Dead was a comic, and John.
I love that.
I had no idea that Blade, you know, like the Blade movies from like the 80s was a comic. I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea a lot of stuff was comic origin, you know. So it's shocking. I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of like when you're not looking for something, you don't see it, you know, it's you're not paying attention to it. I guess it's like that, you know? So now, you know, I'm aware of it. I still don't read comics per se, but I want to. I don't know. I just can't now. I just don't have the time. I had the time as a kid. It's funny. So and you wonder, why did I read horror comics? I used to have asthma as a kid, and every springtime I was sick for a month in bed, couldn't go to school, nothing. And so my mom would go to the grocery store and she would get comics for me. And I would buy the creepy stuff myself. My mom wouldn't be into that. You know, that was really kind of like adult content and really gory and stuff for a kid that was like 9-10 years old. So she would buy me, she would buy me other stuff that I read, but I haven't thought about it after I got better. To me, I didn't read about it, and some of those comics I think are actually worth some money. But I haven't gone back. I didn't have a huge whole lot. And that time of getting sick lasted for maybe, I don't know, 7 years or whatever. But yeah, so now obviously I'm taking a look at it, taking an interest in it. But before I like I said, I came from a completely sterile, it'd be like coming from another planet, and not knowing anything about anything. That's kind of how I feel. And when I hear all you guys talk about, this issue and that issue and this storyline, I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Or like entire complete, genres I'm completely ignorant of. I feel like I don't know. I feel like someone that actually, I'll tell you how I feel like. I'm not into sports at all. So when I'm sitting with a bunch of guys that are talking about like last week's football game, I'm like, duh, what are we talking about? I feel like kind of out in left field. So.
All right. So we got to get to the art again,
yeah,
guys.
Sorry. Okay. Let's move on.
No, it's cool. It's cool. But I got to highlight this because it looks like Asian OTP. I don't know if I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. Asian OTP Atlanta. Hey, brother, good to see you. I shouted you out at the beginning of the show, so later on when you want to, if you weren't here, check it out on Rewind near the beginning. I shouted you out for having been a recent subscriber. So thank you. And I love the fact that you came in and are participating. And before, I don't know how we're going to get through the art, but before we get to it again, yeah, why don't you take that question, John? So what are your feelings about digital art and the mono prints or limited prints?
I feel it's worthless. I mean, NFT, the whole concept of virtual or digital, I just don't think it's going to have any value. I really don't. And I think that's the reason what drives everything. Vintage Harleys, vintage muscle cars. Oh my God, vintage anything. It's not just comic art. It's anything because, I mean, the automobiles nowadays, there's just no vibe. There's no personality. I mean, my God, you can program the sound of your Tesla, I mean, where's all that, where's that spirit? It just doesn't happen anymore. So I think there's definitely, I wouldn't spend a dime on anything digital or prints even. People can fake that. People can even counterfeit that. The real deal is the original, and it's going to, if you feel like you can't afford it, like Ruben said, and like Comic Art Boston did, and like I did, like find avenues. There are still opportunities out there. There's stuff that a lot of people, I remember some of the stuff, even in 2017, I remember, I don't remember the titles right now, but I remember thinking some stuff, this stuff will never be worth anything. And now people are collecting it, So I think there's definitely opportunities, but I would stick with the real McCoy. That's your best bet. Okay.
Perfect. Well said. There you go. Man, you got a long.
As Albert would say, next.
Yeah, Asian OTP Atlanta. Thank you, man. Okay, Comic Art Boston. You see, but this is what happens. I should be knowing how people are. I should be the one to make the final call as to whether it should be an art show or just a chat show. But anyways, let's see. We'll catch the rest on the show. Yeah, sure. No problem. You're always welcome anytime, and we understand. When you're busy, you're busy. I get it, man. Kazra, good to see you again, sir. Cab, as long as Modoc. Okay, just fooling around. Okay, a lot of Modoc jokes. Let me see what else we got here really quick. Ilya, good to see you too, Ilya. It's been a bit. Prints in the real art world do carry value. That is true, but that's not our world. The comic book world is a different type of art and collectible. Absolutely. Very well said. 2 live chat crew. Ruben, talk you long time. Yeah. Yeah, more like John talk you long time.
Yeah.
It's fun to find the piece that no one is into. Yeah, sure. As long as you like it, that's all that matters in the end. As long as you gotta like it, right? Who cares what other people think? A lot of people do collect for others. You know, oh, I can't wait to get this next piece, because when I post it in my gallery, I'm going to get all the back patting and all the applause from people leaving me comments, right? And then 24 hours later, the comments are done, and it's like, oh shit, what do I do now? I got to get another piece. You know, they literally do it for the applause, and it's like, what are you doing? That's crazy, you know. But yep, some people are like that. So, but Comic Art Boston wants to remind you that, again, your collection rocks. Many congrats on it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Marcus, when all prices reach millions, then the prints will be worth it. Isn't that exactly? Next, as Moidoc would say. All right, guys. Yes, let's get to the. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. Let's get to the second piece in our show and tell. Leave that art behind. No, we already did it. We got it. We got to do this. NSN art. Mike says your calf should be in the top 3 on calf in your opinion, or you're doing it wrong. Oh, like for your own feelings about what you feel about your calf. Well, sure. It's like athletes. Anybody who's ever played, like, I know, sorry, John, I know you're not into sports, but anybody who had played sports, we all think, you know, if you're good, you think you're the best. Even though you know you're not the best, you just got to believe you are or can be the best, and you'll improve. You know, it's kind of that mentality. You know, so yeah, if you love what you buy, that's all that matters. Forget about everybody else. So Manix is a great example of a calf-supported artist that is growing in name and price point. Well, there you go. All right. So, yes, let us take a look at these next 2 pieces. And these are from the Marvel Masterpieces by Tim and Greg Hildebrandt from 1994. This one being Blood Wraith. And we've got 2 of them. This one is probably to most people more familiar because Morg was a character who had come out for a while during the Silver Surfer, the Ron Lim Silver Surfer run, which everybody loves so much. So, tell us a little bit about this stuff, John.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is I've been searching high and low for any piece of comic art with Blood Wraith in it, and I have not found any.
Have you really?
The story behind Blood Wraith is fantastic, and of course he was the sword bearer for the Black Knight, and I have Black Knight stuff, but haven't found any Blood Wraith. But the story behind Blood Wraith is fantastic. It's really incredible.
It's like I told you though, John, when you had first shown it to me, I was like, okay, cool, but who the hell's Blood Wraith? I've never even heard of him. Yeah, I never heard of him until you showed me this. So yeah, interesting, you know.
And again, this piece and the Morgue piece, they just captured me visually. I just think they were, you know, just spectacular. I've gone on to get other pieces, you know, that were of interest, but yeah, you know, it was the subject matter. You know, I just thought this is a great piece.
Okay, very cool. And what about the Morgue? Are you partial to one or the other at all, or is just
the Blood Wraith is definitely
that's the one?
Yeah. If I believed in reincarnation, I would have been Blood Wraith.
Okay, well said. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's a great piece.
Yeah, Mikhail. Every time you win an auction, especially if you drop the hammer on somebody with a monster bid, and then you just laugh at them because you know you just destroyed them, then it's really, really awesome. That's when you know you're the best. Yeah. I know I'm in the bottom 3 percentile of everything I do. Poor Scotty. Poor Scott. Okay, you're talking to Mike. Marty. Hey, what's up, Marty? Good to see you, man. He loves Tim and Greg. There you go. And Karen says that she loves the purples on the left. So the purples, let's leave that comment up there while we go to here. Because I assume you must be talking about this, Karen. Yeah, because honestly...
Yeah, look at the difference between the published piece and the original. A lot of times in a lot of the, you know, the illustration art, they fiddle with the colors. And, yes. And you don't ever see what the original. I mean, on the right, that's cool too. It's a darker, you know, it's a dark subject matter, so it's a darker image. But the vibrancy of the one on the left, the original, is beautiful as well. Yes,
you know, absolutely, definitely prefer the originals though. And Mark, yeah, it's one mighty small head, proportionally speaking. Yes, remember, this is 1994. Let me take your comment off here. So you see on the slide right there, 1994. This was literally the thick of that period when they did that crazy over musculatured, exaggerated muscles, and they shrunk the heads on these giant characters on purpose to make them, to make it seem like the muscles are even bigger,
Right.
So that was just a time period for that, so.
Blood Wraith does a lot of steroids, so it doesn't make your head bigger.
Okay, let's not get into a steroid chat though. let's avoid that if we can. All right, we'll go to the next one, but I did want to say real quick to Maki Poo. I put your comment up before. Wanted to tell you we're going to handle that later. I hope you're going to stick around for the duration, because that's one of the pieces towards the end that we're going to be showing and talking about anyways. All right, so we'll have John take that.
If you stay for 9.5 hours, that's the reward.
Exactly, that's the reward. So funny. And okay, so let's see. Okay, hold on. The purple of the underwing ties to the costume. Yes, it does. I have a Hildebrandt pencil prelim and painted prelim. Maybe someday I'll hit the lotto and buy that 40K cover. Don't hoard.
I got to tell you, if I could interject.
Yeah.
The pencil preliminaries. So do you have the pencil prelim for a painting? Is that? Yeah,
that's what he's talking about. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Because they also did drawings and then they would go further. Gene told me, they have the pencil prelims for the Lord of the Rings stuff have sold well into 6 figures. And these are ones that are completely wrinkled up, got coffee stains. They're all torn. Gene told me an interesting story. She walked into the studio one day because she used to be the agent for both Greg and Tim. And she sees all the tracing paper on the floor, all crumbled up in the basket. They would tear off a piece of it to do a grocery list and all that. And she balled up, crumbled into balls in the trash. She pulled this out of the trash and said, "What the hell are you guys doing throwing this away?" And they looked at her like she was crazy. And they said, "We're done with it. It's just to do the painting." What they would do is they do the prelim. They would put a piece of carbon paper over the canvas. And then after the prelim, they would then retrace over the prelim and imprint the carbon onto the canvas. And then from that, then they would paint the painting. And she said, "No, Gene's the consummate capitalist. She's like, no, we could sell this. Don't throw any of it away." So if you go on their website, you'll see things that are literally like they've been through a war, coffee rings on them and stuff. Yeah. But it's amazing. And it's like comic art too. The intention was to throw it out, never thought to collect it. So
yeah. Well, I can tell you, John, and everybody else who don't already know, there are still today plenty of comic book artists who always throw away the little preliminary drawings they do when they're trying to work out how they want to do the page itself, and they'll throw it out. Why? They hate the way their roughs look like. They don't like, they're not pretty, right? And I get that. A lot of guys have ugly looking roughs, and then when they do the finished art, it's really nice looking art, right? But their roughs don't look that nice. Very scratchy and yeah, just not pretty. And so they throw it out because they just they're so embarrassed. Like they don't want anybody to see what their prelims look like.
But those are the gems. That's in comic art.
You and me.
In the comic art, you'll see stuff in the margins. Like I have pieces where they're experimenting on the margins with stuff, or on the back. And I think that's the gem. I think those pieces of art are gems because it shows the evolution of a concept. So definitely good.
Yeah.
Marcus with the one-liners.
He's always clowning me, man. Comic art without coffee stains is like highway signs without bullet holes. It lacks authenticity.
Yeah, look at all the stuff with the stains on it. Yeah. I've got great pieces that I paid a fortune for that have all sorts of garbage on them.
Yeah, Marty says that he loves the intensity and action in the line work of the initial preliminary. Well, I've always said, oftentimes, if you see enough preliminary pieces, it's those pieces. For me in particular, I often like the prelim more than the finished piece it just has a certain spontaneity to it,
right,
that you've lost by the time you've redone it and tightened it up with ink, on the finished product, right? It's just got this energy that often will not be translated the second time you do it. It is the way it is. But like I said, yeah, some artists are just like that. They just don't want it to be seen, and they just toss it all. What are you gonna do? What else we got here? Quick before we jump to the next piece. I only have one piece, a cover for a book on Tolkien. Oh, interesting. Just love it though, because I love Lord of the Rings as well. Yeah, well, that's a pretty cool property to have a prelim from. So, Stevie B, no worries, dude. Have a good dinner. And over under on how many pieces I'll miss while I'm gone. 1 or 2.
Yeah, maybe nothing.
You're probably right. Go to dinner, put it to bed.
Yeah. And wake up tomorrow morning, and we'll be on number 3.
Yeah, we'll be checking on number 3 or 4. No, we've done 3, so it'll be 4.
Right.
The raw energy. Take it easy, Stevie. Yeah, absolutely. The raw energy. Asian OTP says they kind of tell the story behind the finished art. Absolutely. It shows the process too, Right. It's nice to see the steps in between and that came before. So you agree with the prelim, like a 5-minute figure study. Yeah, they're hard to duplicate. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, CJ. Yeah, cool. All right, let's take a look at the next piece. And what 20-minute story do you got to tell us about this one, John?
I can't even remember. Okay, so this one, this is Ruben, how we met. So I bought this. This was one of the very first pieces I bought in an auction, and I posted it on CAF. And the auction, and this is where you have to really kind of take what auctions write about their pieces with a grain of salt. The auction promoted it as a splash, I think. So I put it up as a splash, and then Ruben writes to me, and this is really early on in my membership in CAF, and Ruben writes to me and says, no, this is a frontispiece. And then he sends me the color image on the right, and it informs me all about it and explains it. And then Ruben used to own it, which Ruben probably, I think you've owned a lot of the Hulk stuff.
Yeah.
And that really Ruben reaching out to me and that gesture really showed me the value of the comic art community, because I wouldn't know. It was the whole reason I joined CAF was for education. And, the camaraderie is fantastic, but also the resource that CAF provides by bringing everybody together. And had I not, had I just been an island in my own little planet, I wouldn't have known really what this would have been. I mean, nowadays, to be honest with you, when I get a piece, I actually go online and look at the entire issue. But, But Ruben was just valuable in pointing out, what this was. And that's how I met Ruben. So Ruben and I have known each other since that was in 2018, February.
Yeah. Hey, see, he remembers the month.
Yeah.
Well, of course, because it all ties into when he was posting the artwork, right?
Right. But anyway, I love this piece because it's large. I forget the actual measurements.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Usually, I like to put it on the slide, but I don't know, everybody. It's something like my God, I haven't owned it in so long. What, 21 inches tall, or
I can pull it up in CAF if.
But it's big.
It's a big piece, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big piece, and it's and again, that's what makes it even more impressive when you have it in person, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Very, very much so. Ruben, the educator to the nuance. the names are getting longer and longer, CJ. A Hulk deodorant ad. Yeah, it could work. And by the way,
16 by 13. The image, just the image area.
Just the image, right? Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, Rich, just wanted to say, that it's not a party until you arrive. So I appreciate seeing you, dude. So it's a spectacular, really, really great piece, and it was fun to see it. When it popped up again. It's always fun when you own something and then you've let it go. It's fun to see someone else appreciating it like you did for so long,
Right. And that was also surprising to me too, that someone, I'm not thinking of buying it and selling it. I'm not thinking of, I'm holding it on, for a long time. And I thought, boy, that's kind of neat. What a small world that here's this guy that used to own this piece and here he's writing to me.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool. I actually have 2 pieces that you used to own. So
yes, exactly. And yeah, I mean, it's colored, not really painted. I mean, there's no way to know for absolute certainty, but I'm pretty sure somebody else did it, Marcus. I don't think Brent would have had any reason to suddenly want to color it. You know what I mean? And remember, it was a frontispiece, and so that's the reason Marvel wanted to color it, because they always colored the frontispieces, right? Yeah. So I would think it was somebody else. Okay, so excellent. Very, very, very nice Hulk piece. Love that one. From there, let us move on to another really cool piece by an artist that I love, a lot of people love, and it's one of his more vintage pieces. From Marvel Fanfare 14, the third page of the Rick Leonardi and Joe Rubinstein Vision story with Scarlet Witch. Yeah, this is I love that, especially that face coming off the side. Oh
yeah, I got this before. I think that whole Vision series came on Netflix.
Good timing, then.
Yeah.
That's
this
cool.
This I thought was fantastic. I mean, the art itself is beautiful, especially like you said, the Vision, the close up with the head, kind of overlooking the story. But the narration of this thing, it's like, if you read this, here's this emotionless Spock type of logic only person that realizes that he fell in love, and just, who hasn't been there themselves? You know what I mean? I just thought this is just so powerful. The story behind this, just kind of narrating how he met the Scarlet Witch and, just kind of self-reflection. I just think it's just a great piece. I really do.
Yeah. I wasn't aware, John. I wasn't aware that that the story is reflecting on how he and she met. So, because I read this, but it was ages ago, like when it came out. So it's 40 years now.
I think it's not only that, he's reflecting on his love. I mean, if you read it, that's, unless I'm misinterpreting it, he's basically kind of saying, look, I'm not one for emotion, kind of like Spock,
right.
So
Speaking of
Spock,
we got Carl's showing you a Spock. I don't know. Can you see that on the screen?
No, I can only see what the art.
Oh, you don't see a comment from Carl in the bottom left corner of the video of the screen?
Mm-mm.
Like where the 1984.
Oh, yeah. I do. Yes, I do.
There you go. There you go. And Karen says that this is beautiful. Yes. No, it's absolutely. Time for a dramatic reading. No, we will not be doing that.
No.
This page really caught my eye in your calf gallery, says Scotty.
Thank you, Scotty.
And live long and prosper. Oh, Marcus. What would we do without you? Okay. But yeah. Fantastic stuff. Love that early career Leonardi stuff. So always have. And it's always really just a thrill to see it. Honestly, whether it's him inking, Williamson inking, Austin, whoever. I love Leonardi stuff. So
that's a piece too that usually, of course, when they print it and they colorize it, it obfuscates everything with the art. But I think that one there, the colors really kind of make it pop. I think that's one of the few cases where the published version is cool because of the head being so different from the rest of it, and it's an eye grabber, I think.
Yeah, I don't. This is not something that particularly on the large Vision head.
Right.
I wouldn't have a problem with this one, but having said that, I still prefer black.
Of course, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And Mark says that he loves the shadows on the brick wall.
I always look at that too. Good point.
Yeah, and Dwayne, who's a big pain in the ass. I'm just fucking with him. I was gonna say that the colored page with the muted colors is very nice. So there you go.
It is.
Yeah. And CJ, I was just gonna say that, John, color I don't hate. Yeah, and you know me, CJ. I usually hate the color, so I will say I don't love it either, but I have no problem with it. Yeah,
when it works, it can make it enhance it. The one before that, the Hulk piece, it didn't work. It was definitely better in black and white.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, everybody, let us get on to the sixth piece of art in the show and tell. And for this one's for the ladies. This one is definitely for the ladies. So the ladies, welcome for the ladies. Okay, I'm being sarcastic. Yes, of course I'm being sarcastic. I don't even know what to say about this, but John, it's your art, so you tell us about this and what you love about this piece.
I mean, I know it's kind of like I only read Playboy for the articles, right? But I mean, quite frankly, the truth of the matter is what moved me on this piece was not the front and center subject matter. It was the same kind of storyline, the whole messed up love relationship story, right? So, just kind of like the dialogue, believe it or not, the dialogue just blew me away, because I was thinking, that's a later piece. I really don't like to collect stuff a lot later, but when you read the storyline here's this missed opportunity, this missed connection, right? Here he is, just completely in love with her, and she doesn't know it, and she's thinking the same thing, but she doesn't know how he feels. I mean, it's the narration I thought that was just fantastic on this. It's a great narrative. It's another narrative art, really. The story behind it.
Okay, really for the benefit of those of us who, for whom the screen isn't large enough, can you give us a little sort of quick, a brief retelling of what's happening in the narration there?
You can't. You're going to make me put my glasses on now.
Well, no, I thought maybe you remembered it. You don't have to.
No, I don't. I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Basically, he's standing outside of the window of her bedroom, and he's kind of like saying, pretty much, I'm leaving just to save you from, the trouble of whatever. And she's thinking, I guess they had a fight. I don't remember the whole story before this, but I guess something happened, and she's thinking, I'd take you back in a minute. Of course, okay. That probably wasn't the message conveyed to him prior to him being outside. But it's one of these lost connection stories, right? Where two people are thinking of each other, but they never communicate any further, and it's just the relationship is lost. I mean, of course, that's not the case in the end, but it was here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that, man. That's well said. And you guys, I mean, you couldn't see him, but you can tell from his voice that John was actually being serious, regardless of what you're seeing in front of you. And speaking of that, because I have no choice now, a ton of comments came in, and at least let's take a look at these comments, John. It makes a great point or two. It's an eye-popping piece for sure. Who turned on the aircon? It was the creepy Cyclops wannabe in the window. Superman Returns, the movie, steals this page. Kim Basinger vibes here, says Rick. Okay. Oh, Scott definitely believes that there's great narration here. There's Scott Wingo. Welcome, Scott. How you doing? And Carl with Stalker, Man of the Atom outside the window. That's a good one, dude. I like that one, Carl. Nice. And I noticed no comments on this piece from the two lovely ladies that are usually in the audience. Vivian, are you still there? Karen, anything you guys would like to say? I noticed you're both very silent, and I don't know, maybe you're just speechless. I don't know, but okay. We're good. I knew some people would get a kick out of that one, John. So for at least two reasons, So
that's Marcus's line.
We got Karen coming in. she's saying, so it's a sad page?
Yeah.
What was that pause? I'm like, what is he pausing for? He doesn't know what to say. Yeah, I guess it's a sad page. Yeah, she's lamenting missing her man, or
they're both lamenting the miscommunication.
There you go. Okay, yeah, well said. Okay. So Maki Poopa wants to know. So it's primarily for the male audience. Oh, I said this one's for the ladies, right?
It is. It's all about romance.
There you go. So excellent. Thank you, everybody, for the lovely and jovial comments. Appreciate that. From there, let us go on to the next piece. And for that, we will go on to a Batman page. And that one is from Detective 595, just 5 issues before that anniversary issue that Dennis Cowan did. Roderick Delgado, a guy that I don't remember whatever happened to this guy. I think he just came in for a cup of coffee and then left the industry. But Jerry Acerno, people may remember, he was the inker for quite a while on Power Man and Iron Fist. And this is from 1988. What do you got to say about this one, John?
Yeah, this piece I remember.
By the way,
I'm sorry?
I love the first panel, by the way. The perspective on the first panel.
Yes, it's cool. It's really cool. It lets you, it kind of gives you a perspective of where it's being, the perspective of where he's standing, right? Way on top of the skyscraper. But this is a piece. It's funny. I'm a big sucker for a good story and good narration. And I saw this piece after it had sold. I don't remember what I was doing, but I was just kicking myself why I missed it, or how it came up for sale and I missed it. The funny thing is, the comic art market, the good thing about the comic art market is stuff just goes around and around and around. So yeah, I was shocked that I had the opportunity again to get it. And I did get it when it came back up for auction a second time. And I don't think it was even 6 months where it came back on the market from where I saw it being sold from before. So I just love it. I mean, here's a cool story about, Batman reflecting upon the fact that this guy, this evil villain, he himself, Batman, went through a horrible traumatic childhood where he could have just been like the villain, right? I mean, he could have just gone one way or the other. It's a fork in the road when you're at a certain point in your life. Which path do you choose?
Yeah.
But here he is at the top of the building, and they're wrapping up the Mr. Freeze. I think it's Mr. Freeze. And then Batman standing there contemplating this, and then in the end, you see him just flying off in the distance. The cool thing. What really you see my Batman collection. What really got me hooked on Batman was that he's not a mutant. It's an ordinary person that, of course, has a lot of money, it's if Hugh Hefner wanted to be a superhero, right? Here's a guy that is just going on his wits, his strength, and his ingenuity, but he doesn't have any special superpowers. So it's kind of an interesting take on a superhero versus the majority of superheroes that have an edge because they have some superpower. Batman has no superpowers. So I think that's kind of what attracts me to him over a lot of other characters.
Yeah, I would gather to say that those are pretty much the same things that attract him to most fans,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think I can go as far as to say it's probably very, very similar reasons why at least some of them certainly people who are more Marvel fans love Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of man on the street, sort of street level hero, not really truly superhero powers, like not superpowers like a Superman, for instance. Certainly over and above the average human, right? But still, compared to most heroes, pretty normal, pretty humanish, right? So, and still the ability to sort of be the same hero that some of the much more powerful ones are.
Right.
So, yeah. So that's yeah. Batman's been popular for that long for many reasons, and yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with what you said. So, Yeah, it's a cool page, and like Mark said, on this particular piece, even though it's like a lesser known penciler, it's got vibes of like Aparo and Don Newton, a little bit of Garcia Lopez. Yeah. I see that. Yeah, Hef was
he was Scott. He was. I don't know if you've seen the Netflix. They had a whole recreation movie or episode series on Hef. It's fantastic if you haven't seen it.
What's it called?
I think it was just I can't remember. And I think it was on Netflix, either Netflix or Amazon. I think it was Netflix. It came out a couple of years ago. Okay. And they did a voice narration overdubbing with recreation with a young character, and it's just all about the whole life, the guy was just a marketing genius. I rank him right up there with people like Elon Musk or Walt Disney. The guy just had a concept, he had a dream. I mean, of course, the whole sex lifestyle and stuff like that, but it was more important than that. I mean, he just started from literally the kitchen table. This guy was just a genius and a consummate hard worker, and just fantastic story. If you haven't seen that series, I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix. It's definitely worth seeing.
Okay, look it up, Scott. Look it up.
Yeah, Hoarder's Hide. I'm surprised you don't know about that.
Hef was a Pepsi freak with drive. Was he a Pepsi freak? I don't know that. Okay. Cool. All right, everyone. Let us go to the next piece here. And from there, we go to, I don't even know what's coming up next. Oh, yeah. Look at this interesting thingamajig here. So this is Punisher 75, everybody. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you. Simon Bisley is the artist here. And I believe this is just one of I want to say a 6-page, maybe an 8-page story.
I think it's only 4. I think it was only 4.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that it's a short story, not many pages, by Bisley, right? So
very rare. Yeah, Bisley did one story and one cover for Punisher, not in the same issue.
Right.
I'm looking at. I think it was 4 pages only.
Okay.
But yeah. So what attracted me was 4 pages. So what attracted me obviously was just the rarity of it, and then Bisley with that over the top. I mean, you talk about the muscle era. Look at the biceps on Punisher. I mean, this is just over the top, but it's cool because of just Bisley's style and what's happening. It's kind of like Bisley's take on Punisher. Obviously I wish he did more. It was a shame that he only did one story and one 4-page story on top of that. But what attracted me was just the sheer rarity of this piece.
Okay. Yeah, it's cool. I personally never got into the Biz myself. Like I can appreciate, some of the pieces he's done, they're kind of cool. I like it. But I remember, at the time, you wouldn't know this because you weren't around, John, but at the time when he broke into American comics, it was just like the second coming. Like people were going crazy for his stuff. And I guess maybe part of the reason I didn't get so into it, his style didn't have a strong appeal for me. But I think it wasn't just that. It was more that I tend to really shy away from things when the masses overhype. When the masses overhype somebody or something, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I don't want to pay attention. Yeah, because I always find the hype is way more than is deserved. You know what I mean?
When was they? What around what time? What years?
Early 90s. I want to say these guys will pop in with their years. I'm thinking I remember it as 91-ish to 94-ish was, I would say, the heyday. Mm-hmm. The rest of you guys, I'm sure somebody's going to pop in with their years any second now. But yeah, it was definitely the early 90s. That's when he exploded on the scene. Because he did this character called Lobo. Do you know Lobo?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have a Lobo piece. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's it. So and that's what just kind of exploded him, you know. And
yeah, and I don't understand. I don't understand the whole interest in Lobo. I think it's
me too.
Even though I have a Lobo piece, but
yeah. That's part of the also another part of the reason I just never just sort of fell in love with the whole Bisley thing. I didn't, you know, he was getting super popular for the Lobo stuff, and I was like, well, I remember reading Omega Men #3 when it came out, and that's his first appearance. And you know, whatever, it was a fun story, but like, I don't know, suddenly he reappears again, and he's a, you know, kind of Wolverine badass type character, and I don't know, people just went nuts for it. I didn't get why. To me, it just didn't appeal, but whatever. Yeah. But it was a crazy time.
What interests me on this one is everyone knows Punisher, so this is, you know, through the Bisley filter, this is Bisley's interpretation, which I think is fantastic. The cover that he did, it wasn't for this issue. It was, you know, it's kind of one of those disjointed things where you do a cover, but then there's no story inside from Bisley. He did a cover, which I thought it was not that great of Punisher. Nothing like the style of this. This one is just kind of like over the top, you know, and I typically don't like, you know, the later scratchy art, I call it, where everything is kind of scratched in there. But
that was his thing though. It had this scratchiness to it.
Yeah. There wasn't that lushness that you see in the older art, but at the same time, it's, you know, the guy on fire and then just the gore of it all, the over the top, just, you know, Punisher just going in there and just crushing and burning everybody. I mean, it's just kind of, you know, and making a joke out of it, right? You know, that if you read the narration of it, he's just sitting there joking as everyone's dying. So I think it's that. Yeah, I'll overlook the scratchiness.
Yeah. Well, I think it's actually I like that.
Oh, there's a lot of detail on it because of that. Yeah.
Man, Marcus letting us know that it's the Giffen written miniseries. Are you saying, Marcus, that it's the Giffen written miniseries? By the way, I used to follow artists, never writers, so I didn't even know that Giffen wrote one of the Lobo miniseries. Are you saying that? So the one that he wrote, that's what exploded him? So you're saying it's because it was like a funny, it was cool art, plus it was funny as well? Is that why? Because back in those days, especially, Giffen was all about the funny. So let me know. Mark says that Lobo was 90s PG badass for Barry Manilow fans. That's an interesting way to put it, Mark. Wow. But so that's it. But no, it's cool. And like you said, you bought it primarily because of the fact that the rarity aspect, the fact that it's one of very few pieces that
one of four
Biz has ever done of Punisher, right? So, Rich. Funny how. Did it amuse you? Dear Ruben and John, apologies. Need to run now. This is a great show. Do take care. Likewise.
Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the night. Thank you. And yeah, trying to learn to digest the scratchiness art period. Okay. Yeah. It wasn't for everybody. I know I couldn't have been the only one who didn't sort of go for it. I mean Bisley specifically. Because I don't have a problem with scratchiness from Sienkiewicz, Cowan. You know, it's different. It looks different. Different styles of scratchiness. So, yeah, for whatever reason, it's hard to explain, but Bisley's just never grabbed me as much, you know? Yeah, Carl, you are being a wet blanket. As briefly as you can, John, do you have a bad experience in the hobby you can share? As briefly as you can, if there is one.
Not really. I resisted buying on eBay for many, many years, thinking that there's going to be a problem with fraud and counterfeit stuff. And you know, when you get a piece, you can look at it. You know, you can look at it and you can see the pencil, you can see the ink, you can see, you know, you can hold it at an angle in the light and see the inking. And so getting a piece that's printed, you know, is kind of nil, the chance of that happening. But no, and of course, I look on eBay now as well. But no, I think, I say knock on wood, I haven't run into any bad situations yet, or any problems, or other than stuff is going up a lot more than I would like it to go up. Every time I go look at a piece and then I'm sitting there watching an auction and it starts out at $120 and it goes to $4,000, during the live auction. Yeah, those are all my negative experiences.
Yeah, but I mean, if the price is going up, we're allowed to be considered a negative experience, quote unquote.
That's the thing. It's a catch-22, right? When you have a collection already, it's going up for your stuff too. So
exactly. But what I was going to say is that if the price is going up, if just the fact of price is going up was considered a bad experience, hell, we would all be angry every day, all day. We would all be having bad experience, nothing but bad experiences all day, every day, right? Like,
right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the worst you can complain about in the hobby, I mean, you're doing well.
That's thankfully,
in terms of your experiences, I'm saying,
Right.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Carl was referring more to, like, I don't know, did you get into some kind of potential transaction that went wrong, that kind of stuff that,
No, I will say this. I don't trade, I feel like every time I've been offered something in a trade, it's never what I feel, it's a good deal for me. So I don't trade. I'd rather buy it from them and they buy it from me. I mean, maybe in trading, someone doesn't send you something or something like that, something like that could happen. But for me, I don't trade. So I've never had any. I would think maybe that would be the only thing that could happen. The worst thing that could happen. Someone sends you nothing, or they send you a photocopy, or they disappear. But yeah, haven't done that.
Okay. Mark, I know you mean, I know you mean this to be sort of, oh gosh, everybody kind of laugh at me now. I will say, I can't say I'm a huge fan by any means, but one of the folders in my playlist in my car is, all of my favorite Barry Manilow songs. So, for me, he's one of those kinds of artists, where I don't say I'm a fan because I don't like enough stuff, but I like enough stuff to maybe put together like an album's worth of songs. And, it's like a greatest hits kind of artist for me, So, I got no shame in admitting that. What else we got here? Let's see. Another admittance by Scott that I used Barry as my mood music in college and read Lobo. Nice. Getting in the mood to read Lobo. Oh God, look at that. Mike's like, ugh. I'm assuming you mean Barry Manilow, Mike. I think we need to block Mark. TJ, well, I guess you got to block me too. Dwayne's a pain. Defanilo. That's a good one. And so Mark says, a bad experience for me is not bidding. Okay, well, there's many ways of looking at it, right? Not bidding on a piece because you thought it would cost too much, and then it was sold for less than your mental reserve price. Yeah, I mean, that's regrets on not going after something. And
yeah, or missing an auction, thinking, okay, I can't keep watching everything. And then that's the one time that something came up that you really were looking for.
Yeah. That kind of stuff happens to a lot of people, Mark. I'm sure you brought it up because it probably happened to you. Your favorite Barry Manilow are the YouTube's plastic surgery vids. I don't even know if that's a joke or if that exists. Scott, my folders of Barry Manilow, Neil Diamond, Kenny G. Okay. On that play in the car, I have a couple of Neil Diamond songs, no Kenny G, and I have one Celine song, not an album, just one song. So that's all I'm going to admit to, because that's the truth. Barry Smith is greater than Barry Manilow. I would go with that. I would go with that, Rick. Yeah, I ruined the bubble bath with Barry on. No, it's Mark. It's Mark, guys. It's Mark who said he's a big fan, not me. Rick Barry, greater than Barry Manilow. Neil Sedaka, he's had a few hits. He had a few hits. I like a few of those. All right, everybody, let us jump to the next piece. Why don't we? And from Bisley Punisher, we jump to this Deadly Hands of Kung Fu by Rudy Nebres, pencils and inks from 1976. What do you got to say about this one, John?
Yeah, this is a piece. You know, if you're looking at it originally, it's hard to notice the fact that that fist is glowing, you know, because it's in black and white. But you know, the more you look at it and you realize this is a great piece in the bottom panel where everything is just breaking loose. You know, it's funny. After I bought this way before, I think I bought this before the Iron Fist series came on Netflix, and I just love that series. I don't know why they take an idea and they run. I think they've only had a couple seasons, and then they just dropped it. You know, I don't know what they're thinking about. It's just absolutely incredible series. They did that with Punisher too. They do that with a lot of stuff, you know, and then they're making money and they're doing well. And I mean, my God, you've established the storyline. Why are you reinventing the wheel? But so I bought this piece before the Iron Fist series. And again, I come from total ignorance in comics. So a lot of my education of comics comes from Netflix. I know it sounds horrible, but I really appreciated Iron Fist after that series.
Yeah.
And then it made me even appreciate the fact that I'm glad I got this piece, you know, beforehand. But what grabbed me originally was the art. I mean, Nebres's style is just, it's so unique. I mean, it's so lush. It's almost a painting with ink. You know what I mean? You're looking at the shading, just beautiful, beautiful artwork.
Yeah, because of all the wash and stuff.
Nothing's half-assed. No corners are cut. Everything is just crafted, you know, like a miniature work of art, each panel. So, yeah, I just love this piece. And of course, this is when the fist is glowing and it's starting to be put into action. So yeah, it's a great piece.
Wanted to say hello verbally to you, Jason, if you're still there. Good to see you, dude. What else? Let me see just real quick. TJ says Rudy is freaking an awesome artist and person. Yeah, I mean, what is he, like 86 or 85 now? I mean, he's getting on in age, I think, but yeah, he's always been a fantastic talent, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, CJ, the tonal work is fine. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I you know, I think a lot of people will say, yeah, you know, his strengths were in inking, rendering. And then, you know, adding all the finishing touches. I mean, that's what he was just greatest at, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy used a lot of his own custom brushes and tools. Cool. Yeah. To get different textures with his inks. Yeah. Yeah. Some artists will do that, right? They just, they experiment and they come up with their own sort of tools, to try to get effects that they like, you know, and that makes it different from everybody else. So, reinventing the wheel is the Marvel house style. And amazing textures. Yeah, quite so. What's up? And sorry, Rick, what's the 86 for? I'm a little bit lost. 86 for 86? I don't know. Oh, I was gonna say, you mean the
he's 86.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you. Oh, so I nailed it. I think I said 86. Thanks, Marcus and Rick. Yeah, I think I nailed it. I think I said 86. I kind of was. I knew it was 80s. I didn't really know how many, but into the 80s. But wow, okay, cool. Thank you for confirming that. Number one Marvel fan says, "Amazing art, John. I think everyone here are the same souls. I think about and search for art every day. My family thinks I'm crazy."
Thank you.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's what it is. You know, we're all the same at heart. You know, the collector, the soul of the collector is the same, you know. All right, everyone, let us move on to the next piece. From that Iron Fist piece, we will go to, this is a classic 80s, really classic 80s stuff. Iron Man 222, Mark Bright, Bob Layton on the inks from 1987. Yeah, fabulous. And I know what key thing you're going to tell us all about this, Mr. Neon Dragon. Why don't you go ahead and give us a little info on this page?
You know, it's funny. I think this is my most commented piece of art in my entire calf gallery. If
really?
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think. You know, wow. What interested me. I love Iron Man. I just love Iron Man. You know, most of the art is out of my price range, especially now. But what interested me, I always like milestones in the story, you know, not just first appearances, but something, wow, this is the first time. And here, the first time is the new house is revealed. And, you know, Tony is even saying that, you know, as he's flying over, you know, here's my new home. And the cool thing about it is this came out, you know, was it Iron Man 3 when they show this? But
oh gosh, I don't remember.
I think one of it's, where they blow it up. This, fortunately, the movie modeled the house pretty much after the comic, which was really cool. So, but yeah, this is I love this piece for that reason. You know, the showing the house and of course the shots of Iron Man as well.
Oh yeah, glorious shots of Iron Man. Love those. Yeah, I thought at the time that you know, Mark Bright was new to the industry, and I was like, oh, you know, the inking. As long as Layton stuck with the book, I was thrilled. And he makes everybody on Iron Man especially. Him inking, it just makes Iron Man look fantastic. I've still, even after all these years, all these decades, I've never loved Iron Man as much as when Layton has to be inking, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really love it. Yeah, #1 Marvel fan. Damn, love this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Stark compound. So is that what they ended up calling this? This was the Silver Centurion armor. Interesting. Okay. And okay, Marcus is confirming. Yes, it was Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3. Yeah.
The first Malibu pack.
Wouldn't that be great if they actually had a house like this?
Oh yeah. Well,
trust me, they don't look like this in Malibu.
No, I've seen some pretty cool, architecturally beautiful houses built like on the sides of cliffs, on the edge of cliffs and stuff. You know.
Not in Malibu though.
No, not Malibu.
No.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not a Californian, so
I was disappointed the first time I saw Malibu Beach.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, all you Malibu.
Sorry, people.
All you people living in Malibu. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So that's very, very cool. Very fun page. For the next piece, everyone, we are going over to a little bit of an indie comic for a very popular artist, and we're gonna step into the discotheque. Why don't we? In the club. Here we go. Check this out. Look at this, everyone. Oh yeah. Dance.
That's the color. The color is needed to get some of this, I think.
You think? Because I'll
tell you why. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
The glow stick. So it's called a glow stick. It's a weapon they use the divers in these in this story. And the black and white, you know, you don't really know what's going on in that middle panel on the left. But what they did, Ruben, flip it back to the ink and pencil.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go.
Okay, so you see they added in the print process, they added the haze of the glow stick around the hand and the stick.
Right.
Which doesn't show obviously in the hand done piece.
Yeah.
But you know, and they didn't overcolor it in the published piece. So of course the printing, the resolution is horrible. And quite frankly, this photo doesn't really show the resolution. The detail on the right of the vortex of all the creatures coming out is absolutely just freaking insane. This is a pretty good sized piece. You see how it obfuscates the red. It just kind of like covers up a lot of the detail in the actual piece itself. it's insane. I mean, you could sit there with a magnifying glass, and that's what really amazes me as well, is when these artists just impart just almost like superhuman detail on some of this stuff. It's just, this is one of those pieces. I don't know why someone has not picked up this story and made the most incredible, unique movie out of this. It would be, so much movies is just the same crap over and over, the same storyline, Homeland Security, Narcos, I mean, murder. I mean, it's just like, God, that's in the news every day. When I watch Netflix, I want to have a recess mentally, and there's nothing that, rarely films take you away. And that's the whole purpose of a film. It's to take you away from the daily life. And this would be an amazing story. I'm waiting for them to make a movie of it, but it's only 10. I think it's 10 issues only. This page here is the very first introduction of the creatures. Before this, you're just kind of, the suspense is building as to what the hell the wake is about. So this was the first reveal of the mermen, as they're called.
So I must have, I apologize. I must have made a mistake if it's only 10 issues. And I don't know where I got the number 21, page 9 thing. I might have copied and pasted off.
Maybe I made the mistake. Let me take a look and see. But yeah, it's a great, amazing series.
No, excellent. Very, very nice. He's got a lot of fans too, this guy. So
yeah, see, I didn't know that when I got it. I mean, I didn't, and I think he's becoming even more and more popular as time goes on.
Yeah.
His work it's really fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this piece alone, I mean, I know he's more famous for the Batman and some of his other stuff, but when you look at the art and the way he depicted a unique story that we don't know about, it's new to us, so we don't have any preconceived notions of how it's supposed to look like. I'm trying.
I just love how organic his inking is. The inking, and so that entire black area, for me, I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people probably, but just all the blacks, how he filled in the blacks there, that's my favorite part of the piece, believe it or not. I just love all the nuance in within all the different brush strokes in that panel.
Yeah, it's issue number 4. So can you imagine going 3 issues, like not revealing the creatures until you get to the 4th issue? I mean, that's
you better be building the suspense well.
Yeah, it's a great. I didn't read the whole series, but I read a lot of it, and it's fantastic. Again, and it plays into the whole earth warming, flooding, where the oceans rise, and I don't know. What's Hollywood waiting for? This is a great story waiting to be told, waiting to be made into a film.
Excellent. Before we go to the next piece, real quick, everybody, my usual reminder to catch Nikki B's show if you can on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. But another reminder, of course, that this coming Friday, 5 days from now, he is off. He has decided to take the week off, so there is no show this Friday. So there you go. But you know what? Actually, what's funny? I don't know, those of you, my friends who show up in the chat of Nick's shows, maybe you guys can tell me, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but here, check this out. I'm going to pop this into the comments. He said there's no show, and so I don't know if this is going to go off or not, but here, tell me if this works. So I just popped in a link. Apparently, this is a link for a show on Friday. Unless, was I doing it so quickly that I mistakenly grabbed the link from a previous episode or something? I don't know, but one of you click it and let me know. So who knows? Maybe he changed his mind after Friday and decided to have a show. I don't know what the heck's going on, but it's always a good time. So everybody, a reminder for those of you watching on Rewind, check out Nikki B's show every Friday anyways. Maybe this Friday, maybe not this Friday, but it's usually on Fridays anyway, 7 p.m., as I said, Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. check it out. There's the link, anyways. Anybody wants to bookmark it and see what happens on Friday. We'll see. Yeah, Marcus, somebody does. Yeah, no, I know he's not the one doing it, so that's why. But it's don't know what's up with that. Is it just me? Is SGM's pencils better on larger page sizes? That's a matter of opinion, I guess, Mark. Yeah, that's an opinion issue. But I will say, typically speaking, when an artist of any type, not even just comics, right, fine art, whatever, if you have more room to work with, typically it's better. It's easier to do what you want to do when you have more room to work with. So if you see that, it certainly doesn't surprise me, So I'll say that. Dino, thank you. Yeah, he said no on the show, I believe, but maybe maybe he's contemplating or something. Yeah, who knows? But anyways, yeah, show up. I guess I'll check it out on Friday, see if he's there or not. I guess some of us may be there talking to ourselves or amongst ourselves. He has some trade show. That's right. It wasn't Heroes. It was a trade show. The IP trade show he was talking about. Thanks, Maki Poo Poo, for the reminder. But yeah, the licensing show. Exactly. Thank you. Okay. Well, anyways, there we go. I did my good deed for Nick. And yeah, show up and see if there's a show or not. All right. Let us get back to the art, everybody. And with that, we will go to another Batman piece from John Sterling, Batman collection from Detective 405. And again, of course, I was working too hard, too many late into the late hours, so I screwed up and put a 1987 there. Obviously, it is from the first half of the 1970s, I believe. But yeah, man, tell me a little bit about this one.
Yeah, so this is the piece that I got the offer like the next day. I was telling
after you bought it,
Heritage, yeah,
Heritage,
yeah. And it's just, again, I just think I like the rarity of it. Batman is anti-gun, but here he's doing multiple politically incorrect things. Number one, he's using what would be defined as an assault weapon. It's a semi-automatic, box-fed, detachable magazine. And then on top of that, he's shooting dolphins. So you can't get any more wrong than that, right? But he ends up, it looks like he doesn't save the day after all. Hold
on, John. Sorry for interrupting, but because you and I, when we spoke privately, you said the same thing. But when I was putting the slide together and I took a closer look at the page, I actually read it, and I'm wondering, isn't he just actually shooting the boat to make it explode? Like he's not shooting at the dolphins.
No, the dolphins have a bomb on them. And
I see. Okay,
I shoot them before they reach the boat.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. Okay,
right. I'm pretty sure that's from memory.
Maybe that's what it is.
That's what he's doing.
But in that second panel where he's looking through the binoculars, it's like I don't see anything strapped to any of those dolphins.
He says something's moving toward us. Nothing but a pack of dolphins. He goes, "Give me a rifle and get everyone into the lifeboats."
Yeah, that's right.
I think they're coming toward the boat with the bomb. I think it's in a previous page. It shows there's something on it.
Yeah, it probably tells you that. Yeah.
Yeah, then he goes, "Too blasted many of them. I don't have enough ammunition. I'll keep them all away." Trying to keep them away. And then he goes, "We're going to hit." So I think they've got a bomb strapped to them.
Okay, I'll take that. Have a good rest of your day, Carl. I appreciate the time you spend with us. Appreciate it. Carl. Yep, and aloha to the girlfriend. I guess it's good to have her back in Maui, so I wouldn't complain too much if I were you. But thanks, buddy. Take care, and hopefully see you next week. So let's see. So CJ says that, "Hey people, he's Bobby Brown." What do you mean by that? I know Bobby Brown. What Bobby Brown shot people? What are you talking about, CJ? I don't get that. Explain your joke. Dolphins did Batman dirty. They sure did. Evil dolphins. Yep. Apparently so. Called a pod of dolphins. Oh, a pod of dolphins is called a pack? Or are they called a pod?
They're a pod.
They're a pod. Okay. Yeah, where's freaking Aquaman when you need him? Exactly. He should have sensed this with his aqua sense.
That's right.
Coming miles away, you know.
It is an M1 carbine, but that's an assault weapon in most states nowadays that have a ban.
Yeah,
including California.
Okay. Well, Hoarder's hide. Scotty knows his guns. He knows. You could say you might say he hoards them, along with his comic art and comic books. He's gonna need a bigger gun. Good one. Batman lost his Greenpeace membership card.
He did.
That is so funny. Maui and GF sound nice together. Yeah. Aquaman was arm wrestling Submariner. Yeah, that's it. Too busy. Oh, because of the Bob Brown pencils. Oh, there we go. Right. Sorry. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it. Zappa. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, very, very, very fun page. Yeah, I love that second to last panel. I just love that. It's just such a great pose, the way he's holding the gun.
Blam.
Bam, you know, and it's which is so bizarre, you know, from the Batman standpoint, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the early Batman, he was he carried a 45 and he was brutal. And then, you know, of course, you know, the Batman that we know is against guns, but he sure knows how to handle one well in that second to last panel.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he's trying to figure it out. So, but I think when I researched this piece, I think there's maybe only a dozen pages that have depicted Batman using a firearm, you know, the Batman that we know. So it's uncommon.
But
you're right. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, how would you figure that out? Like, who counts that?
I Googled it actually. And
okay.
I think I was reading somebody that had actually tabulated how many pages were published that actually depicted Batman using a firearm.
Interesting. Okay. And you say it's about a dozen?
I think so. The number 13 sticks in my mind. I don't know if I'm just imagining 13 or it's only about a dozen, 12 or 13, I think.
Okay.
Maybe less. I'm not sure.
I mean, either way, we know it's not often, right? So
it's not often. Yeah, exactly. He's not Punisher.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That definitely not Punisher. Bob Brown drawing Daredevil and Batman. Love his art style. Yeah, Ilya. Yeah, man. I always found he was one of the more underrated Bronze Age guys, you know? Yeah, and especially if he was inked by like a Jim Mooney, which he was on Daredevil. I thought that was really pretty nice stuff. Very solid. Yeah, so I'm glad you're another fan. Yeah. Batman is not endorsed by the NRA. And a couple of people in agreement as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. John, I know this is off the cuff, off on the fly, and different from what we discussed before we went live. But it dawns on me that, you know, as we hit the 2-hour mark, some people need to head off to bed and do other things, right? So people will start drawing, if not that many, probably, hopefully, but some people, as a few people, particularly on the East Coast, start dropping off. I want them to at least get to see the Batman by Buscema.
Okay, let's do it next.
If you're cool with it, I'd like to do that now.
Absolutely, yeah. While we're on the Batman theme, yeah.
So at least everybody, you know, gets to see that before anybody needs to take off. Okay. All right, everybody. So as I obviously just revealed, John owns 8 pieces to a story. It's a complete 8-page story. A Batman black and white story, to be precise, from Batman Confidential. I'm going to show you guys, because it was published in black and white, there's obviously no color versions. And so what I've done to fill up the whole slide is I just put 2 pages per slide. I will rifle through them, no pun intended. And yeah, I'll rifle through them at my pace, but I'll go through them a few times and then just sort of we'll stop and slowly, you know, let John talk a little bit about each slide. But yeah, if you want to talk about just how you came across this or how it prompted you to get this piece or whatever as I flip through them, that'd be cool, John.
Sure. Yeah, so this was there's 8 pages total. This is the very first time that Buscema did Batman. and they were all auctioned off in a heritage auction, and they were the Wednesday auctions, and they had the whole story. Now, again, this is coming from a non-comic art background,
Right.
but it shocks me when someone would break up a story. I guess maybe for the economics, when you want to cash in, you break it up. If it's like a 26-page story, I can understand. Okay, who cares?
Right.
But when you've got like that Punisher story, or even this, like when it's a profound published work and you have all the pages, which everyone does at some point, it shocks me that someone would break it up. So obviously Heritage had the whole story. And what they were doing in the Wednesday auctions, they ran it over 4 weeks, and they were throwing up 2 pages at a time. And, I'm just a Batman fan. When I saw this, I was just interested in Batman, and I wanted, I don't even think, I can't remember if I even thought at the moment that this was a milestone, because it was Buscema's first piece. So they had an action page, and then that very first page on the left, that was the first auction.
Okay.
They had, I don't remember if it might have been like page 6 and then page 1. And I won and they ran the one with the action first, and then the page 1 was like a subsequent lot, maybe a few lots later.
Okay.
And I was only focused on owning 1 page, not knowing that there was a whole story that they had, etc. So I buy the piece, and then I like associated pages. I never imagined that they were going to put up a story. So the second lot came up, which was that very first page, and I thought, it's related. What the heck, and I think I don't remember what it sold for. It wasn't much. And so I won that and won the other one. And then post auction, I'm starting to do some more research and realizing, oh, wow, this is really, really rare. I'm so glad I got the other one, because when the auction ends, as you know, they then show usually the lots coming up in the next week. So when I started to look at the next week's offerings, I'm realizing, oh crap, they have 2 more pages from the story, and what are the chances that maybe they've got the whole story? And so I thought, well, I'm going to try for those. And as I got those, then I'm thinking, all right, this is becoming a costly endeavor. What happens if I end up owning 7 of the 8 pages or 6 of the 8 pages? So it became stressful, but again, I'm a purist in the sense that I want to try to keep the story or reunite the story because of who did it and the importance of it in the history of Buscema's work, and also in the history of Batman. So yeah, so again, it was nerve-wracking, and I'm sure probably other bidders were probably thinking, Jesus Christ, am I not going to be able to get a page out of this? I mean, they were, the bids were getting higher and higher as each subsequent week went on.
Yeah.
And it became, it turned out to be quite costly, but again, it's kind of like, it's like childbirth. After the pain's gone, you're glad the baby's born. I'm glad I've got the whole story. It's a fantastic story. Buscema's work on this is just unbelievable. Every one of the characters has such a unique expression. So yeah.
I just want to say, I don't know, Karen, is he right? Is it like childbirth after the baby's born?
This was like worse than that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that feels like. So I can't imagine much being worse than childbirth pain. But
no, if I was a woman, we'd go extinct.
But that's it. And by the way, yeah, Karen, FYI, I saw the time and I kind of thought about you. You were the first person I thought of. I was like, oh yeah, Karen's gonna have to probably go soon. That's why I wanted to make sure that you were able to see the Buscema Batman. I had a feeling you would like these, so it was for you. There you go, and for the rest of you as well, of course. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, but they really are awesome. I mean, I'm honestly, John, like, the fact that they were auctioned separately and that you came away with all of them reuniting them. I mean, the odds, seriously, the odds were really not in your favor of that happening.
No.
You know
And
why?
I think that's what Heritage, I think a lot of the auction houses, I think they do this purposely. I mean, what if they kept the story intact and put it into a signature auction? What would it go for? You know, that would have been another strategy if I were Heritage. And I don't remember when I won this. I mean, everything seems to keep going up. What if they did it now? I don't know if it would have fetched the same price. But I think the attitude is for the same fear that I had. Everyone wants part of it, right? So they bid it up more and more and more. You break it up and you get more for it. You know, I mean, I'm just thankful I was able to get the story. I don't think I don't think I've ever had a situation like that. If I didn't get all the pages, whoever asked me before what would have been my bad experience, that would have been at the top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, and you're welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
I mean, again, to me, all I could think of was like, I mean, you're talking, and in my head, I'm envisioning it happening, and I'm just like, man, if it's me, I can imagine. Like you said, not only the stress, but then it's like the stress of all it takes is one. I lose one, and I am gonna lose my shit like you won't believe, because
that's exactly right.
Right?
That's exactly right. Yes,
Oh,
and as it got on, and especially as the action pages, you know, the real money shot pages came on. You know, there's a lot of people that have got a lot more scratch than I do, and someone could have just said, "F it, man, I don't have a limit. I'm going to get a Buscema Batman." Period. You know,
that's my point I was getting at, is the fact that all it takes is that one, and it would have been easy because of the fact that usually in those scenarios, that is what happens. A guy, and I admit, somebody like me, had I been after one page, you know, I'd like to get one of those pages, right, and satisfy myself with one. And then lose. Bid. Lose. Bid again. Lose again. I'm the kind of guy who will then bid 5 times what it's worth.
Right.
To make sure I drop the hammer on whoever the hell's winning them all. Right. So I can get at least one.
Yeah. I think I had some of those bidders I was fighting against.
Yeah. But apparently not.
You're right. You're right. I'm not, I don't have an unlimited pocketbook, and there's a lot of people who could have, you know, gone out there and blown me out of the water. So yeah, for sure. And I guess some people in the community collude and say, hey, look, you know, I want to bid on this. Can you back off? I don't know. I mean, what if I wrote to everybody in CAF? There could have been that Saudi Arabian collector that could have just, you know, bought Heritage. I mean, not to mention a story. So you never know, right? It was good, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. No, congratulations. You deserved it. You did.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, man, for sure. Marcus, you better not mean that, because, like, I would never do that. Now, if I was in that position, would I refuse to sell it to the guy when I find out that he has the other 7? Probably. Like, if it's not a friend of mine, probably, I would refuse, but I'm not going to hold it hostage so he can overpay me or whatever. But no, like, if I really wanted it, it depends too. If I really wanted it, yes, I would refuse if it's a complete sort of stranger. If it's somebody I don't have a relationship with, if it was somebody like John, I would have immediately, okay, shit, I didn't realize you have all the other 7, and I would gladly sell it to him to have the complete story. You know, it just depends on the situation, you know, but I would not hold it hostage. I certainly have never done that. So, you know, never say never, I guess, but I've never done that. So it's not my thing, you know. Eisner's Spirit stories are a great example of broken up story art. Well, listen, Ilya, all comic art are great examples of, you know, this hobby wouldn't exist. The hobby wouldn't exist if the stories were somehow forced to stay complete together forever. You know what I mean? It never would have existed, because there would have been a barrier to entry right from the get-go, you know? So yeah.
Let me ask this, Ruben, because a lot of the people here and you too have been in this for a lot longer than I am, obviously.
Yeah.
If you go back in time to, let's say, the 90s, we were talking about the 90s, and you were going to, let's say, a convention or whatever, were a lot of stories offered in complete form originally?
How do you answer that?
You could, I guess, if you bought it from the artist, right? You could find.
Yeah, but yes. Except that you got to remember that most comics were drawn by a penciler and an inker, right? Very few
divided up, right? Correct, exactly.
Right. Yeah. So because of that, very few were, together. Right. So no, I would say like in the earlier days, yes, there were, people had full stories available. It's just there was really no established market. The pages at $50 a piece, $100 a piece for like, big name artists. That was still expensive at a time when you could get a lot of great back issues for that kind of money. So it's like I was saying earlier in the show about it's all context, right? It's all context. It seems dirt cheap by today's standards, but if you put yourself at whatever age you were back then, you probably, were thinking it was still expensive. So, it's just not something that appeals to most people to like, oh, well, I got to buy 22-page story. I'm satisfied with 1 or 2 pages. I don't need 22 or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's never been like a big thing. It's certainly a small part of the hobby, one that buys in complete issues.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a revival of it in recent years because of Felix Liu comic art. Felix Liu art. So Felix Liu's website, I think it's called Felix Liu art. Correct me, guys, if I made a mistake. I think it's Felix Liu art. So anyways, it's Felix Liu. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. He kind of made it a thing, to get people interested in buying complete stories. So it happens, but again, whether it's today or back 35 years ago, it still was always more the exception rather than the rule. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just takes too much more money. And as I said, not only does it take more money, but the average person is just happy getting one cool looking page from a book. They don't feel a need to have a complete issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think this story was 8 pages. If it would have gone on many more pages, I would have said, okay, 1 page is enough. The shorter limit, like the Bisley Punisher series, 4 pages.
Yeah.
Then a page becomes more important because the story is short enough that a page matters, rather than you have filler dialogue pages that are like, okay, who wants this? This is not really any. It's like a movie that goes on too long, So, but in this case, 8 pages, and quite frankly, each page is important in that story, to me at least.
Yeah. See, the thing is, it also makes a difference, in my opinion, when you talk about, would you want to have a complete story or not? It makes a big difference whether it's a regular size story or a short story. I'm a lot more interested when, look, that's pretty cool if I can get like an 8-page story. You know what I mean? Because it's easier. It's all one and done. You get a full story in only 8 pieces. 8 pieces is a lot more manageable than 22 or 24 or whatever. Exactly. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I have to admit, and people could call me sort of hypocritical, if you will. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know, but I do feel like there's a different way of looking at it when it's a short story. I'll give you an example. So Mike Perkins, who I represent. The last thing he ever drew for Marvel in 2017 was a Daredevil story. It was the first time he had drawn a Daredevil, something with Daredevil, and it was only a short story from issue 600. It was an anniversary issue. So it was an 8-page story, just like this one, right? So it's an 8-page story, and I'm looking at it, but Daredevil in costume is only on in 3 out of the 8 pages. So I'm like, okay, 2 of those pages are splashes, right? And 1 is just a panel page. So I'm like, well, I'm going to sell the 2 splashes and the panel page for sure, but then probably nobody's going to want the other 5 pages. They're just going to sit there on the website. So I'm like, screw that. Nah, man, I don't want to see that happen. So I'm like, Mike, are you okay? Like, if I just keep it together and I'll just buy it, so I don't have to split it up, you know? And he was cool with it, whatever. So I was like, yeah, okay, good. So I bought it, and so I own it, you know? Yeah, because I'd rather keep those 8 pages together rather than, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's hypocritical, whatever, but I just feel it's easier to want to keep it together more when it's a short story. That's my
it makes sense. I think, you know, I don't know how it is with European comic art collectors, but I know that the European collecting mentality is don't break the set. And so I don't know if that translates into comic art when there are sets. You know, I don't know. To me, it would seem like the symbiosis of having all 8 pages would make them more valuable than to break up the set, you know,
Right.
because it's a short enough story that you can, like you said, you can manage it, hopefully in a purchase. You know, like I said, who's to say, but, you know, like I said, if it was any larger, if I would have researched it and it was like a 24-page story, then no, I wouldn't have bothered. But, you know, to me, it was Batman, which is, you know, my favorite. And then it's Buscema. It's an important, it's like an artifact, right? Now, you know, it's an important, you know, we're at the end of the day, we're all curating our collection. And I think of my collection as a museum. And so I think, to me, this is a piece that would be something that you'd want to be able to have and show if you could get it, versus a piece of this and a piece of that. And it's broken.
Yeah, I agree, man. Yeah, I think it's very well said. And Mark, yeah, all I can say is, you know, aren't we all breakers of a visual tapestry? I guess so. Yeah. I mean, although it's not really the collectors that are doing the breaking. So yeah, that's yeah. What of it? Yeah, and so what? But yeah, no, I agree. And my gosh, Karen, whoa, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? You feel the need to have complete issues? Oh my gosh, the need's pulling. It's pulling. It's calling to you. Is it? Wow. Okay. We'll have to talk about that.
I heard some stories back in the day when you could buy entire comic books, the art, right? You know, the whole book, which would have been incredible. It's a good thing I wasn't collecting back in those days. God knows what kind of collection I could have had by now. Probably could have bought the whole state of California.
Yeah. You could find complete issues if the rep had both penciler and the inker. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
Every now and then, sure, and you agree to put them together. Yeah, like, you know, whatever, and Bagley and Hennessy or John Dell, and they put those issues that Nick's been selling together, you know. On the TV show Hollywood Treasures, the guy had an entire Ditko Spider-Man issue that Joe Maddalena was looking at. Can't recall the issue. He had Stanley check it out if it was real. Yeah, well, that was, you know those reality shows that's the last thing now is real.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever, you know. But yeah, Joe Lee had a complete Ditko. Did he really? Is it? Because I don't think it's in his gallery, right? I don't remember seeing it in his gallery. Mikhail, let me know. A complete ASM, really? Because I'm just thinking, isn't there only 2 complete known Ditko ASMs out there? I think that was the number. Don Rosa, the duck artist, didn't want to break up stories for a long time. Yeah, I mean, and that, you know, the artist is the artist, or the writer and artist. It's their right? So I don't begrudge anybody if that's what they wanted to do. You know. My first original art was a complete 10-pager. Oh, that's cool.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And you were only 12. Your dad bought that for you?
That's a good
or
eye.
Did you buy it with your lawn mowing money? What's
it
up
might
with
not
that?
have been much back then.
CJ, wow. David Mandel has the complete Ditko story. Only one I know personally. Really? Okay. Yeah. Nick Barucci does break up complete issues. Yeah. I don't. Again, when they're brand new, I mean, that's when, you know, the hobby won't exist unless brand new stuff is broken up. I don't have a problem with that at all. It's when you've decided to keep it together and years have passed, right? So now it's survived intact for years, and then you decide, we're going to break this up, right? Like, that's when it's like, oh, as a collector, it hurts. I'm like, oh, wow, it survived that long without being broken up. Oh, and now it's finally being broken up. Yeah, I know, but whatever, man. People are going to do what they're going to do. So we don't have the right to demand people do or not do these types of things, right?
I think having a whole issue is, the story is enough, because the story is the story. The issue is a collection of stories. So it wouldn't be so important to have the whole issue.
Well, no. What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean? The issue is the full.
I'm talking about the whole comic book, like the entire, right? Aren't we talking about the whole book itself?
Well, the issue, like an issue number of a comic.
Right,
like,
right. Exactly.
Spider-Man 530. So,
right.
So 22 story pages.
Okay. In the Spider-Man sense, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm talking about that being able to buy an entire publication of original art. When the publication first comes out, haven't those ever been offered?
Publication? I don't know what you even mean by that.
The entire book, having if the artist is doing multiple stories, being able to get multiple stories at one time and they're all and they're all together, that opportunity has never come.
I'm still not even sure what you mean. Like, let's use an actual comic book as an example. Like,
okay, you mentioned Nick sold whole issues, correct?
He broke up. Yeah, right. He has recently broken up brand new complete issues. So in other words, Spider-Man number 7 came out a couple of months ago, and he got the artwork. So the cover, the original cover, plus the original pages for the 22-page story, and he offered them for sale piecemeal.
I got
that's
you.
That's what I thought we were all talking. That's what I thought you were.
Right.
But I'm not sure what you mean by different stories. He said get them all different stories.
I thought you're talking about like if it's the whole publication, like if it's as it would come from, the publishing house, if they were to if the artist had done multiple stories in an issue, like if it was an issue of a book that had multiple stories, not just like you were talking about, like a Spider-Man issue. Yeah.
Multiple stories. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then now you've got multiple like shorter stories is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. And it goes back to what we were saying before. Having a 26-page story is not as exciting as having 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-page story. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's each page is, it's almost like, well, I could throw out a few pages and we're not going to lose the story. Once you get to 26, 27 pages, it's like a movie that goes 2.5 hours that you could cut out. Well, a lot of movies that are a 2-hour movie really were 7-hour movies, and they were all cut out and edited to be, you know what I mean? So it's like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Rich makes a point about the old Kirby X-Men books, when they were broken up after years, decades of being together, and then it hurts to see that. That's kind of what I'm saying, Rich. Like, things that have been together for, a couple of decades or more, it's like, wow, it survived intact as a full story for a couple of decades or more. Wow, like, let's keep it going. You would feel like a collector would want to keep that going, But yeah, some people have no problem saying, okay, I can make money off it or whatever. And I only want to maybe own one of these pages from the story. So I'll buy it and I'll break it up and let everybody else buy the other pages, I mean, but when it happens to the older it is and the more classic it is, let's be honest, that's the more it hurts us to see it as collectors, So all that Silver Age stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Geeks and Drinks. What's up, buddy? I have a few Ryan Stegman and JP Meyer. I don't know if it's Meyer or Mayer, but I'll say Meyer. Pages that are pencils on one board, right? Inks. That's how they work together. Yep. On another board that I think should stay together if ever sold. Oh, well, listen, you have the right to feel that way. I'm not sure if you know, but you should know in case you don't. There's been plenty of Ryan and JP's art that have been split, and people have kept the one that they like the best, and then I've seen them send in the other one to like an auction house, So plenty of that stuff's been split. Yeah. But let's see. Well, they sat in a warehouse before they got stolen. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the Silver Age stuff. Yes, obviously. Don't besmirch my 56 page of original art. 56 original art books. Nobody's besmirching you, Mike. Looks like Amazing Fantasy 15 will be one Silver Age book that won't be broken up. Yes, at least that. That's pretty cool. Which of the wonderful is it the Smithsonian or which one of the wonderful American museums has that book? I always forget the name. I don't think it was was it the Smithsonian? But the Amazing Fantasy 15, yeah. Remind me which place has that. I feel that's where mine could have come from just much earlier than when the big one happened. Speaking of Stegman, someone bought the whole King in Black series. Wow. And that was what, like 6 or 8 issues or something, Mikhail, I think. Still haven't seen any of those pages anywhere. Yeah, that's insane. Imagine that, John. Like a 6 or 8 issue miniseries.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Buying the whole thing in one shot, Yeah, great if you could do it, but all the other collectors get pissed off. Imagine how many other collectors are like, what? What do you mean I can't get a page? Not just from one issue, but any of the issues in the miniseries. One guy is going to buy everything? What? Oh, that pisses people off like, oh, you wouldn't believe, man.
You know what I think about? There's people out there that spend $100 million on a watch, and if you go to you look at the Sotheby's or Christie's auctions when they have like the modern art and it looks just like someone took a tube of toothpaste and stepped on it and it sells for like 400 million. If one of those collectors was interested in original comic art, they could vacuum up the entire market. I mean, couldn't they? I mean, it's like we couldn't own anything. Thank God that they're not interested in this, but they may be becoming interested in it when you look at some of these prices. But when you think about someone that spends, like say hundreds of million dollars on a boat or a watch or a piece of art, that's a piece of art. That's not like a critical object in their life. It's not like their house.
Yeah.
If they can drop that kind of money on just disposable income type purchase, you wonder what if they entered the market here,
for sure. Oh yeah,
it always makes me wonder.
I don't even want you to keep talking anymore about that because
you don't want to give anybody ideas. Well, don't translate this.
Yeah. Believe me, it's not like a lot of us haven't already thought of that, man.
Well, it could happen. It could maybe 20 years from now. Maybe 20 years from now, we're going to be sitting there going, "Yeah, you remember when I could have got a cover for 100,000?"
Right.
Now they're going for millions and millions of dollars. Or Christie's is having a comic art auction, in Paris.
Yes, exactly.
It could happen.
Yeah. That's it. So, so I'm just curious, again, not being American myself. Can you guys, or maybe even just you, John, tell me, did Karen get this wrong? Or is the National Archives another word for the Library of Congress?
I don't know about that.
Man, even an American doesn't know. I don't feel so bad now. Thank you, John. All right. Oh, what do the rest of you tell me? Because I feel like, it sounds like, it's the National Archives inside the Library of Congress. Maybe it might be something like that. I don't know, but I don't know. Somebody's going to tell me in momentarily. Rare cars, watches, art, hold value. Yep. Just a place to hide money from the feds. For some people,
you can't hide anything from the feds.
Yep. OA collectors that I'm happy they don't like Vertigo independent books. You always have to mention that. I'm happy they like Marvel. Yeah, I know you are. You can flip top end Ferraris. Yeah. All right. Okay. So it's like I guess. Thanks, Mike. Yes. Okay. National Archives
in the Library of Congress.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you. So you were all right. It's just that Karen was even more specific about it. So very cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And for those of you who don't know, if you can call them at the National Archives, you can call them and make an appointment if it interests you to see that original art. You'll go in there at an appointed time on an appointed day, and somebody will be there to guide you. They will pull out the artwork with white plastic gloves, and they will turn the pages for you. You can't touch anything, but you'll be able to see Amazing Fantasy 15, first appearance of Spider-Man, live in front of your face. So that's a pretty cool thing. So yeah, if you guys are anybody out there ever in the area or planning a trip there, I know people who have done it. They've gone there just to do that. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, so real quick, she was a writer. Liquidity and convertibility must kick in before comic art reaches that level of prices. Yes, but you never know. You never know. I definitely want to do that someday. Yeah, like I said, Karen, I know a few people who have done it. So yeah, it's got to be quite a thrill, to be able to do that. I've seen pics. Yeah, exactly. Me too. I actually have. I think I still have them. I think I should still have really good scans or decent scans or photos of the pages on my hard drive. If anybody wants to see, reach out to me. Wonder where the cover went. Yeah, probably destroyed at some point, given away, and then, given away to somebody doing business with Marvel, and then that person hands it over to his kids at home. They colored over it and ultimately went into the trash, probably something like that back in those days. I would not be surprised. The fact that we don't see any of it around, it kind of points towards that anyways. Belongs to the American people, so I hope they charge Canadians. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know you need to get your kids to bed now. Have a good night, everyone. A great collection. John, great show. Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
And we'll talk soon. Everyone, Karen will be my guest in 2 weeks. She will be hanging out with me in the chat, so that'll be a lot of fun too. Have a great night. And all right, so let us jump to the next piece of art. And for that, we go to Deathlok number 10, page 14 by this, I don't know, who the hell's that? Mitchell Perkins or something? Oh, yeah, Mike Perkins, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I love Deathlok. And, Deathlok has become more popular just even since I've collected, I feel, because I remember when I started this just a few years ago, Deathlok stuff wasn't as of interest as it is now.
Yeah.
And I discovered your website even quite a little while after I got into collecting.
Right.
I didn't make the connection of you and you were a dealer and all that. When you reached out to me and told me about that Hulk piece, you didn't, shamelessly plug your business. You didn't even mention anything about you selling anything. So,
anyway, just FYI, I just, because I collect and deal, and I'm not a full timer anymore on the dealing part anyways. I've always felt I needed to sort of separate the two, because I always felt like, well, if I take advantage of what you just said, right, and I reach out to you, I'm reaching out to you with a purpose to help you out. And if I throw out that, and if you ever want to check out the www.com.
Right? But I would feel like you're not helping me. You're just reaching out as a way to market your business, right?
Right. That's my point.
Yeah,
and people.
I knew about your website for a while, and then I'm realizing it took me a while to make the connection. So
I try not to do that. Like if they find out, they find out, or if we're talking about specifically, I see somebody, a collector's, I'm looking for a page from this, or I'm looking for art from that, And if I think I might have something, I'll reach out and say, hey, get in touch with me if you want. I think I might have something for you. But otherwise, no. If I'm reaching out as a collector to do you a favor, to help you with some information you might be looking for or interested in, I avoid mentioning that. Oh, by the way, I have a website. No.
Right. It's funny because you had these pieces up on your website for quite a while, and and I was surprised that page was still available, because I think it's fantastic, And I bought 2 pages from the story, or did I buy 3? I thought I bought 2 pages.
I think it was 2.
2. It was this one,
trying to remember what the other one was, but
can you throw that page back up again? I want to see.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Did he already pull the trigger on his gun? Because I bought the page either before or after this.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because there's blood coming out the bottom of the truck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he blew the guy's head off, and I bought that page before this.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was the one right before. But I just think this is an incredible piece. And you even made a comment on your website, fantastic page. And again, like, I was surprised. There were other pages that you had subsequently, been ridiculously marked up and put on eBay by, some guy.
Oh,
but I can't believe he didn't buy this. And I'm just thankful, that I was able to get, I love Perkins. I mean,
yeah,
just his inking, I mean, it's so annoying when you see inking done and the inking is just so halfway done where it's shaded, but it's not supposed to be. It's just because their marker was running dry. But Perkins must use a new marker each time he does a page, because the guy just does beautiful inks, and it's crisp and it's full, and that's what made this piece. Now, I will say this. I'm ashamed to say that this is the first time I'm actually seeing this page in the published form.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but God, it's freaking incredible in the published form.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The way they did. Again, now this is like that glow stick on the Sean Gordon Murphy piece.
Yeah.
They shaded the moon, right? So you can see how the moon, and then shaded. They couldn't apply that except in the printing process, but it just makes the piece. The smoke is smokier. The moon glow is just like you would see if you looked up at the moon on a full moon night. The reflection of the blood, from the van. Yeah. But still, I mean, the original piece, I just love this piece. I'm just surprised and thankful it was still available, which I'm really surprised.
No, and I'm happy you got it too. I gotta take this one from Mikhail, only because he's saying this in response to the comment that you made, and I know it's just off the cuff, but I was Mikhail, I was waiting for John to I was politely waiting for him to just finish what he was saying. I was going to say that he actually doesn't use markers. He actually uses brush and ink out of a bottle. So.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. But still, John, the answer is that, yes, it's not a marker, but he goes through many bottles of ink. Like, so he goes through a lot of ink. Absolutely. Yeah. More than most. Yeah. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
That explains why it's so intense and so even, because a lot of them, don't do that, because you can just tell. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's a funny thing for all of you. Little side note. So at DC, at least in the time that Mike's been at DC, since 2018. So the last 5 years, their bristle board is somewhat thinner than the Marvel board. And so just because of that slight difference in thickness or thinness, if you will, Mike's originals at DC often, when they come to you, they right, and you're holding it in your hand, like the paper's all rippled and wavy, right? Because it has absorbed so much water, right? Because it's the ink, and he mixes it with water to get the different shades of gray, and there was a customer. He had ordered some pages. I sent him the pages, and he gets them. He's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did this." I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? What did I do? Please don't tell me that the package got smashed, And it's like, no, it's a perfect condition. The packaging was awesome. But why would you send me water damaged pages and not tell me? I'm like,
oh, geez.
I was like, what? Wait, was the package wet when they left it at your door? Like, what are you talking about? They left it in a puddle? Like, I don't understand. He's like, no, the pages are wet. They're all wavy and water damaged. I was like, okay, but the packaging, just tell me about the packaging on the outside. The packaging, was it soaking wet? Because it's wood, right? I'm using wood. Mind you, I tape up most of it, but like, was any of the wood water damaged? Does it have water staining? He's like, no. So I'm like, okay. So you're just talking about the fact that the bristle board is wavy, right? I say, yeah. I'm like, right. It's because the paper has absorbed the ink and the water that Mike uses to ink the page. That's it. And the DC paper is thinner than Marvel. Not that Mike's pages at Marvel didn't also warp some, but nowhere near as much as DC because it's thinner. You know, I just thought that was funny.
I'm surprised the ink didn't bleed if the page is that thin. You know, I'm surprised he was able to keep the line sharp.
Yeah. I guess it's good enough to do that. You know.
Yeah.
But let me see what these guys are saying. Sorry, Warp. Warp. You know, the dealer is a man. Huh? That one I'm not so sure about this, CJ. Ruben ships and bomb-proof Mason. I don't know about bomb-proof, but it's pretty protective, I would say. Ink wash wavy. And some of the Muti and Pratt pages are wrinkled from the water point. Yeah, of course. Yes, exactly. Put them in the press. Do not put them in the press. That's not going to do it because it's. I hope you're joking. Don't put them in the press. Do not put them in the press. And paint the. Of course, that's it. Exactly right because it's paint and water mixture, whatever. It's going to absorb into the paper, so they're going to get wavy. That's all it is. So, but all right, everybody. Let us move on to the next piece, and for that, we hit Hawkman in the Silver Age, the latter part of the Silver Age. Dick Dillin and Chuck Cuidera, really cool. I love Hawkman and Hawkgirl. So this is a really fun page for me. Cool rocket too. Yeah,
this is great because you see them both before costume and after, in costume and out of costume, and then the spaceship. You see the emblems, Hawkman and Hawkgirl on the front, fins and. I love Hawkman. I think also Hawkman is becoming more popular. I know it's funny. I talk like this because I haven't been collecting for very long at all, but it seems like that Hawkman stuff is selling for more than it's going up faster than the standard stuff. I don't know why. A lot of times too, the movies and the shows and stuff drive the prices. So I don't know if there's series that are out now, but I just think Hawkman's cool, just for the character itself. It's unique. A lot of times, a lot of stuff may seem almost kind of crossover or not as unique as it could be, but Hawkman is like in a complete class of his own. I think it's just a cool character. And this page, of course, was just every depiction of every phase of Hawkman and Hawkgirl are great.
Yeah, it's fun. Was this a page that you got earlier on in your collecting or later?
Oh, I think fairly early on. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fun. It's like I said, I love Hawkman, and I want to go as far as saying also, especially given that DC has not had good fortune in with their translating to movies. I always felt that Hawkman was one of their characters that I think with today's technology, I think would translate well to a really cool feature film.
Definitely.
And he's been on camera in television shows before. I didn't find he looked great. Not terrible either, though. Like good enough that I felt, man, you can improve on that. Something to work with. Improve on that in a few areas, and man, this would look killer and make a feature film. I think that would work really great, man.
I think I guess just DC is not being mined, for the value that's there. It's really not, like when Universal had the Marvel franchise. I mean, what did they do with it? The rides, out in Orlando at in Universal Studio rides. I mean,
yeah,
that's about all they did with it. They really didn't do too much. The movies were lackluster. They weren't doing much production with it. And then Disney gets it and, they're all over it. Good and bad. Right. So, if I were Disney, I would buy DC because there's a lot of great characters in DC. I know some of you guys are like, oh, I'm a Marvel guy. I'm a DC guy. To me, I don't look at it that way. It's all a universe. It's all together a universe. And DC has some great characters that I think if they had the pockets of Disney, and hopefully they wouldn't screw it up, that they could make, like you said, not just a movie, but just a great ongoing series with Hawkman. Yeah, it's a great story.
Yeah, absolutely. Hordeside, man. Yeah. I only mentioned it because we're looking at a Hawkman page. We could get into a whole discussion about, what characters DC would probably translate well the screen. And I believe, that could be like the Spectre. I agree with you. And that could be like more of it could go any way. They could make it as part of the superhero franchise. But to me, I think it would be more as a supernatural horror-ish type thing. 18 and over, I think that would be killer. I don't know, but definitely they could do things to make him look really cool on camera in live action. So I agree with that for sure too. Dwayne's a pain. Hawkman may draw comparisons to Marvel's Falcon, and they don't want him in a solo project. I mean, you could be right. You could be right, but again, one company is not the other, so they can do whatever the hell they want. If somebody at the company felt like, yeah, Ruben's right, Hawkman would kill in live action right on his own or whatever, they could do it. And because really Falcon is still seen as a sort of a second banana, right? He's the guy hanging out with Cap or whatever. So, and I don't know Falcon. I mean, he looks okay. He's been cool in the movies, but I don't see him like interesting enough that I think Marvel should do solo movies with the Falcon. I just don't think that's going to go over very well financially. I don't think there's enough interest for that, but whatever, who knows? We'll see what happens. I could be wrong, I suppose. But Spectre can go anywhere. Yeah. But Rich, Dead Man, another, exactly. Yeah. There's tons of these cool ideas that could be done if you choose the right character. And I don't know, for whatever reason, they just don't seem to see it. Movie people are not comic book people, and I don't know. They just don't get it, I guess. I don't know. Did you see the Showcase Spectre short? No. Showcase Spectre? You mean a short done for the Showcase appearance, his first appearance or something? Like a cartoon? What are you talking about, TJ? Because that sounds kind of interesting. Dr. Fate was the best part of the Black Adam movie. Oh, Dr. Fate looked cool. There's another guy I wouldn't mind they could do a movie of. God, with that shiny, gorgeous. I mean, first of all, the design of his mask, the helmet, that golden shining helmet. Oh my, what a killer looking costume Dr. Fate has. Yeah, so it's all about visuals. So there's plenty of cool looking characters, that they could do that with. But I did not see the Black Adam movie, guys. I want to, but I have to admit that I hate what's his name, Dwayne Johnson. Because he can't act, like he can't change his voice.
That's a miscast there. I think that the whole thing is
John. I just want to say they're always thinking of the physicality. Oh, right, like who would look good in the costume with the big muscles? Well, there's not that many guys that would look, and that's why they go to the usuals, right? The usual. Okay, right. You're Dwayne Johnsons and whatever, but like they never seem to think about the fact that when he speaks, he opens his mouth, right? This is supposed to be a character who's like tied into the Egyptian gods and whatnot, right? So he's not even American, but when he opens his mouth, he speaks like some guy who was born in Florida.
The problem when you make a movie, all right, and you could literally break the seal and come into a whole new universe, an entire new genre, and then you pull somebody, like Johnson or whatever, you pull these actors and actresses that are used over and over and over again. Your mind mentally is not thinking, I'm watching I'm entering into a new world, in cinema. I'm just watching another Dwayne Johnson film. You know what I mean? You're not looking at the story. You're just thinking of all of their personal crap that's in the news, or you're thinking about another movie they were in. Your mind is not focused on what you're watching. You're thinking of the actor. The actor's personality or the actress's personality kind of overtakes the story, and that's a mistake. Yeah. It's better to cast an unknown when you're doing these movies, and like The Walking Dead, for instance. Now, those were known actors and actresses in Great Britain, but for the most part, all those faces were fresh.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
now
yeah.
you're focused on the storyline. You're
Yes.
focused
Yes.
on what's happening in the story, which was very true to the comic, which also was nice that they didn't just spin off some freaking, modern, made for the news today type version, that they stuck with the storyline, and they used people that we weren't familiar with. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's the problem. That's the one negative I'm talking about, when Disney gets a Marvel character, and then they just completely botch it, and like you said, they're not using somebody that's true to the comic story. Maybe they should hire some people as consultants, rather than just wing it on their own, and it's a writer that really doesn't have any passion for the story. And I think it shows in the end product.
And this has happened many times over the years. I mean, just to give you guys another example, like I remember, was it 1998 when they revived the Star Wars franchise, right? They always have these tendencies to like just again go for this guy's been popular the last few years. Let's ask him to play a character, right? And so they get Samuel Jackson, right? And as soon as he opened his mouth, I was just like, oh God, I was cringing. This guy's wearing robes, right? He's wearing robes like he's the Jedi Master, and he's a black man speaking like he's got a, whatever. Where's Sam Jackson from? Brooklyn, but like a New York accent. But he's in outer space on a different planet.
Yeah, from like millions of years in the future, right? I mean, it's like that's what ruins it. It's like
it ruins it for me.
Yeah, well, why don't they make Lady Gaga Princess Leia's sister? It's like now you're focusing on all of their freaky personal lives that comes up in the news each day, rather than the story. And it's not new, it's not fresh. When they came out with Star Wars, a lot of those actors and actresses were new. I think was it Harrison Ford? He was in Blade Runner before, or I think it predated Star Wars, or no, I'm sorry, it did not. Blade Runner came after the first Star Wars episode.
After.
So it's so let's take a look at that. Again, you got the Star Wars movie, but you're not looking at that and go, oh yeah, that person's transgender, or that person just killed their mother, or that person just broke out of prison, or is in rehab, or I mean, like, you're not watching the movie. And also in the back of your mind, you're replaying all of the baggage, that's in the news every day about that actor or actress. You're only focused on the story. And that, to me, is the way you cast a movie. If you really want to make an impression, so that we're only focused on the story, we only know what's happening in the story, and we're sucked into it, and we're not diverted or distracted by anything going on with their lives. That was a major. When they came out with those other episodes for Star Wars, it was like, oh God,
Yeah. And West, nobody. I'm not an actor. Unless I can play myself, that'd be cool. I'll play myself, but that's it. But what did I want to say? Yeah, I mean, so Marcus, you made a good point. Whatever, he hired himself because he was one of the producers or whatever. That's fine. But I'm just trying to make the point is, I hate watching these superhero movies or these, Star Wars and, all these fun stuff for us nerdy guys, where they get these famous people just because they're famous. And because I can't suspend my disbelief. That's my problem, is I can't. You look too much like yourself. I know you're too famous, so I can't buy that you are this character, I think that's one of the reasons, in my opinion, this is my view on it, but I think it's one of the very reasons why, even after all these years, what's it been, 45 years or something, why, not only because it was well made, obviously also, but the Superman, like the original Superman movie, I think it stands a test of time. Even today, it still looks pretty good. And he looks pretty good, even though he's wearing friggin' stretchy spandex. I think he still looks pretty good. And I think it's because not only did they pick the perfect physique, a guy with a perfect physique that fit the role, but we didn't know him. He was a nobody.
Right.
So I never saw him. Oh yeah, that's Christopher Reeve though. That's Christopher Reeve as Superman. No, because you didn't know who the hell Christopher Reeve was. You just oh, look at this guy. Wow, Superman. You
Right.
know, so that's why they
right.
sold the illusion to me, anyways. That's how the illusion was sold back then to me, you know, because I don't know who it is. And even now I feel like it looks great.
I think in Hollywood today, you've got too many bean counters and marketing salespeople that are just trying to sell the movie, and they're trying to sell the movie that, well, if we make a movie with this person, it will sell it, you know, and instead of just let the merit of the story go, you know, and let the movie carry itself, let the movie carry its own weight. So,
yeah. Robert Downey Jr. I like him. So if you're saying he's the exception, though, Marcus, that means you kind of agree with me about that whole, you know, like Sam Jackson and, you know, The Rock. You agree with that? Because I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody really like disagreeing with me or really agreeing with me for the most part. But that's how I feel, anyways. That's it. And Scott, listen, believe me, I was hiding my hand in my fist when that guy came on screen.
I thought I was going to bring up Jar Jar Binks too. So when they made, you know, George Lucas was older when the new set of movies came out, and one of the things was in that movie with Jar Jar Binks, he wanted to not have anything with weapons or violence. So that blew the movie. You know, I mean, where's Darth Vader strangling someone virtually with his virtual hand? I mean, where's that violence? That's what it was all about.
Yeah.
And in that movie where when they came out in the battlefield and they had those, what were those, like jelly balls or spheres or whatever? I mean, there was no violence, you know, it was, they should have given George Lucas a testosterone shot and let him rewrite the movie. I think it was just done for. Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Rich, I love E.G. Robinson, by the way. I love old Hollywood movies, particularly the crime genre. So love him. But I totally get your point. Exactly. Namor about to be banished to Morbius land. What? Because Morbius was a bust. Yeah, I didn't watch that. It's also in The Rock's contract that he can't lose a fight on screen. Are you being serious? Okay, I don't even want to get into that. Oh my God, because I think you're being serious. And if it is, I definitely don't want to get into that. Nicolas Cage is going right. Yeah, well, that's okay. Whatever. So ridiculous. Hey, listen, but you know what, Rich? Better Ghost Rider probably than if he would have succeeded in becoming Superman because he was trying for that. So, yeah, I mean, he was trying for so many things. I think at the time of Star Wars, Peter Cushing, Alex Guinness were the most well-known actors. But even then, they were British, right? So it's like for North America, they might as well have been strangers. So it worked perfectly, you know. Yeah, exactly. You can stop naming all the miscastings. We get the point. We're on the same page, same wavelength here, Rich, for sure. You know, I did not see Christopher Reeves in Death Trap. No, I did not. Now you bought Snipes as Blade. You know what? I know you're not going to believe this, Marcus. Probably a lot of you are not going to believe this. I have never, even once, watched Blade the movie.
It's good. You should see it.
Not Blade, not the 3 sequels or however many that I've never seen any Blade. Yeah. So there you go. Reeve was good because Superman should not be overly jacked, but no, not like a bodybuilder, but he was tall because he was like 6'4", I think. He had a wonderful physique, really tall and big for his height. Nice. The proportions were nice, you know, without being that bodybuilder comic booky look, right? Which would have looked ridiculous. So, no, I thought he was the best ever. I think he's still the best looking. I haven't liked any of the other Supermen since then. So, that's your mileage may vary, I guess. Can you buy anyone as Wolverine now after Jackman? To be honest, it's hard, right? Because he's Wolverine. I really wish he would come back. But I really hated the replacement. What's his name again? Good actor, but visually he looked horrible. Oh my God. The Jewish actor. Okay, now you guys are going to tell me anyways who it is, but I think he looked horrible. Yeah, but after Jackman, after I don't know who can do it. Hey, hopefully some new guy that nobody knows. That's what I'm hoping for. Cumberbatch was a good call for Doctor Strange. Rick, like, I'm not saying I hated it, but I also didn't like it. He looks, I don't know, his face is a little, I don't know if it's the face or the hair. Is he wearing a wig? There's something off about it. It just doesn't look natural to me. There's something that just bugs me. I don't know. Christopher Reeve trying to break the Superman stereotype when he did Death Trap. Oh, I see. Okay. Michael Payne. Just tell me if it was good or not, though. That's what we want to know. Reeve was taught bodybuilding by Chewbacca. Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool is perfect. Yes. Not a character I like, though, Marcus. I've never cared for Deadpool. So that's why I don't care either way. But yes, I will agree with that statement. Wolverine filming now in Deadpool 3 on set. Oh, so who is Wolverine? Is he coming back? Oh, yeah, I think he was coming back. I think he said Jackman's coming back, right? Cumberbatch wouldn't have been my first choice either. But it worked. Okay, you thought it worked. Hey, fine. Right. Prof X, even after Picard. Yeah, you would have thought that would have been a no-no, but I thought it worked for sure. James McAvoy, I don't know who did he play? No, we're talking. The guy who played Wolverine. The name's not coming to me. The second guy who played Wolverine. Death Trap is high on the list of best movie you've never heard of. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll check that out. All right, everybody, let's jump back to the. We got a handful of pieces to go, so we'll go a little bit quicker through these. But hey, thank you guys, everybody. I know we've hit the 3-hour mark and we've crossed it. We won't be hitting a record tonight, but a few pieces to go, so it won't be that much longer. And I appreciate you all sticking around this long. It's been fun. I know there have been some of you have dropped off, obviously, but for those of you stuck around, as always, the fun part is while we're still chatting, shooting the shit live. This is what's fun. After the show is over, honestly, do I want people to watch? Sure, if they want to. But am I going to be sad if people don't watch on Rewind? I mean, honestly, the fun's over by then. So I'm happy for the best part is live. So thank you to all of you. Really, really appreciate it. All right. So John, let's get to that next piece. And for that, so we were with what? Hawkman last? Is that the one?
Hawkman, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's check this one. Western Gunfighters, a really, really cool 60% splash here. Dick Ayers, Tom Sutton, 1970, my year of birth. Great piece. If you're going to get the original Ghost Rider, that you can't get a better one. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah. I'm not really big into Western themed comics, but Ghost Rider, a lot of people may not, don't know. I mean, certainly outside of comics that, when they think of Ghost Rider, they think of the guy on the motorcycle. They don't know that there was another Ghost Rider. And I just love the Ghost Rider theme stuff, and in this piece, I mean, Ayers created them. So that is just a great piece, especially that last panel.
Yeah. It's beautiful. There's nothing else to say, really. It's like you say, I mean, I do love Westerns, but I never collected Western artwork. That's not true. I've collected Western artwork I collected the Cisco strip dailies from the 1950s newspaper strip. But in comic books, no. But this one, I always thought he was a cool looking character, the white horse, the all white outfit. I always thought he looked pretty cool. And that's a pretty pretty killer splash, so.
And it also shows him before and after. It shows him before costume and after.
Yes, and then yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know if you guys follow these things more than me. I don't follow this movie stuff. If it happens, it happens, and if I feel like seeing it, I see it. I don't watch really a lot of the Marvel and DC stuff, but the TV stuff I do, but not at the movies. So I don't know anything about that. But Daphne Keane, the best role. I know I've mentioned this on the show before. My favorite performance in any Marvel movie of all time, Daphne Keane as X-23 in what is it called? Wolverine Origins or whatever. And I wish they had done like a back-to-back movie filming, because the cool thing about it is that she was like 12 or 13, and that's what makes it special, to be that age and that violent and vicious or whatever. Once you're like 14, 16, whatever. I'm like, okay, I don't care anymore. I need the character to be that same age, you know? So it's sad that they only got to do one movie with her. But yeah, thank you, CJ, as always. I am not kicking you out. I'm not kicking. I'm telling you, people are leaving. I'm thanking people for who are staying. So yeah, but if you're gone, I'm sad. But I'm glad that you stuck around as long as you did, Mikhail. Appreciate it. Marcus, I'm disappointed they haven't done another movie with her. Yeah, me too. That's what I just said. Luftic Ayers, yep. Lady's head looks like it was beheaded. I'm gonna have to take a look at that again. You know, if you watch the second Nick Cage Ghost Rider movie, they still don't know there was another Ghost Rider. It was called Logan. Oh God, I'm sorry. Yeah. Right, Wolverine Origins was that I think the first one or something, the first Wolverine movie. Ruben, the MCU poser. What? Okay, let's check out the next one, guys. So from Ghost Rider. Oh, yeah, I wanted to see really quickly to see what Marcus is talking about. Looks like her head. She's been beheaded. Oh, you mean like in the second panel or something, or maybe second and third? Looks like her head's resting on the pillow or something.
In the second panel, yeah, it looks like he decapitated her, and he's.
It is kind of weird.
Even in the third panel too.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so sorry, what are you saying? Sam Elliott riding that horse in Ghost Rider showed he was the original Ghost Rider. Okay, sorry, you have to sit through our shenanigans, John. Look at it.
That's all right.
Dwayne's apologize.
We've only just begun, and we're only at 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Exactly. Still, what is that, John? That's 6 hours and 20 minutes to go. Does that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's what that makes that.
No, we need to break the record.
Yeah, that's right. All right, check this out, everybody. John Hebert and Tom Christopher from X-Men Adventures #6, page 3, 1995. That's a pretty wicked Phoenix, I must say, and large as hell. Maybe the largest Phoenix ever. You know.
That's what I think in the auction they wrote that this is probably the largest published Phoenix piece. You know, this is another case here where the published colorized version is really cool. You know, I mean, I'm such a sucker for lime green and that red hair and, you know, but I mean, the original piece, I love this. Now, this was a piece I bought early on. Again, I don't remember what I paid, but it certainly would be a hell of a lot higher now. But I just love it. I mean, I'm not a Jean Grey fan, but at the same time, I just think the art for the art's sake, it's just gorgeous. It's just a gorgeous piece.
Yeah. I like that that he did the hair. Now, when I first laid my eyes on this piece, at first I was like, my eyes went right to the hair, and it bothered me. I was like, oh, what, man, you ruined it. Like that doesn't look like real hair. That it's just so fake, those curls. And then I realized, oh wait, he's going for the flame effect, trying to make the hair look like it's all fire, basically, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's it, because you see look at the edge. Well, you really can't pick it out in the ink version, but look to the right in the color version, you see the trails and fire, especially on the left edge below her wrist.
Yeah.
It's just a great piece. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, especially if for people who are a fan of that character, yeah, it's pretty amazing. I know
even the intro. Now come the Starjammers. You know, it's
absolutely, absolutely. And I believe that's a paste on, right? Now come the Starjammers. It looks paste. Yeah. Because I see some yellow glue staining under the M in Starjammers.
I don't know if that's an ink. Oil stain. I don't remember. I think it is.
Yeah, not that it matters. I'm just.
It's funny. I when I get the piece, I admire it. I look at it. I look at the back. I look if there's been any art done on the back side or any notes, and I look at it and really cherish it. And then I put it away. And then of course after that, I'm only looking at the image. I don't get out my art a lot and look at it. But this it might be. I don't recall.
Okay, that's cool. Oh, that's a wonderful piece. And yes, Marcus. I don't know if I prefer it on Starfire, but maybe. I like it on both. All right. the next piece on the docket is this killer Tom Mandrake. And here's what I love about this. So Who's Who #1 from 1992, Tom Mandrake and Klaus Janson. What I love about it is that every time I see somebody, Rick, for example, or you know, a lot of people or even Hoarder's Hide, Scott, posting Tom Mandrake art. There's been quite a bit of it being posted lately on CAF. And every time I see it, I can't help but think like, wow, like it's just such nice organic inking. It's very much in the school of Klaus Janson inking. And so to see this piece that is Mandrake inked by Klaus, I'm like, that's perfect, because it's like, right? It's perfect. The two guys in the same school of inking, organic inking, and working together on the piece. It's fantastic. Yeah, love it.
Yeah. And this is another, you know, I was talking earlier about the unique stories behind the villains. This is a villain that's just, this is actually who I was thinking of when I was saying that earlier on in the show. Black Mask. That's who I was thinking of, Black Mask. I mean,
Okay.
If you know the story behind Black Mask, just so unique, so weird and evil and sinister, and just yeah. So this is a great piece, you know, with the Batman costumes and the coffins, and you know, and the Black Mask emblazoned across the bottom, and then the mask, you know, the actual mask, the carved mask in the background.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and I should have also mentioned. I love that the fact that the two costumes of Batman and Robin, the way they're laid out, like they're already dead, and we'll put the costumes in the coffins. You know, yeah, that's like it just adds to the creepiness, and I love the fact that the Black Mask is, you know, being a fan of old time Hollywood crime, hard boiled crime, you know, film noir. He's that kind of a character, right? But like in a supervillain way, you know?
Yeah, with the pinstripe suit and the fedora, and with the 45, you know. I mean, back then, you know, everything was a 45. I mean, that was the gun to end all guns, right? The 45 auto. So and that's what the original Batman carried, was a 45 auto, you know. So here's Black Mask with his, you know, like with his gangster era costume, right? And holding the 45 there. And he's got that stance of in your faceness, you know.
Yeah. Come and get me, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Look what's in store for you, Batman and Robin.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I wanted to make mention, because Marcus is helping us out again with the data here, that he was apparently in Emancipation of Harley Quinn movie. Okay, but what I always want to know is, when people tell me this, I'm like, the first thing in my mind is, okay, I never heard of that or saw that. So you got to tell us, did he look like the guy in the comics? Because that's another thing I hate about the movies, is when they use characters who they have to change the costume completely, because they know that the comic book costume won't translate nicely on screen. So they make a complete change of costume. And in the end, it's like, well, why even use that character? Because then it's not really the character. It's just the character in name only.
Yeah, it's like when they reissue the car, you know, like the Dodge Charger, and it looks nothing like the original Charger. You know, it's like, why are you calling it a Mustang when it looks like something from the Jetsons? You know, make it look like a Mustang, or don't use the name and profane the name of the Mustang or the Charger or the Challenger. Or exactly, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Have a good one, Rich. Thanks for dropping in, buddy. I appreciate it. Good seeing you, man. He wore a suit, okay, but tell me though, and he wore a mask, okay, but tell me though, Marcus, you could wear a suit and a mask and it still possibly not look like this guy.
Yeah, was it a purge type plastic Walmart mask, or was it the black
was the
carved mask?
Was the mask cheesy looking? Like, that's the fear. It's always going to be some kind of cheesy thing they do, whatever. Just tell me, did you think it looked good? And did you feel like he looked like the guy in the comics? That's what I really want to know, you know? He did, okay, wore a suit. And then Scott says he did when he put his mask on. He looked good, you mean, when he put his mask on? Is that what you're saying? And and it was Ewan McGregor who played him. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, except I think it had zippers and a ball gag attached. Okay, now you're being a Joker now. I'm assuming.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, exactly. Phantom of the Opera also wears a suit and a mask. And your point, Mike, is I'll tell you my point is we got to get to the next piece. All right. Just 3 more pieces, everybody. I know a bunch of guys dropped off without even saying bye. That's okay. That's okay. As long as we're having fun, whoever wants to stay, we're good. But yeah, it's almost done. 3 more pieces. Yeah, Gene Colan and again Klaus Janson.
Speaking of Klaus Janson, yeah,
creepy shit here. So yeah, this is a pretty neat splash. Even though it's it's cool because it's cool and creepy, despite the fact that there's no Batman in it.
No, but okay. Cool thing about it is that it does have the Batman logo on the top right, which is iconic in of itself, right? And then the villain. I mean, the introduction of the villain, and the story, and I love villains. Back in the day, if anybody ever remembers computer games, and the X-Wing. You remember the X-Wing computer game where you could fly for the rebels? Well, there was also another game that came out shortly after where you could fly for the dark side. I can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but you're flying for the Emperor and you're flying for the Empire. Mm-hmm. And it was called TIE Fighter. Yeah. So I always flew for the dark side. Sorry. And I flew damn well and killed a lot of rebels in my time. But I mean, who doesn't love a good villain story? So and of course the artist here, I mean, iconic, Gene Colan and Klaus Janson, both of them in their own right, together, to see them together like this on this piece is great. Yeah.
And has excuse me, has anybody and any of you guys in the room noticed that has it dawned on you that for a guy who's only been collecting roughly 5 to 6 years, John doesn't, like, when he speaks, he doesn't come off sounding like a guy who's only been around collecting for 5-6 years, right? Like he's the way he speaks, he's familiar with not only, for example, Gene Colan as a penciler, Klaus as an inker, but the combination thereof, right? It's like you like, not a lot of people who've only been collecting 5 years, they're not already so familiar with on an individual basis, let alone as a the combo
team,
of the penciler team, inker team, whatever. So
I mean, I read a lot, and like I said, I had a lot of catch up to do when I got into this. The funny thing is, and I keep thinking about when we talked, so during our 9.5 hour camera check, I should tell the audience that when I
still here,
the few comic books that I did read when I was a kid, I told Ruben, and I think about this to this day, when I was looking at the pages, I was completely, to me, the artists were phantoms. I was thinking when I was reading the few comic books that I read, and I would see, like, in a creepy magazine, so you'd have, like, let's say you have 5 stories, and some of the art is just really different from the other art. It never dawned on me that these are artists, that these are not that they're inkers and pencilers, but that there's artists. And Ruben said to me, like, well, what were you thinking back then? And I said, I really was I was thinking that Warren Publications, which put out Creepy, Eerie, Vampirella, etc., that they had literally like a back room of staff artists, okay, kind of like staff attorneys for a corporation. And these artists were all faceless, nameless people where it was just like, shut up and write me a story, ink this, illustrate this, or whatever. I was just thinking that these were literally just like I don't know, like drones, like worker bees making the honey. It never dawned on me that there were some artists that were better than others. Matter of fact, when some of the covers that I loved on Creepy were done by Boris Vallejo. I used to think that anything that looked like that was always Frazetta, and then I would be like, it's a little bit different style. And then you would see Boris written at the bottom, signed at the bottom of the painting. So, what Ruben is saying, I'm completely ignorant about not only the artist, but I was completely ignorant that these were actually real people, not that this was like AI illustrating this stuff, but I was so completely ignorant of that there was some artists that were doing this that were better than others, and that there were identities to these people. I had no idea at all about any of this stuff, even going into it. So too, that's what I learned early on. Like, okay, don't collect from artists that are no-name people, but then there's a piece of art that, we had it there in the lineup here where you said, I don't know the penciler. The guy was a nobody.
Oh, but Roderick Delgado from the Batman issue.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, who cares? That page doesn't look like that. I mean, it's just incredible, so I do pay attention to the artist when I'm buying a piece, but then there's a few fly balls where it's like, I don't care. As long as someone in the team that's touched it, that's a known person.
Yeah, well, but you know what though, John? Just let me add a little to that. I don't agree with that. Like, I don't think it matters. Like, you have to like the art for the art's sake.
Of course, I don't buy for the artist. Right.
Right. So for me, you have to remember, like, just because you may have not have heard of an artist doesn't mean they're not extremely skilled or you know what I mean. So
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a fallacy, I think, to sort of think, oh, only the big names, the names that I've heard of, all of that everybody talks about, those are the ones worth collecting, because then you're going to miss a lot of beautiful pages that you would otherwise want to have if only you could get past your own sort of self, whatever you want to call it, right? You're putting in front.
That's very true. I bought, if you look on my calf gallery, I just put up a painted sci-fi piece, and this person's nobody. This could be your gardener, that painted this, and they did it back in, I think it was in the 80s. I got 3 paintings from him. I don't even know if he's still alive. I don't even know who he is. Never heard of him. Probably never will. But when you look at the painting, it's like, oh my God, this thing is unfreaking believable. Where was this guy? Where was the world that missed this person? This person is an amazing painter. And I know the same way. No, I definitely don't do that. I'm not snooty about that, but there is a cachet from having someone. I mean, they're famous because they do good work, right? So, it kind of goes without saying, but at the same time, no, I'm not that way. I'm not that way.
No, excellent. All right. Let us check out the next piece. A couple more to go here. So yeah, the world's finest. I forgot about this one. Jack Abel, Vinnie Coletta. So it's funny because Jack Abel is typically an inker, or was typically an inker. So I love pages like this where it's like an inker on an inker,
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Just gonna say, you say whatever you want to say. I was just gonna tell everybody there's something kind of a key about this story in this page. So John will tell you whatever he wants to tell you about it, and he'll mention that. Go ahead, man.
Well, I'm not sure what you're alluding to, but I was gonna say
the poison ivy thing.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. But before I mention anything about that, the one thing I learned early on is everybody trashing Coletta, and certainly he did screw up a lot of stuff. And the thing is a lot of times I've looked at a page and wanted to buy it, and I see, oh shit, Coletta's on there, but he didn't F up everything. Right. And this was one piece here where I think he did okay. I mean, he might have been able to shade some of the blacks a little bit better if he had a little more talent, but I have a couple Coletta pages that if I didn't tell you it was him, you would never guess. Either that, or maybe he put more time and effort into some of the pieces that I have that I'm thinking of. Not specifically this one, but But yeah, so I love origin stories. I mean, I know some people collect origin stories, and early on I did, and I still value an origin story. And here I think this is not all the origin stories are told well, especially when they're put onto one page, but I think this one's great. I mean, I think it really kind of tells the whole thing, where this guy is just using her, and then she kind of, she'll end up coming back to haunt him. But but yeah, it's cool. And it's kind of neat too, because it shows her, the first panel is actually showing her, after the fact. And then of course it goes backwards and tells the story. It's just very well crafted piece.
Yeah. It's very cool. Very, very cool. All right, everybody, let us go to the last piece in the show and tell tonight. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in.
Before I show piece? Oh my God.
Yeah. And before we show it and talk a little bit about it, just want to let everybody know who's still here. Not many of you, 15, but check back in. Let's all hang out with Lee Parmenter, my buddy. He'll be my guest next week. And he, like John, is another. It's 2 back-to-back weeks with guys who are primarily into mainstream art. And although, yes, I hesitate to say this because I know some of you will not show up, but Lee is primarily a DC guy. So your Marvelites only guys, I guess I won't be seeing you next week, but check it out though, because it should be fun. He's a nice guy. So same time as usual, by the way, 8 o'clock. Sorry. So, okay, let's check this out. And of course, this is for Maki Pupu. I hope Maki Pupu, you're still there, because we finally got to the piece that you all can see right over John's right shoulder. And I'll show it here on the slide first, and then after that, we'll look at the original again. So let's check this out. Yeah. So the cover number 79 cover to Metal Hurlant. That's heavy metal in French. For those of you who are not French speakers, by Ralph Reese, who maybe some of you may remember as a guy who did quite a bit of stuff. But my favorite stuff, he did some inks over Gil Kane on one of the issues that were a fill-in for Barry Windsor Smith, at the time, Barry Smith Conan. Remember that 2-issue story fill-in that Gil Kane did? One of those issues is just gorgeous. One of the most beautiful Gil Kane jobs ever, because of Ralph Reese inked them. But anyways, that's who this is. Tell us about this one, John.
Yeah, so this is an interesting story. This is where you need to do your research. When this was a heritage piece, and it was a Wednesday, or back then it might have been a Sunday auction. It was their ordinary weekly auctions, and the piece came up, and I was attracted to it because the color and all that. And the description was very dismissive. Like, this was some unpublished piece of crap from some sex exhibit in New York that never happened. End of story. And I'm thinking, I don't know. That may not be. I don't know. I don't even know how I found out what it was. But before the auction ended, I found out that it was one of the most iconic covers of Metal Hurlant, and again from the Blade Runner issue. So if you Google famous Metal Hurlant cover art, there's a few covers that will come up. And this is always one of them. And it's funny because Reese is not really so well known. He's not a larger than life artist. And unfortunately, in his later years in his life, he's still alive, and he's kind of a starving artist. I guess it's all, in your career, you have to continue to be your own agent, right? You have to continue to market yourself and keep yourself active. So anyway, I bid on the piece, won it. It didn't sell for very much because, like I said, it wasn't described correctly. And my God, that's the fastest I ever sent off payment or made the payment to Heritage, because all I kept thinking about was, oh shit, wait till someone realizes that it's not what they said it is, and maybe the consignor will cancel the sale, or I don't know. the funny thing is they did correct it post auction, but it was quite a while afterwards. But I was my heart was in my throat until I physically got possession of the piece. And then once I did, it's the only piece of art that I ever had framed and matted. I just think partly because it's on paper, so it is fragile. The other thing that I think is really cool in this field is that a lot of these artists are dead, but a lot of them are still alive. That's not going to be the case in the next 10 years, probably. And I reached out to Ralph, and I'm the consummate researcher. I like to know as much about a piece as possible. I connected with him and reached out to him, and I said to him, hey, you did this piece, can you tell me about it? Can you tell me about the piece and what came you to craft it like this, etc. And he said, yeah, I lived down in 42nd Street in New York back during the 70s. He goes, it was nothing but peep shows and hookers, and it was just a hellhole. And he said, I just took that imagery that I lived amongst back in those days and just portrayed it in the future. And I thought, wow, what a gem, what a gem of information, because that's exactly what this is. You see all the trash on the sidewalk, and, now all the prostitutes are robots, and, I just think it's really cool because, the other thing too, is when I saw the piece, I'm like, shit, it's not signed, but then he signed his name in the RoboPro sign. If you see it, if you can look in detail, it says Reese above RoboPro. It's hard to see.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. Actually. Yeah, that's cool.
So he actually worked his name signature into the art, which is cool.
Yeah, that's.
But really neat. This is a piece that when you first look at it, it's very comic-y looking, but then the more you look at it, and it's a really large piece. I'll back up when we're back on screen to show. It's the photo you see on the left. That's the true vibrancy of the piece. I'm very anal when I photograph something and put it up. If it's in color, I'm very, very anal about retaining the correct color. So they muted it a little bit, as you can see on the right. But on the left is the actual true art. And now, since the light's going in the room here, it's going to be really muted in the image, but on the camera. But the left is absolutely true to form, and it's a very, very large piece. I forget the actual dimensions, but it's here.
Yeah, why don't you bring it a little closer and see if we can?
I have it hanging up here, so I can't take it off. But you can.
Oh, I see. It's that. I got it. Yeah. That gives us a good idea of the size.
Typically cover stuff is maybe 16 by 12, or like the size of like an old Life magazine, but this was, I don't know, it's almost like 2 feet, maybe 2 feet or more in height.
Much bigger. Before I forget, Maki Poo Poo, can you do you want to, because I don't know if you got your, the when you asked the question back when we were still at the slide number 1, can you ask it again? Or did John answer what you had asked? Because I don't remember what you had asked us way back when. So if you want to know, I did want to get to it now that we got to this painting finally. So if he hasn't already answered what you wanted to know, what you had asked earlier in the evening, please type it in right now. And I definitely don't want to close out the show without getting you your answer on that, man. And by the way,
I don't remember him asking.
You don't remember? You're back, Jason. You don't remember at the top of the show, pretty much. He right away.
I do remember him wondering if we're going to get to it, when we're going to get to it, but I don't know if he asked a question about it.
Oh yeah, he was asking something about it. He wanted to know, wanted you to say something about it. I don't. Here it is. Yes. Oh, here we go. Yes. How you acquired it and what the backstory was.
I do. Yeah. So that's the backstory, Maki Poo Poo. Yeah. It again, there's a lot more people that are on Heritage now than before, and I don't know if that would work. I like it. The weird thing is I don't know how I remember finding out what it was. I guess maybe I Googled I researched on Reese, but I don't remember. But I did find out before the auction ended that it was definitely not what Heritage. I mean, okay, so Ralph did tell me that it actually was. I have to correct myself. Ralph did tell me that it was actually what Heritage published was true, but that was way after the fact. That was kind of like, that would be like if I had like the prototype Mustang, and I don't tell you it's the prototype Mustang. I just tell you that I used to use this to go get groceries. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that this is the prototype. It's not just an ordinary car.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. Heritage had left out the material purpose of the art, and they just wrote in that I think it was used later on. Ralph said it was put in. It was going to be used in a show that never was. But what they forgot about is that this was on that cover for Metal Hurlant. So, and it was one of the biggest issues because it was the Blade Runner issue. I mean, how cool is that? And there was a big article. If you get the magazine, if you see it, there's a big whole thing on Blade Runner in there. So,
okay. Yeah. The Blade Runner connection is kind of what makes it, if you consider it a steal in a sense, right? In a kind of a under the radar purchase type of thing, right? Where, yeah,
absolutely,
it's such a Blade Runner is such a well known property, right?
Right.
And there's a massive science fiction following just for in that genre in general, and that's a really famous one. So. For a lot of people not have realized what it was, whatever. Like it's good. It sort of again on that here we go. Where is it? Jason was saying it's a great feeling knowing what a piece is while others are unaware during the auction, right?
Definitely. You're hoping you're the only one that knows. You don't know until the auction starts in that respect. But you're right. Or you find something that hasn't been fully researched, or they don't know what they have. It's not that Reese is famous. I mean, Reese is famous. He worked with Wally Wood. He's been around, and he just never took off like some of the other people that he worked with. But when you research famous covers for Metal Hurlant, which was the predecessor to Heavy Metal magazine in America, the art started there. I mean, Ridley Scott, George Lucas, all of the famous, people in cinema would look to Metal Hurlant cover art and the art in general in that magazine for inspiration. I mean, that was it's an iconic publication for people in that field. And the funny thing is that just because it was the Blade Runner issue, it didn't have to have a Blade Runner theme cover, So, but when you look at some of the most famous covers for Metal Hurlant, this is one of the few that's brought up. I think because of the Blade Runner issue. I think also because it's a very different depiction of the art. It's almost, I said to him, "Is this marker?" And he said, "No, this is watercolor and wash." But it's very flat. You don't see brush strokes or anything on it, but you see like almost marker. I think he used like a very thin watercolor and ink, different colored inks. But yeah, I love it. Part of why I framed it and I used the matte that matches the midnight blue of the sky. If you can see, it's more true in real life, but it's just a cool piece. I just love it for many different ways, but also because I knew what it was and no one else did.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, for sure, man.
Knowledge is power. Research your stuff. I mean, a lot of times I've bought pieces in auctions that were not what they said they were.
Right.
I had only one instance where that happened. And I returned and I paid a lot of money as if it were what they said, and it was not correct. And I won't name names because when I corrected them, they ended up re-auctioning it and they did not correct it. So that's not good. But yeah. So anyway, But knowledge is power in this field, because a lot of stuff that they say is something it's not. You know, maybe in the heat of the moment they get it wrong when they were doing the listing, but sometimes they may not know. In this case here too, you want to document as a collector. You want to document what you have, because whoever consigned this obviously didn't know either what they had. Otherwise, they would have corrected it when they saw the thing pre-auction.
Just so you know, you're frozen.
Oh.
Yeah, you look like you're sleeping on screen. Does anybody else? Oh, there you go. Now it's unfrozen. That's cool.
Yeah.
But Dwayne's a pain. Thank you for hanging out, man. And I'm glad you liked John's collection. Yeah,
Appreciate
and Kasra giving us the listing that Heritage says it's 21.5 by 28. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it goes a little bit beyond the matting. Not too much, but that's what they factored in. Yep.
Marcus, man, you're getting me a lot of times tonight. Ice Cube? Is that what that is? I don't know. Kills me when he always does this to me. Multiple times per episode, by the way.
He's keeping us on our toes.
He sure is. Yeah, he always does. Rick wants to let you know, incredible collection you've amassed in such a short time, John.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. It means a lot to hear from you. Thank you. You got a great collection too. So when I hear people that have fantastic collections give me a compliment, I mean, all compliments are valued, certainly, but it's so for someone like, Rick with a great collection, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's cool. All right, everybody. So we are going to be officially, John and I, the second longest episode length of my channel. We are not going to stay on long enough to beat the record.
We don't have to go. We can just leave it running. We can leave the cameras streamed, and we'll leave just so we can technically be the longest.
But
what was the longest? 4.5 hours? You said 4.5?
The what?
The longest episode.
No, the longest is 3 hours and 53 minutes.
Well, that's only less than 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I don't want to give you a divorce after that 9.5 hours.
No, she's cool. She's totally cool with that, man. Where's Stanley? Yeah, I don't know. Marcus, he's kind of been AWOL the last several weeks. He came in last week, but a few weeks before, the previous 3 weeks to that, I think he was not here at all. So don't know what's happening with Stanley, but I just want to say thank you. First of all, to you, John. It was really a lot of fun. Really had a lot of fun, man. And
thank you for asking.
Yeah, absolutely, my pleasure. Okay, Marcus, now you're pretending to be Stanley. You can do it, guys. CJ's reminding us. Oh, wait, you still have 6 more hours. Yeah. But yeah, no. I was looking forward to this, and I hope you had a good time. Anyways.
Absolutely. Thank you. This is my first time I've ever been on any interviews, or, I'm not a promoter of myself. So you reached out to me, and I thought, why not break the ice with this? This is the first one. So I didn't know how it was going to go. I hope it went well.
We got Marcus telling us now, go for 4. And Karen says, keep going. I just got back.
Oh, okay. Now we have to. Well, as long as your wife says it's okay.
No. That's not my wife. My wife was Vivian.
That's what I'm saying. Is where's your wife is probably gone.
Oh, I think she must have fallen asleep. Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? Let's see. It's 11:48 your time, right?
Yeah. And lately she's been going to bed at like 10. So I didn't see her say bye, though. She usually says bye, but I didn't see her. And if she didn't, that means she probably just fell asleep. So yeah.
Well, why don't we keep running until she wakes up? When's she going to get up? If she's going to bed at 10, she's going to get up at 6 probably.
CJ, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Look at that. Look, Karen's like desperate for it now. Listen to Marcus. Marcus wants to know, do you have it? See, he's playing Stanley's role perfectly. These are the type of things he always has.
He's egging us on.
Yeah. Egg you on just to keep it going, Any specific. Right. All right, we'll do it for you. We'll do it for you. Fine, go. We'll do it for you.
Let's go. Let's do it. but you know, let's just not break it a little bit. Like, we got to break it further so it can stand for a while, right? You know, maybe we have to. I'm just kidding. Okay, so Marcus, you mentioned wants. Any specific wants? You mean like, do I have any specific art wants?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Gosh, you know what? I kind of wish I was that rich Saudi oil prince that bought up every Frazetta. You know, when I see these Frazettas being auctioned, I think to myself, if I was in the family, I know I'd be sitting on a crap ton of money, but I couldn't part with any of them. You know, I just, and they're small too. That's what's funny. You know, when you and I, as a viewer, look at a Frazetta page, we don't realize that some of these things are just, you know, like this. They're not really that large. How's that, Marcus? Am I doing well? Look at Ruben's like, okay, here we go. But no, I would want to have a Frazetta painting. I would want to have all of them, to be honest.
There you go. There you go. He wants to know, do I have anything you'd like to trade for? He's trying to kill the time, right?
Marcus is brokering, yeah.
Which dealers do you buy from? Like, how random are these questions?
Don't you, Marcus? Why don't you ask me like what shoes I prefer?
Oh, look at Kazra. He really wants to set the record. He wants us to know how many windows in that Reese painting. Yeah, let's start counting. Why don't we?
Right. Yeah, let's count them. Oh, we'd have to pull up the print again.
But which one?
Which one of the Frazettas?
Yeah.
The Sea Witch. I love the Sea Witch, if you know what that one is. But I you know, all of them really. You know, the thing I kicked myself, Gene and Greg were really close friends of Frank. And I didn't start getting art aware until after Frank passed. And I would have loved to have met Frank. I know I could have if, you know, he was still alive. And they didn't live far from each other. You know, that's a regret. You know, like the regrets, the ill feeling I have is I didn't get in this sooner, right? You know, for not just because of the prices, but Jean knows so many people, and I would have liked to have known her earlier in life than I could have met. It's at least, especially Frank. That would have been, you know, a great thing.
Give me a second here. Oh, okay, sorry.
So now we're gonna have a moment of silence.
No, but
come on, Marcus. Where's your questions, Marcus? Where's your Egyptian princess? You know, did the auction end yet for the and I told you this myself. Did the auction end for the Molly Hatchet painting? No, not yet, right? What's it up to now?
No. Still waiting for that.
Didn't end yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Still curious to see what happens there, you know?
Yeah.
Now, we're not going to do
record. I think that painting is going to set a record. I think partly because it's the most recent one. Everyone that's sold is, you know, has trumped the other ones, all the other prices.
There you go. Kazra wants to know what other piece that I used to own that you have.
Oh, it's another Hulk piece, and it's funny because I bought it. You want
Kazra? Actually, Kazra, it's the piece you see blown up on the thumbnail for tonight's show.
Oh yeah, right.
So actually, here, hold on. Let me quickly show.
You want to pull it up?
There you go. Yeah. So check out Salvi Cinema. No, I don't have it.
Okay. If you go on my CAF gallery, I have a gallery for Hulk, and it's only two pieces, and this is the other one. So it was inked by Sinnott, and it was right before Sinnott passed away. I mean, I bought it just because I love the piece, but yeah, it's a great piece. I'm actually surprised it didn't sell for more because it's been fairly recently that I bought it. It would have been right before Senna passed away. So when was that? A couple years ago? A year or two ago? I don't know. Time flies.
Stevie B says that I've been back and just kind of hanging. Pretty sure Cecil B. DeMille directs these episodes because they get longer and longer. Well, Stevie, to be honest, these guys wanted to set a record, so I just acquiesced to their demands and decided, okay, we're technically at the record now by a minute or so. So just hanging and fooling around. I can't believe there's still 13
Marcus asked a very important question. What's the reason for the moniker of Neon Dragon?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Okay.
Oh, good night, Maki Poo Poo. Thank you so much for hanging in all this time.
Good night, Maki Poo Poo. Thank you for tuning in. Look at my avatar. That should give it away on CAF.
Yes.
But Ruben, you don't know either, and you know my avatar, right? You don't know why? You don't know where Neon Dragon comes from?
I don't know.
Okay. Neon Dragon for the end. so that we can force people to stay. No, I'm not going to reveal that until we hit 4 hours. Okay, so let's talk about something else. No, I'm just kidding.
I forgot.
No, so Neon Dragon was an iconic image in Blade Runner. That was the dragon over the noodle house when Harrison Ford is having noodles. It was the Neon Dragon, and it had the flicking neon tongue, if you remember. No? You over your head?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying no to NSN's art question. We're not going to go there. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, no. Keep going.
No, so that, so if you look at my avatar, that's the famous, it was a white neon dragon over the noodle house in Blade Runner when he's out there having dinner.
But you're talking about the fact that it's a literal neon dragon, or did somewhere in the story?
Yes, it's a neon dragon. Yeah. No. It's a neon dragon in the movie. It's a neon sign of a dragon above the noodle house.
Okay.
And it looks blue. It looks blue in my avatar only because the lighting in the film made it blue, but it was actually white neon.
Okay.
And Blade Runner is my most famous movie of all time.
Marcus, I'm not a science fiction guy, and so like I seen Mad Max, I didn't care for it. I know it's like sacrilegious to say these things. Blade Runner,
horrible.
Blade Runner, I watched.
Well, I'm thinking of Mad Max in the Thunderdome. The original one was really good.
Okay.
You're talking about Mel Gibson, the first one.
I mean, I haven't seen it either.
First Mad Max.
You mean Mad Max?
Yeah, Mad Max.
Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, I only saw the first one. Yeah,
the first one was good. Yeah,
I didn't care because it's just not my kind of thing. But if you think that's, hey, listen, John, you're gonna get mad at that. You should get really mad when I tell you I've never even seen Blade Runner.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Okay, you think that's shocking? I've never. Okay, everybody, get ready.
No. Don't say anything else yet. I'm still trying to digest that. You haven't seen Blade Runner?
Not only have I not seen Blade Runner, you think that's shocking? I haven't even seen Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Wow. Have you seen okay. You haven't seen any of the Indiana Jones ones?
No.
Well,
but that's actor specific. That's actor specific. I couldn't stand Harrison Ford in Star Wars. The cheesy lines he was throwing out, the way he acted, I hated him in Star Wars. And so I was like, nah, man. My friends were all like, we were like 13. Oh yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm like, nah, not with that Han Solo guy. Oh hell no, I'm not watching a whole movie of him being the star. And that's it. I've hated him ever since Star Wars. So yeah, No, I just
Really?
don't want
Wow.
to.
Now,
Yeah.
is that why you didn't want to see Blade Runner?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have that attitude, and he doesn't have that. You know, a lot of actors and actresses, quite frankly, are just being themselves in front of the camera. You know what I mean? I mean, there are very few of them are really acting. They're really being themselves. But Harrison Ford is one that I think is a fantastic actor, and how he is in Blade Runner is very different than Star Wars. But that's
I can't stand.
tragic.
I can't stand to look at his face and listen to him. I just don't want to see his face on the screen. That's
Oh
it's one of
my.
those. Look at everybody hates me now. Look at this. How have you not watched Road Warrior and Blade Runner? Ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous.
Yeah,
Look at this.
Blade Runner.
Karen is,
You know, but
Karen's in
the funny
shock
thing
now.
is I saw Blade Runner. I saw Blade Runner in 19. Okay, so it came out on the screen in 84, I think. And I didn't know about it. And I was dating this girl at the time who said, "Oh, they're having a." I know. Let's wait until we see the roosters, crowing. It was 1985 or 1986. They reissued it. It came back out in the theater. And this girl I was dating at the time said, "Look," I said, this is coming back in the theater. And it's a movie you really have got to see on the large screen." I said, "Okay." So I went to see it. I had no idea who Blade Runner was, or Harrison Ford, or anything. No Air Force One. But it's just, it's an iconic. Now, did you see? I guess did you see the new one, the new Blade Runner?
Nah,
came out a few years ago.
No, I mean, why?
God,
Well, why would I have any attraction to that if the other one has never had any attraction to me? You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Not only did I see the second one in the theater, but I saw it in a Dolby theater, which the Dolby theater in of itself looked like you were in the Blade Runner movie. It was freaking, everything was black and red, and it was just, I should have I think I did take photos of the theater, but it's on an old phone. But that, if you've ever seen a Dolby theater, at least back then, it looked like right out of a Blade Runner movie set. It was just so futuristic, bizarre. They warned you, like, you can't come in here if you have any aversion to loud sounds and vibrations and all sorts of weird stuff. But yeah, it's the whole Blade Runner thing. And it's one of the few books that I've ever read. So I'm shocked. I'm really shocked.
Apparently so are everybody who's still watching.
Yeah, this is more exciting than my talking about my art. The fact that you didn't see Blade Runner. We're gonna have to have a sit down. We're gonna have to do like Clockwork Orange, where we're gonna have to stick toothpicks in your eyes and duct tape you to a chair and make you watch it.
Yeah, like I don't know, man.
Orange.
If The Fugitive is like early 90s, I don't remember. I may have seen that one because there was a point in time in the early 90s where I just went to the movie with friends every Tuesday. We went to every Tuesday was movie night for us for a period of a few years. So we may have chosen that one. But if I did see it, I can't say I remember anything about it, but I may have seen that one. American Graffiti, I did see. Because I thought I'm very much into the 1950s aesthetic of Americana. That's the main reason I watched that one. Yeah. And,
so you know what? I hate the whole 50s culture, and
really.
Okay, so I have a confession too. I just recently watched American Graffiti for the first time. I saw bits and pieces, but I never sat through the whole movie. And I finally just saw it. I told my daughter about it, and I'm like, okay, we got to watch this because it's an iconic film. Not knowing, I told her I think that I hadn't watched it. Okay, so the whole story about George Lucas was so embarrassed he thought Star Wars was going to be a flop that he went into hiding. The next day he didn't want to even read the newspapers. I thought American Graffiti was just a massive flop. I mean, to me, that should have been when he was embarrassed about it coming out. I just thought it was just a rambling day in the life of just stick a camera on the back of a dog and just film people's daily life. I thought it was horrible. I mean, I don't understand the iconic position that American Graffiti has in cinematography. at all. What I do find interesting, though, is I do find that the carryover of
well-known director. I think that has a lot to do with it. You know,
not when he did it. Not when he did it at the time. He wasn't well known.
No,
You're saying now after the fact.
No, but right, because you're saying I don't understand the place it has now, but that's why.
Right, and that was my fascination for wanting to see it, because it was Lucas's first work. And the cool thing about it is that he carried that hot rod. He carried the theme of American Graffiti over into Star Wars. You know, the Millennium Falcon was the beat up, crappy hot rod, right? So, you know, he carried over a lot of the sub stories in Star Wars. But I thought as a standalone film, American Graffiti was just, I don't understand it. I mean, I was captivated by it because I am a movie director, screenwriter, you know, in my back of my mind, I live vicariously, because that's what, if I could redo my life, that's what I would be doing. 3 times
breakfast at Tiffany's.
I think I have seen that.
Let's move this shindig to the Waffle House. I wish Terminator. I could go to the waffles right now. I am a Patriots fan. Yeah. I'm going
Apocalypse
to put together.
Now, absolutely iconic movie as well. Have you seen Apocalypse Now?
Yeah, but only once, and I did not like it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're not a movie person. Are you a big book reader?
No, not now. I barely can even read comics like this. Yeah. But I used to be, but when I used to read books, I used to be more into reading very specific. It was either biographies or / autobiographies of athletes or actors, or business people. And if it wasn't that, it was business books. I just like to read books about business. I have read, of course, you know, Stephen King books back in the 80s, this and that, the other, whatever. Yeah, but it's been ages since I actually read, you know, novels. If I read novels or, it's been ages, but,
so you wouldn't appreciate this, but for some of you guys out there and girls that are into Blade Runner, I'll tell you an interesting story about Blade Runner. You know, when you read a book,
because we have nothing better to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm helping you. I'm helping you, Marcus. Marcus has run out of suggestions, so I'm going to tell you a real story. So you know, when you read a book, and as you're reading the book, in your mind, you're formulating the scenes, the look, the characters. You come up with the story, and that's why people love to read books, because they visualize the story. And then 99.99% of the time when the movie comes out, it's like, shit, you know, I like the book better. Why? Because the movie, I formulated the idea better in my mind when I read the book. Well, in his later years in his life, Sid Mead, I don't know if you know who Sid Mead is. Sid Mead was so later in so Sid Mead, for anybody that doesn't know, Sid Mead did all of the concept art for Blade Runner. I was communicating it to Sid in the later years of his life, and Sid told me that, well, before we talked about it, I told him, we were just chatting, and I said, you know, Sid, I said, I've only read a few books in my life. One of them was Blade Runner. And the reason for that is it was actually required in a college course. So I read Blade Runner, and as I read it, I have a very creative mind, which is, I don't know why I don't like to read books. I guess the dyslexia, but I crafted this incredibly bizarre world when I read Blade Runner. And I told Sid, I said, you know, when I saw the movie, it wasn't the only time that it matched exactly my mind's concepts from the book. I said, but it was so eerie down to the detail. It was as if you read my mind, and Ridley Scott did too. And he said, well, you know what? He goes, it's funny you say that, because Sid Mead was originally only hired to do a few concept arts for the props, like some vehicles, the gun, some of the stuff, just basically only first one. Oh, you're talking about this. Okay, so anyway,
yeah.
So anyway, Sid was originally only hired just to do some ancillary sketches for the film. He wasn't hired to do storyboarding or concept of the film. When Ridley saw, and as you know, Sid Mead doesn't, if you say, Sid, draw me a picture of a car, okay, he won't draw just the car like a draftsman. He'll draw the car in a scene as if you go back in time and you see the car in real life. That's the art that Sid submitted to Ridley Scott for Blade Runner. When Ridley Scott saw his scenes, the scenes of his concept art that he was hired only to do, he wasn't hired to concept the image of the movie. Ridley Scott was blown away, and Ridley said the same thing that I told Sid. Ridley said to him, "This is the only time in my life that you've perfectly illustrated in my mind the imagery that I developed when I read the book." And that's why Sid got the job to do the whole movie. And very, very bizarre, how he could get into our minds and illustrate what we were imagining. So that's the backstory behind Sid and Blade Runner and why it got the look that it did.
Cool story. Yeah, Sid, I have some friends who own Sid Mead originals. The cool car design paintings or whatever.
Very rare. Are they originals or are they prints?
No, originals. Yeah.
Yeah, because the only way Sid told me the only way that you could buy his original art is if you hired him to do something. So, like, say for instance, if you hired him, General Motors.
Years ago, Heritage sold off the Charles Martinetti collection. It's a collection of like over 4,300 pieces of illustration art, vintage illustration art. And I don't know if they,
but it would have originated. It would have originated. Yeah, it would have originated probably with someone that hired him. Like maybe it was a GM executive that then sold it or parted with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying anybody got it from him or where they got it from. I'm just saying there have been Mead pieces, originals that have come on, through Heritage, and you could have bought them there.
Right. There was an original. There was an original that came up in a Comic Connect auction, I think. No, Comic Link auction a little while back. I didn't bid on it because it was literally more kind of like a draftsman picture of a car. But you could never go to Sid and say, "Look, I would like you to draw me paint me a painting." You had to hire him. He was an illustrator for hire for a project. And so I'm guessing that a lot of the art came on the market, because it was originally owned by a corporation or somebody that hired him for something, and then now it's sold. Total Recall. Yeah. You probably didn't see that movie.
Yeah, I saw that one.
But again, you said you're not a sci-fi fan.
I know, but that's why I didn't like it. It doesn't mean that
you were forced to watch it.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like, oh, your friends are we're all going to the movies. What are we going to see? Like, I can't just go see what I want. If the majority says they're going to see this, okay. And, that was back when Schwarzenegger was you went to see all the Schwarzenegger films or whatever. So, okay, we went. And whatever. It's not my thing. But like I said, it's not my thing because it was sci-fi. It's just a genre that I've never cared for. So there's very few exceptions. Oh, my gosh, look at that. Chuck Arnold. This is how long the show has gone, guys, that we've been on so long that Chuck wasn't even here for the first 4 hours, and yet he can still say he made it to the show. Wow, look at that,
there you go. We stayed here for you, Chuck. We kept the lights on for you.
Yes, but he makes a nice point because when it came out in the 70s, it was nostalgia for pre-Vietnam era. Yeah, every generation has one. Yeah, exactly. And Dazed and Confused, Dano. That's the good stuff. I'd rather see that than Blade Runner. Yeah. Dazed and Confused. Oh, yeah. Why are you talking about Wolf of Wall Street, Karen? What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about? That's not science fiction. I did watch it. Are you asking me? I did watch it, but I don't know what
Yeah,
that
they should do a remake of Total Recall. They should do a lot of remakes. They should do a remake of Running Man. You probably never saw Running Man.
Running Man.
Schwarzenegger?
No. No. Oh no, I did see it. It was horrible. Oh my god, it was bad.
Oh my god.
You liked it? Come on,
yeah.
dude.
Okay, look, okay. Some of the older stuff. Okay, so are you talking about the production merit value or the story itself? I mean, some of that stuff is corny. Okay,
no,
yeah, but it's the story.
Everything. No, I'm talking about like everything as a whole, you know?
Yeah, you have to put on your 80s glasses on when you're watching it and understand, you know, but it's the story. The story was fantastic. You know, instead of imprisoning people, you give them a chance at their freedom. You have a game show, you drop them down this tube and you let them try to go through one executioner after the other. I mean, how cool is that? We should do that nowadays. We should have it on. It could be a Netflix episode.
What can I tell you? T1 and T2, Carol, yeah, because I'm behind on the comments a little bit there, a couple of minutes, but I did say T1 and T2. I did see those. I love those. Yeah, enjoyed those. Yeah, there's exceptions, right? There's exceptions to every rule. So once in a blue moon, I'll enjoy a science fiction thing. Blade Runner is a movie that gets better with each view. God, wow. Okay,
that's true.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. Okay, Total Recall was awesome. Wow. Okay. Like I said, I can't you have to understand. I've said it in the past many times. I don't like the genre, right? So you got to understand, if I'm watching a lot of these science fiction movies and I don't like them, even I will tell you a lot of my dislike has to do with just the genre in general.
The genre. It'd be like asking me about a football game or a basketball game, right? It's the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. You're not into sports, so you know, what do you care, right? You're like, ugh, I hate that, right? It's the same thing. Exactly. So it's just the genre in general. So that's why only once in a blue moon I'll watch one that I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good one. Like a few years ago, somebody told me to watch the one where Matt Damon goes to Mars or some other planet and he gets trapped there and he has to start using his head and growing food with plants and stuff. Do you guys remember that? I don't know. Interstellar.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. What's your favorite genre?
Oh, I don't know that I have a favorite genre.
Okay.
Like I said,
do you like horror?
Oh, I mean, I don't watch it anymore because if you know anything about horror, like since its infancy, it's a genre that always was like, you got to watch 20 of those things to find one that was really good, right?
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen the movie Event Horizon?
Oh, gosh. Event Horizon. That sounds familiar. What year was that? Sounds familiar. I might have seen that one.
Early 90s.
Oh, that's an
iconic film, and it's unique in the sense that it's a sci-fi movie and a horror movie. It's two genres combined that you normally wouldn't think of. But it's a cult classic if you're part of the cult.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know on that one. I'm gonna have to check. Who was in it? I'm interested in business. I still don't get what you're trying to tell me though, Karen.
The business. What was it you mentioned? Business.
Hold on. So this is what Karen said. Karen said, "Thank God." I think to my telling everybody that I did like T1 and T2, because then she followed up by saying T1 and T2. But then she says Total Recall was awesome. And then she says, you mentioned you were interested in business. I don't know what I don't know. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I see when I get to you too late, then it's out of context. Richard Dawson. Oh yeah. I remember Richard Dawson loved to kiss the ladies. And he was in that movie. Look at Hoarder's Eye. I can't take any more of this shit. Brush up on my pop culture. There will be a quiz next week. I was just going to say why, because is there going to be a quiz? I never saw. No, I didn't see the Hunger Games. Actually, I didn't see.
That's good. Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
And now you can binge watch all 3 on Netflix, or I always confuse Netflix and Amazon, one or the other. But you can binge watch all 3 of them. I think it's on Amazon actually.
Look what CJ says. Now you know why you guys talked for 10 hours. You can't agree on anything.
We're not even starting. We're not warmed up yet.
It's an Arnold movie. It transcends sci-fi. Which one are you talking about now?
Which movie?
The one that you hold on. Total Recall?
Maybe Terminator. Maybe Terminator she's talking about.
And also, how does that connect to my saying I like business? Oh, business equals Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, I see. That's why she brought up Wolf of Wall Street. Okay. Yeah, but that's not what I call a business movie. But yes, but that is the kind of thing I would watch because of the whole, these guys scamming people in the stock market and that. Yeah, I do like that kind of stuff.
The Comic Art Channel says it was the scariest movie he's ever seen in the theater. Are you talking about Event Horizon?
Yeah, who was in Event Horizon? Somebody tell me.
I can't think of it. Here's the thing. I usually I tune out the actors and actresses and just soak in the story.
Okay, 1997. Yeah, I'd have to go.
That's late. That's later.
I'd have to go to IMDb and just sort of look at it, see what the poster was.
I thought it was earlier than that.
Oh, Sam Neill, Jewish Dragons. Look at this. Another dude.
Sam Neill was the captain of the ship. Yeah, yeah. Jewish Dragons.
This guy, he's usually in Nick Barucci. Oh my God, speaking of the devil, Nick Barucci is just coming. Nick. This is how long we've been going. Oh my God, that all these people who weren't here for the first 4 hours are tuning in going, what the hell's happening? Why are they still talking? We're not even talking about comic art anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody's yelling.
We've morphed into a
movie channel.
Yeah.
It's a movie channel, but focused on ripping me a new one for not liking science fiction.
Yes, exactly. I mean, science fiction's cool. I can understand you're not liking a lot of genres, but
yeah,
that just taps into your bizarre. It just taps into your bizarre psyche, It doesn't tap into yours, I guess. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I've watched it because it doesn't even sound familiar to me. Christopher Lambert also is a horrible actor, so I probably wouldn't have watched it once I found out. Oh, Christopher Lambert's the lead actor.
Comic Art Event Horizon. I got to tell you a funny story. Does everyone remember Blockbuster? Where you go in and you rent the movies?
Of course.
And the Blockbuster that I used to go to, I liked it. Even after like streaming was starting to become popular, I liked it because there'd be some guys in there or girls that would help you like find a movie. Like this one guy, it was almost like having
cheers, everybody.
It was almost like having Siskel and Ebert help you find a film at the Blockbuster. This guy, I'd be like, can I help you? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm just trying to find something cool that I haven't seen, which is rare. And all of the crappy movies were down on the floor, like on the bottom rack, and he goes, yo, you got to see this. Have you seen this? He was like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? And I've seen that. He goes, have you seen Event Horizon? And I'm like, no, I never even heard of it. And so he pulls it out. That's why I'm thinking it was before 97, but I don't remember. Anyway, I get this thing and I'm crazy for horror and I'm crazy for sci-fi. So it's kind of like having the best of both worlds. And it was incredible. It was like an incredible crafting of melding those two genres. But it was a real shocker. When I saw the film, I was just blown away. I could see why it's a cult classic. It's very, I wish I would have seen it on the big screen. I'm sure it was incredible.
Sorry, you're talking about which one now, John?
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kazra, you're still around. Do you have portions? He wants to know if we have portions of the 9.5 hour talk that we can play now while we reload, while they reload with questions, more questions. Guys and gal, this
Do
is
we only
making
have one gal that's logged in right now.
Well, I mean, unless there's one that's who's secretly watching, listening, but doesn't want to jump into the chat. We never know that, right? But this kind of makes me think, because, as a lot of on past episodes, we're on the Hangout series, where we don't. Before I started showing art on the Hangout series, when it was just talking, chatting, right? Many times we'd go off we'd go off on tangents, and oftentimes movies was one of the tangents we'd go off on, right? And I know this is so ridiculously crazy that there's still like a dozen people here listening and watching. It makes me wonder, because I honestly thought a few times over this past year that I've been doing this show, this channel, I thought a couple of times, like, hey, like, I wonder if I should try to venture outside of, stay within pop culture, but venturing outside comic art, and maybe try one day like a show which is just shooting the shit, but not about comic art, but maybe like just the movies and shows that we all love in pop culture and stuff like that. But I always told myself, nah, forget it, because ultimately it's the purpose of the channel is original art, and I just figured, nah, nobody's gonna want to do that, and nobody's gonna really tune in or whatever.
No, I disagree with you. I used to work in a law firm that was so insane it broke every rule in the book. And I used to think to myself, okay, this was back in the late 90s. I used to think to myself, if I could get a camera in here and film this, I'd be a billionaire. This is before reality TV. And I used to think to myself, well, who the hell is going to want to watch this? I mean, it is shocking, the stuff that's going on, but at the same time, who would want to tune in and watch this? Well, look at the reality TV. I mean, it's been multi-billion-dollar empire. So yeah, if you want it, do it. We'll call it the pizza hour, or the wine hour or something.
But Karen's like, then you better brush up on your sci-fi, Rubén DaCollector.
Yeah, you better, Rubén. You better. We don't want to talk about The Notebook for 4.5 hours.
Oh yeah, because God forbid that any other movie exists outside of the science fiction genre and The Notebook.
Okay, The Notebook is a fantastic movie. All right, but
you're admitting to watching that? Oh my god!
No, I did. I listen. Like I told you, man. I'm like a director screenwriter at heart, and I there's only one thing that I will be very glad to admit to you. I remember in the 80s, and I'm telling you this. I'm thinking about this now because I listened to Easy Listening, and the theme from Out of Africa came on yesterday, and I'm thinking to myself, that's the only movie that not only did I sleep through, but I slept through where I was dreaming. This girl I was dating wanted to go see it, and I thought to myself, I would have been better off. You would have been better off dragging me in a clothing store and make me look at purses than to watch that movie. So
really, okay.
But I do like a lot of different genres. I sometimes just like stupid indie or foreign films just to kind of have a mental break. But yeah, Alien is in a class of its own. And
I watched plenty of foreign films. I used to be in the 90s. I got into foreign films a lot. A lot of Chinese from the Chinese mainland produced there. I was in love with an actress, the biggest actress in China at the time. Gong Li.
No, I don't. I don't.
You guys, Americans would say Americans would just pronounce Gong Li, but whatever. Like,
throw up a photo of her. Let me see. I probably would know from a photo.
I
don't know. Google it.
Let me quickly do that. Okay.
You're the multitasking talent show host. Well, horror was the first thing I was into. I mean, every morning I would get up as a kid and watch horror films, and then Dad would come down and scream, you're still in your pajamas. It'd be 2:00 in the afternoon. And my sister and I'd still be watching old black and white horror movies on Saturday and Sunday morning. But horror films, sci-fi, films that kind of take you away from the daily crap of life. That's why I think that nowadays Hollywood's pretty bankrupt. You watch the episodes. Okay. Oh, so she was in, what films was she in?
Oh my God, I'm not going to start naming all they're all foreign films made in China. But then she broke in I think
Not
95.
older stuff, recent stuff, right?
Oh no, this is all throughout the 90s. That was her heyday.
Okay.
Yeah. And in '95, I think it was, she made it into one of those Pacino or De Niro movies. I don't even know if I ended up watching it because I figured it was going to be bad. I think I may not have watched it. I can't really remember right now. But most of the films she did in China were, they took place like in the 16, 17, 1800s. So it was just about
James Bond. Was she in a James Bond movie?
Oh, there was always, I'll say there was always talk when she was in her heyday. There was always talk about her, doing things, bigger projects in America. And I think they were talking about potentially a James Bond thing. I don't think it ever happened. If it did, I didn't see it. That's another thing I don't like, James Bond.
The older stuff. I haven't seen a James. I take that back. What was that one actor? There was a series of James Bond, not many films. He was a horrible James Bond. He did only a few. It was in between. I can't even think. I can't think of his name. He was horrible, but all the James Bond. I'll tell you what I love about James Bond is the intro film of the film. That in of itself is a masterpiece. The way they do the intros, you know what I'm talking about? Of all the James Bond films. It's almost like a mini movie, like a mini movie to the movie. It's absolutely, I mean, when I'm watching it, I'm thinking of it as in the level of production and writing and creativity. It's unbelievable. Especially some of the more recent ones where the intro is, I mean, I don't know, it's quite long for an intro, but it's just like, God, don't stop. It's amazing. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So God, you don't like sci-fi. You don't like James Bond. What does that leave in instructional videos? What's left?
I don't
commercials. Infomercials? You watch Magnolia? Are you like in the Rehab Addict or
no, I've never seen Magnolia. But look, now you got Karen attacking me. Look at this. She's being sarcastic as if I'm the one saying, yes, let's talk movies, everybody. Let's talk movies. But I don't do sci-fi. Okay. Karen's forgetting she'll be my guest on screen in a couple of weeks, and I can let her have it then.
Okay,
I love the fact that she has gotten so comfortable with everybody. She's a part of the crew now.
Right.
To make fun of her and razz her as much as I want. So, okay, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, John. Say what you were going to say. I was going to say,
so we have to cater to you since you're the host, okay? It would be rude to leave you out. So let's find out what genre you like to talk about or what you watch so we can...
Well, if you just name movies, I'll tell you. It's easier than genres. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I did see that. I did like that a lot. I thought that was pretty good. Raise the Red Lantern. That was one of the Gong Li movies. That was a good one. I like that one. I did see City of Lost Children, Kazra. That was the one with, remind me, what's his name? That the lead actor? I always forget that guy's name. But yes, it was kind of like, for me, that was one of those, I had never heard of it. And I was in the mood to watch a movie. And one night, what I do sometimes is like, I'll go on Google and be like, okay, top, best movies of what, and I'll pick a year, best movies of, 2000, whatever. And City, the whole list comes up and I saw City of Lost Children. I'm like, okay, never heard of this. Sounds like whatever, low budget, but it sounds good. No? Okay, yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, it was really, really good. So I really liked it. 2046, was that the one with the Mayan stuff happening? I don't know.
No, you're thinking of Apocalypto. You're thinking of Mel Gibson's Apocalypto.
Oh no, that's what
I don't know what 2046 is.
Yeah, nothing gets Ringu for horror. Is that the original Ring?
God, you're right.
The original Ring
was
was
that was the Japanese version. They did. There was 2 movies. One was Ringu, which they later made into Ring, and then there was another one, The Eye. Yeah. So where they transplanted this dead person's eye in this girl, and then the girl could see dead people, kind of like Sixth Sense, but that was really creepy. Yeah. Let's talk horror. Let's talk 28 Days Later. Have you seen that?
The original, the 28 Days Later. I've seen that one. I saw this. How many sequels were there?
And then 28 Weeks Later. Only 2. There's talks about a third called 28 Months Later, but it's not out.
Oh, that never happened. Okay.
I would
just let me quickly.
So I know.
Hold on, John. Just to tell Marcus that yes, I saw Memoirs of a Geisha. I thought it was pretty good. Did you see it? And what did you think of it? I thought it was pretty good.
I haven't seen it. Maybe Marcus saw it.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. And he's the one who brought it up, so I'm wondering if he saw it. But Michelle.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's change speed. How about war movies? Do you like war?
Next back. War.
Timothy Dalton. That's the worst. Yeah.
We should just say goodnight and honestly come back and do an actual movie show. I'm willing to do it.
Because now we're at 4.5. Yeah.
This is ridiculous. 4 hours, 35 minutes. Like, what the hell? People on Rewind are going to be like tuning in like throughout the night and tomorrow. Like, what the hell? They're already doing that when it was 3 hours. Imagine what they're going to be thinking when they see this one. Like, holy crap! Like, what's happening? We're
gonna have to edit it, but I gotta say this: Tricky Trapster in the Mouth of Madness is an incredible movie.
Mike says Ruben doesn't like Bond because he hates Indiana Jones and his father. Oh, Mike, yes, sir. Stevie B, are you leaving us? Love to stay around until
you now saying we need to go to 5 hours.
Have to get up and have a root canal. Oh, sorry to hear that, dude. Off the dream of pain. Thanks and good night. All right, we missed you. That was 5 minutes ago. Good luck with the root canal, buddy. I appreciate you. See you soon. Thank you for tuning in, man, as long as you have. I like teen dating movies. No, I will say I'm not gonna deny. I have always loved teen movies. Like I'm not really sure what you mean by dating, but if it's about just I like him and I want to date him, not like that, but like I've always enjoyed movies that take place in high school because it was just a fun time of my life. Like it was like the that last decade before I had responsibilities, right? Once you become an adult and responsibility comes in, it's not the same anymore. So like I always have the nostalgia for the teen years. So I do like to see movies that take place in that age, but they got to be good. Some of them are good and some of them are shit, like anything else, Ruben is sweating to the old.
Did you like American Graffiti? Because that's all American Graffiti was about. You like that?
I figured I would like that because I like the era, the time period, the 50s. But I remember being like disappointed in it. I was like, I didn't think it was anything special. Yeah. Bond intro, silhouettes of
rambling.
Watched all the Bonds in order a few years ago. I think each actor has one really good movie. Yeah. The only thing I remember about Bond was like on when they would go on TV in the late 70s. I was a little kid, and I just remember the first one I ever watched was the one with that guy Jaws. Right? Is that what they called him? That big tall guy.
Yes,
that was metal mouth. And I was like, that's cool. But I was too young to understand all that spy shit. So I was like, that's if you want to ask if you're wondering why I don't like Bond, that's the reason. Because I was introduced to it young, didn't really get the whole spy stuff, whatever, and it just wasn't interest to me at that age. So as I got older, it just become more interesting.
How about the Daniel Craig stuff, though? Have you seen those?
Oh, no, I haven't seen, like I said, other than a couple back in the late 70s, maybe one in the early 80s. I don't think I've seen any other Bond movies. Yeah. But not on purpose, because I just figured, I don't think I'd like it. So I just, Yeah. So that's it.
What's the last movie you've seen then, since you've ruled out almost every genre?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a flick, I think. Oh God, man, I don't know. I'd have to look, and it's probably something I watched on the computer. I'd probably have to like look at my what do you call it? Like here, the newer films. Here, let me look at what I have here. I have a bunch that I intend to watch, and I still haven't gotten to. But have I actually see? Like, I remember Marcus will appreciate this. Like a year ago or so, he was telling me, "Oh, The Shallows." I don't know. Somehow The Shallows came up from 2016, and so I got it, and yeah, it's been sitting here on my computer since then. I don't know the last one that I watched. Man, it's been a while, because like I said, I haven't been reading my any books, any of my comics. I haven't been watching. What I have been watching is I tend to watch television series. That's the main reason why for the last few years I've been more of a television series watcher than a movie guy, you know. And so that's kind of
right.
You know, that's kind of why
like
I haven't.
What you mean? You like to watch short series of limited episodes, or something ongoing that goes over years and years of a season?
Yeah, either or. You know, in the Mouth of Madness, I remember watching that, and I don't remember anything about it because I typically forget as soon as I finish watching.
Very crazy.
I remember enjoying that one. The Romero zombie movies, yeah, I've seen them, but they're just too old, and just, zombies from the late 60s. It's just like, no, but you know which one I loved? Oh, you know which one I thought was, oh man, it was so cool. The remake, I think it was called Dawn of the Dead. It was around 2003 or 2004, and it was a remake. And the big difference between this and the original was that the zombies actually run fast like hell. They don't just like, they run after you.
That's what I was going to tell you about. Right. That's what I was going to tell you. So 28 Days Later was a movie.
I saw it.
Yeah. So 28 Days Later was the very first instance of the concept of a zombie being a superpower, a superhuman rabid type creature, right?
Look
so
what we've done.
Alex Garland wrote the story, and then it became a movie. And I was talking to I was talking to him years ago, and he was very humble about it. I said, "Do you realize that you've completely revolutionized the concept of what a zombie is? Because up until 28 Days Later, you got this slow moving, brainless thing that, okay, I got enough time. I don't have to worry, And now in the movie 28 Days Later, if you're outside, something that had the olfactory sense of a shark and the power of, Superman could just come flying out of nowhere, so it added this completely different perspective of the fear and the tension in the movie. And he was the first one to come up with that concept that it could be rabies or whatever, but it was that the zombie is this super strength, just like an I Am Legend, the same kind of thing. And that completely changes the whole perspective of the zombie. Now that makes it, I think, a lot scarier. Because now just being outside, it's like in the past, it's like, oh, there's a cornfield. I see a zombie coming across the hill in the cornfield. I've got probably 30 minutes before I need to worry, because it's going to take them forever to get toward me. Now, if I see a zombie from far away, they could be on me in seconds,
Exactly.
And I don't have to lock the door and board up the windows, like in the first Romero movie. This thing could just go through the wall. So it completely changes things. But if you haven't seen 28 Days Later or 28 Weeks Later, those two are just freaking creepy. And the whole thing about this apocalyptic type theme, and same thing with Walking Dead. It's not, the scary thing is not the zombies. The scary thing is what other people are willing to do to each other when resources are limited, for survivability.
Yes, exactly.
That's the real danger is other people, not the zombies.
John, I just let me just say the reason I don't like it much anymore, but the reason I initially loved Walking Dead was for that reason. I honestly didn't give a shit about the zombies. I didn't even want to see the zombies. Every time I would watch it, what would happen was I don't have patience to watch like shows with commercials or 1 hour long shows. So like what I would do is I would watch it where I can control it, right? Like on video or whatever. And as soon as the zombie scenes come in, I'd be fast forwarding. I'm like, I just want to, let's get through that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because unless we're at a point in the story where, okay, that it's been building up to some character is probably going to die soon, right? Then I would watch. But if I knew there was, there's no deaths imminent, I'd be like, yeah, fast forward. Let's get rid of the stupid stuff. Because it's just time filler. It's literally just, we want to fill out, the hour with this 3-minute stretch of zombies, making it look like it's almost going to get the character, but in the end, it gets defeated. Like, whatever. I don't need to see that. I know it's going to happen.
So were you watching it as it was coming on each week? Because I would wait till it comes out on.
Yeah, for the first few years,
I would wait till it comes out on Netflix. Okay,
right.
Yeah, because I couldn't tolerate that because every freaking episode ended with a cliffhanger that would just drive me crazy. So I would wait until the season would get posted on Netflix, and then I would be like a cat with a mouse. I just want to savor this thing, and so I would watch it for, I would binge watch it, but I would try to stretch it out. But So the whole thing. And the funny thing, if we want to tie this back to comic art in any way, shape, or form.
Wait a second. What's
the
comic
imagery
art? What is that?
Yeah, what's comic art? What are we talking about? But the comic art for Walking Dead looks really stupid. If you look at it, it's not scary. It's comical. I mean, it's goofy. It's graphic, but at the same time, that's a great example of taking a concept and then making an endless series about it, or a seemingly endless series. They could have gone on, and they're going to be I heard that they're going to spin off lots of other, like they are with Star Wars, and Rogue One and all this stuff. They're going to spin off other parallel stories, which I'm happy for, from The Walking Dead, which I can't wait for them to do that. But I don't watch anything in real time. I just wait till they post the whole thing on Netflix, so I don't have commercials. I don't have waiting. If you want to screw me over on a cliffhanger, no problem. I'm just going to watch the next episode instantly. I don't want to be anybody's cliffhanger puppet. So, but yeah, that's the whole genre in that sense is the zombie thing is cool, but it's also how people, all of the different ways people survive. Who you trust, who you can't trust, right?
Exactly. For me,
the movie The Road. Did you see The Road?
No, the zombie stuff, though, I just want to say, that's what it is for me. It's not about the zombies. It's all about the interpersonal relationships and what they need to do to survive. Bottom line, that's all I want to see. Don't care about the actual zombies. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Right.
I mean, they're cool to look at sometimes, whatever, right? But like, it's an ongoing series for many seasons. It just gets tiring. It's just filler. So it's just like, at the beginning, the first few seasons, okay, fine. But after that, I was like, I don't got patience for this. Like, fast forward. Let me just see what happens with the actual people I care about, the characters I care about. Really quickly.
Did you see all the episodes?
I'm up to date except for the last season. I haven't watched the last final season.
So you've seen the episode, the season with the Whisperers, which I think went over a couple seasons, right? The Whisperers. Yeah. That was cool because they're kind of using the zombies as their own weapon, right? They're posing as zombies and they're camouflaging themselves as zombies. I mean, the whole series was really unique. It was a really unique collection of many different sub stories that all were very unique. You think about Negan, the whole storyline with Negan, and you think about the governor. You remember the governor, You think about when they came across a prison. I would have stayed in that prison. You remember when they were using the prison as a base
early on? Yeah.
Yeah, but the cool thing is the very original early parts where there was no place to stay and they were literally living in the woods, because you were thinking, okay, I would be 24/7. I'd be worried, But yeah, it was a great series. A great series. A lot of people don't like it, think it's stupid, but I like you. I like the interpersonal issues on it.
Yeah. I wanted to that's why I'm way behind on the comments, because I didn't want to lose it. I just wanted to answer you, Marcus, and you, Karen, both of your suggestions on those teen movies. I have not watched them, but I do have them sitting around on my computer because I intended to check them out eventually. So that's the answer on that. And Marcus, also, you mentioned, where is it here? No, you told me to watch it because it's Blake Lively in a bikini. That's what you said. That's exactly what you said. You said, hey, it's Blake Lively in a bikini. So I'm like, okay. So I got it, but I haven't watched it yet. Yeah. So let's test Kazra. Let's switch to television now. That's because when I started talking about the fact that that's what I usually watch, right? Thank you. I do. I don't know what you're forgiving me for, but I appreciate that, Tricky. Rubén, the She-Hulk viewer. She-Hulk, I enjoyed very much. I enjoyed that show. I did. I was expecting it to be really terrible, and oh my god, thank God! I was like, thank God, this was fun. It was fun. That's how I describe it. She-Hulk was a lot of fun, and I really liked the way they did it. Even though the actress is super short, right? They used what do you call it? The computers to digital to grow her and big for She-Hulk. So I thought that was great. Really had a good time with that. Shaun of the Dead, Jewish Dragons. Yeah, I've only seen it once, but I loved it when I watched it. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Warm Bodies sounds familiar. Karen, don't know if I know what that is.
See that one. Is that that's a zombie movie, isn't it? Warm Bodies.
Yeah, what kind of a movie is that? I'm not sure.
I am horrified, Karen.
Watched Walking Dead. Is that true, John?
Yeah,
are you horrified by the way I watched
it would be like Rubin fast forwarding all of the combat scenes in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah. One of my favorite war movies of all time, by the way, just have to put it out there. And the first opening scene, best war scene of all time. I don't care what anybody says.
Absolutely. The whole movie. The thing is when they film any movie with firearms, a lot of times the sounds are completely unlike the gun in real life. And a little trivia for you. The Germans had a machine gun to this day. Still, it's unrivaled. It's the MG42. It would fire a bullet that we're using today in our largest squad weapons, but the cyclic rate of this thing was so fast that it would sound like a scream when this gun would go off. And there's a scene when Hanks in that group are coming by a machine gun nest, and the guy's like, hey, let's just avoid it. Let's just go around it. Okay. You remember that? And they lose one of the guys that got shot from it. And then that machine gun nest is an MG42. And in real life, in World War II, there were Allied soldiers that had PTSD just because of the sound of this gun.
Oh,
so in that film, the gun fires so fast, it varies between 1,200 to 1,600 rounds a minute, that they have to change the barrels. So Hank says to the guys, look, we'll get the guy firing, and when he changed barrels, we'll rush the nest, and that's what they did. But one of the, I forget, one of the actors got killed. I think it was the sniper guy or whatever. But yeah, you're right. The opening scene, it's kind of like Star Wars. The very first Star Wars, when you first saw that's what you remember in a film, because it's like, yeah, I've seen war movies before, right? And they're all the same. And then Saving Private Ryan comes on, and it's just like, holy shit. I mean, it's like, I'm there, you know, and it's just like when that one bomb went off and then he loses his hearing and it's just ringing in his ears and he's looking around and this guy's holding his intestines. This guy's carrying his leg. This guy's crying behind one of the barriers. I mean, it's like, God, you're there, man. And all of the World War II vets that they interviewed that were alive still, they said that was exactly the most realistic depiction of what it was like.
Right.
Just freaking incredible.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember reading reports about that. Yeah.
You remember that? Yeah.
About the vets saying that it was the most realistic depiction and all that. Yeah. Oh yeah. For me,
in one of those opening scenes, also, if you remember, when one of the amphibious transports, you know, they dropped the door and everybody, so they showed the camera from the machine gunner, the German machine gunner, that was an MG-42. The thing is like a bullet hose. And so they dropped the door of the boat, and everybody, and they have the camera over the shoulder of the machine. So you're looking at it from inside the machine gun nest, and the guy literally just completely mows down everybody in the boat. You remember that scene in the beginning?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's like,
yeah,
that the way they filmed it and the way that they showed you, I think, was unforgettable. As a combat movie, it wasn't, they were showing you perspectives that you never see before. So
yeah. I remember thinking,
I'm so, Ruben, I'm so heartened to hear that you actually liked a movie that was an iconic movie and that you saw it.
You're welcome, I guess.
Thank you. You're not lost.
Yeah. No,
There's
I'm not lost. I'm not lost for sure. So the road, you guys were talking about the road before, and I just pulled it up on IMDb, and I just noticed, okay, I vaguely remember it because of the poster, and it's Viggo Mortensen, and I used to like Viggo Mortensen a lot. So you've seen that one too, John?
Oh my God, that movie. So Viggo Mortensen, I'm sorry.
Is that not post-apocalyptic? Isn't that what that is?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely the darkest apocalyptic movie you'll ever see. The darkest.
Okay.
Again, though, I think it's important. I think it's important to see it because a lot of people, don't realize what people are capable of when they want to survive. And that movie absolutely shows what I think it would absolutely be like. History is nothing but a revolving door, and you go back to the ancient times, you had two types of people. You had the ones that tried to produce, and then you had the other ones that were just wanted to take from them. We would devolve back into that situation. If something happened and it hits the fan and we don't have our Wi-Fi and our Amazon anymore, I think we would go right back to that. We would have the people that are trying to make a living and they form together. And then you would have the modern day Vikings, the modern day Huns. You would have the Raiders. You would have, the cannibal tribes that were in the Amazon. You would have those, the Aztecs. You would have those that just live off of others. Just like in The Walking Dead, when you had Negan, So same kind of thing, I'm going to come here and I'm going to take from you and you're going to produce for me. But the road was just, oh my God, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but if you want to get yourself prepared, that's the one to see.
Okay. I will.
Did you see it? You haven't seen it. Okay. Right. Okay.
No. That's why. Yeah. I'll check it out. I'll get that one. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate you, man. Believe me, you don't have to pretend that you'll be back to watch the rest later. There's no way in hell you're going to spend 4.5 hours that you never watched before you got here watching.
That you won't want to watch.
I don't hold you. I don't hold you to it, and I don't hold it against you when you don't watch it. So don't worry about it.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you in believing in us and wanting to tune in for anything.
Truman made out during Schindler's List. Is what Marcus is saying. I was busy making out. Hey, that's also one of my favorite movies of all time. That was fantastic. So yeah,
that is.
Can't say anything about that. We are going to wrap it up, everybody, because what we'll do is we'll wrap it up exactly at the 5-hour mark. How about that? And that'll be like a cool kind of thing to be able to say, hey, shit, it went 5 hours. It's 1 minute to go. It just changed. There's 1 minute to go. Right. But thanks, everybody. Appreciate you, especially double thanks goes to the 11 of you who are still hanging in there. Wow. That's just really, really crazy. Well, actually, maybe 2 minutes because I did start 1 minute late tonight. But yeah, the marathon, it was pretty cool. So yeah, who knows? I may try it. I think I may try one of these movie things. We should do a movie thing and just relax so we don't have to worry about getting back to the comic art or whatever, you know.
Definitely.
That might be a good idea. In the movie Strange Brew, when Bob empties the beer tank and pisses on the insane asylum to put the fire out, did Canadians change its genre to sci-fi? You're a nut job. Neon Dragons is a winner. Well, he's awesome first of all, hanging in with us. I mean, for holy crap. I mean, for him to hang out like this, awesome. But honestly, you 11 are the biggest winners of all, because like, holy crap, like to hang in 5 hours. You guys are awesome, man. 50 seconds to go and we'll hit 5 hours. With my vast knowledge of movies. Excuse me, I don't like science fiction, you know. Oh, you guys.
Hey, at least you saw Saving Private Ryan. Everything else,
there you go.
Everything else that you've said tonight has been forgiven because of that.
Okay, thank you.
Good night, Karen. Good night, Karen. Thank you. And I'll check out Warm Bodies. I'll check out Warm Bodies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Talk to you soon. Yeah, look. Well, you know, what am I going to tell you? Whatever. We'll discuss more. We'll do an episode. I'm telling you, we'll do an episode like this.
Maybe, Ruben. What we ought to call it is the Warm Bodies, the show.
By the way, John, did you see Nick? He said, "Okay, I may not watch it, but I will listen in the background."
Yeah.
No, you don't. You won't do that either, Nick. It's okay. I forgive you. It's okay. Go away.
Play it in your ear pods while you're mowing the lawn or something, you know.
There was no giveaway tonight. Sorry, Marcus. You would have won probably because you'll be the last guy here. Warm Bodies, I will check that out too. Okay, Warm Bodies and the other one with yes. Okay. All right, guys. Everybody, thank you so much. 5 hours. Thank you again. We'll do this again. Please come back next week. John, just hang with me for a second, will you?
Will do. Thank you, everybody.
Wow, Jason, still here. Wow, holy crap! But you weren't saying much. You're probably falling asleep or still in shock that I didn't like those movies that you do. Thanks, Jewish Dragons. Appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate it. And we'll catch you guys next. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it. As always, Marcus.
Thank you for your 4,500 comments on my art. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Dwayne's a pain, always. Thanks so much, man. Thank you. Rickster, of course you're still here. Great stuff. Record show, yeah, by a country mile for sure.
You're a part of history, Rick.
4.5 hours to go for the John After Show.
There you go. The after party.
Kazra ran out of cigarettes 30 minutes ago and still watched. Hey, thank you, Kazra. Thanks for coming in, man. Always fun to see you here, man. Appreciate it. Look, let me leave you guys like I always do with the thumbnail for next week's show. And catch you guys, I guess, next week. Please come check it out. It'll be another show and tell with my buddy Lee Parmiter. So yeah, it'll be fun, especially if you like DC art. And if you don't, I guess it won't be that much fun. But yeah, I'll try to figure out something about the doing some kind of a movie thing at some point in the future. I think it'll be fun because it was pretty damn fun tonight. And honestly, I don't give a good goddamn if, you know, by the end of tomorrow, nobody has watched this on rewind because they saw it was way too freaking long. I don't care because ultimately the main thing I like is for all of us who are here live to have fun. That's it. Once the fun, like I said earlier, right? Once the fun's over live, whatever. The repeat doesn't help any of us. We like to be here live because that's what makes it fun. So thank you again, everybody. 5 hours. 2 minutes and 30-something seconds and counting. Super awesome record. And who knows, maybe when we do the movie show, maybe that'll be a record on its own. Yeah, Lee is like hella scared. Exactly. Yeah, he's not going to want to show up next week. Exactly. All right, guys. Thanks again. Thanks very much. And I'll catch you guys next week. Cheers.
Thank you.